some water. Yeah, I should have grabbed some water. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to read this, and I'll definitely need water. Be right back. All right, I'm back. But before I get started, I need to do my Canva. I wasn't really prepared. I just seen this and I was like, holy fucking shit. And so I figured I would just read the whole damn thing. And give me a second. It's going to be a full reading of the entire strategy, but I need to put something up here. That way when I don't have it on the screen. Full reading. National strategy. All right. Almost there. I see there's a viewer. Forgive me. I preemptively hit the go live button. I should have waited. We can't all be perfect though, right? Download that biatch. Okay. And then I'm going to go live on the TikTok here in just a second. All right, 1 second. Oh, that's not what I needed. Electoral. There we go. Oh, shit. I did it to the wrong damn one. National Strategy 2020. I'm going to get started here in a minute, guys. Give me just a second. My apologies. I'll flog myself for it later. No need to worry. Well, come on, biatch. There we go. There we go. We got it. Okay. And now to go live on TikTok. Trump's National Strategy 2025. Booyah. There we go. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are finally live on TikTok. If you are a follower on YouTube, you got to see me wade through some shit to get through here. I prematurely went live on YouTube, but we'll get started once I get a few people in here watching. And to the people on YouTube, my audience on TikTok is, the main purpose. So if you guys comment and I miss it, please forgive me. But, where I get most of my gifts and views is on TikTok. What's up, y'all? What's up? Let me leave a comment here. We are going to fully read. Okay. Of course, this isn't my normal time, so it may be a minute for them to push me out. What's up, y'all? Oh, thanks for the like. What's up, Jussie? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yo, yo, yo. I appreciate the share too, Jesse. Yeah, I just read across this, and it's pretty nutty, actually. A little nutty. Let me hide my main timer here. Can you hear me okay, Jesse? And to the person watching on YouTube, can you hear me? I can see your comments. I've got that pulled up. So if you can hear me just fine, please let me know. Okay. Let me get all my ducks in a row here. Let's get everything in order. Let's get her going. Now, this may be like watching grass grow to some people. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you. But I wanted to actually the goal of this was to have the video on YouTube, because it's full size, full everything on YouTube. That way, somebody can, if they want to see the full reading of this, they can just go there and it'll be done. But I figured I'd go live on TikTok as well. Why the fuck not? I'll probably end up just downloading this from YouTube and then re-uploading it as its own video also. It's 29 pages. So it's gonna be a minute, but once we get, 10, 15 people in here, I'll get started. It's it basically changes our entire geopolitics, and it's kind of nutty. Right. I mean, everything Donald Trump does is kind of fucking nutty, but, it is what it is. All right. So we've got 11 people in here. How many more of our rights do we lose? Well, I mean, it's not really that. It changes our whole outlook on pretty much every fucking thing. You'll see. It's kind of crazy. Doozy Donnie. What's up, Tom? All right, so this is the intro, what have you, fucking idiot. My fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster. After 4 years of weakness, extremism, and deadly failures, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad and bring peace and stability to our world. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. Starting on my first day in office, we restored the sovereign borders of the U.S. and deployed the U.S. military to stop the invasion of our country. We got radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of our armed forces and began strengthening our military with $1 trillion of investment. We rebuilt our alliances and got our allies to contribute more to our common defense, including a historic commitment from NATO countries to raise defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP. We unleashed American energy production to reclaim our independence and imposed historic tariffs to bring critical industries back home. In Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. I declared the drug cartels and savage foreign gangs operating in our region as foreign terrorist organizations. And over the course of just 8 months, we settled 8 raging conflicts, including between Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and ending the war in Gaza with all living hostages returned to their families. America is strong and respected again, and because of that, we are making peace all over the world. In everything we do, we are putting America first. What follows is a national security strategy to describe and build upon the extraordinary strides we have made. This document is a roadmap to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history and the home of freedom on earth. In the years ahead, we will continue to develop every dimension of our national strength, and we will make America safer, richer, freer, greater, and more powerful than ever before. Signed, and this isn't part of a young girl's body, Donald J. Trump. And here's the table of contents. We'll just dip right into it. What is American strategy? How American strategy went astray. To ensure that America remains the world's strongest, richest, most powerful, and most successful country for decades to come, our country needs a coherent, focused strategy for how we interact with the world. And to get that right, all Americans need to know what exactly it is we're trying to do and why. A strategy is a concrete, realistic plan that explains the essential connection between ends and means. It begins from an accurate assessment of what is desired and what tools are available or can be realistically be created to achieve the desired outcomes. A strategy must evaluate, sort, and prioritize. Not every country, region, issue, or cause, however worthy, can be the focus of American strategy. The purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. That is the sole focus of this strategy. American strategies since the end of the Cold War have fallen short. They have been laundry lists of wishes or desired end states, have not clearly defined what we want, but instead stated vague platitudes and have often misjudged what we should want. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American dominance of the entire world was in the best interests of our country. Yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. Our elites badly miscalculated America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens to which the American people saw no connection to the national interest. They overestimated America's ability to fund, simultaneously, a massive welfare, regulatory, administrative state alongside a massive military, diplomatic, intelligence, and foreign aid complex. They placed a hugely misguided and destructive bets on globalism and so-called free trade that hollowed out the very middle class and industrial base on which American economic and military preeminence depend. They allow allies and partners to offload the costs of their defense onto the American people, and sometimes to suck us into conflicts and controversies central to their interest, but peripheral or irrelevant to our own. And they lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which are driven by outright anti-Americanism and many by transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. In sum, not only did our elites pursue a fundamentally undesirable and impossible goal, in doing so they undermined the very means necessary to achieve that goal, the character of our nation upon which its power, wealth, and decency were built. President Trump's necessary welcome correction. None of this was inevitable. President Trump's first administration proved that with the right leadership making the right choices, all of the above could and should have been avoided and much else achieved. He and his team successfully marshaled America's great strengths to correct course and begin ushering in a new golden age for our country. To continue the U.S. on that path is the overarching purpose of President Trump's second administration and of this document. The questions before us now are, 1, what should the United States want? 2, what are our available means to get it? And 3, how can we connect ends and means into a viable national security strategy? What should the United States want? What do we want overall? First and foremost, we want the continued survival and safety of the United States as an independent, sovereign republic whose government secures the God-given natural rights of its citizens and prioritizes their well-being and interests. We want to protect this country, its people, its territory, its economy, and its way of life from military attack and hostile foreign influence, whether espionage, predatory trade practices, drug and human trafficking, destructive propaganda and influence operations, cultural subversion, or any other threat to our nation. We want full control over our borders, over our immigration system, and over transportation networks through which people come into our country, legally and illegally. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries work together to stop rather than facilitate destabilizing population flows and have full control over whom they do and do not admit. We want a resilient national infrastructure that can withstand natural disasters, resist and thwart foreign threats, and prevent or mitigate any events that might harm the American people or disrupt the American economy. No adversary or danger should be able to hold America at risk. We want to recruit, train, equip, and field the world's most powerful, lethal, and technologically advanced military to protect our interests, deter wars, and, if necessary, win them quickly and decisively with the lowest possible casualties to our forces. And we want a military in which every single service member is proud of their country and confident in their mission. We want the world's most robust, credible, and modern nuclear deterrent, plus next-generation missile defenses, including a Golden Dome for the American homeland to protect the American people, American assets overseas, and American allies. We want the world's strongest, most dynamic, most innovative, and most advanced economy. The U.S. economy is the bedrock of the American way of life, which promises and delivers widespread and broad-based prosperity, creates upward mobility, and rewards hard work. Our economy is also the bedrock of our global position and the necessary foundation of our military. We want the world's most robust industrial base. American national power depends on a strong industrial sector capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. That requires not only direct defense industrial production capacity, but also defense-related production capacity. Cultivating American industrial strength must become the highest priority of national economic policy. We want the world's most robust, productive, and innovative energy sector, one capable not just of fueling American economic growth, but of being one of America's leading export industries in its own right. We want to remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country and to build on these strengths. And we want to protect our intellectual property from foreign theft. America's pioneering spirit is a key pillar of our continued economic dominance and military superiority. It must be preserved. We want to maintain the United States' unrivaled soft power, through which we exercise positive influence throughout the world that furthers our interests. In doing so, we will be unapologetic about our country's past and present, while respectful of other countries' differing religions, cultures, and governing systems. Soft power that serves America's true national interest is effective only if we believe in our country's inherent greatness and decency. Finally, we want the restoration and reinvigoration of American spiritual and cultural health, without which long-term security is impossible. We want an America that cherishes its past glories and its heroes, and that looks forward to a new golden age. We want a people who are proud, happy, and optimistic that they will leave their country to the next generation better than they found it. We want a gainfully employed citizenry with no one sitting on the sidelines who take satisfaction from knowing that their work is essential to the prosperity of our nation and to the well-being of individuals and families. This cannot be accomplished without growing numbers of strong, traditional families that raise healthy children. 2. What do we want in and from the world? Achieving these goals requires marshaling every resource of our national power. Yet this strategy's focus is foreign policy. What are America's core foreign policy interests? What do we want in and from the world? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well governed enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorists, cartels, and other transnational criminal organizations. We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets and that supports critical supply chains. And we want to ensure our continued access to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open, preserving freedom of navigation in all crucial sea lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical materials. We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. We want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies, and the choke points through which they pass while avoiding the, quote, forever wars that bogged us down in that region at great cost. And we want to ensure that U.S. technology and U.S. standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. These are the United States' core, vital national interests. While we also have others, these are the interests that we must focus on above all others and that we ignore or neglect at our peril. 3. What are America's available means to get what we want? America retains the world's most enviable position with world-leading assets, resources, and advantages, including a still nimble political system that can course-correct, the world's single largest and most innovative economy, which both generates wealth we can invest in strategic interests and provides leverage over countries that want access to our markets, the world's leading financial system and capital markets, including the dollar's global reserve currency status, the world's most advanced, most innovative, and most profitable technology sector, which undergirds our economy, provides a qualitative edge to our military, and strengthens our global influence, the world's most powerful and capable military, a broad network of alliances with treaty allies and partners in the world's most strategically important regions, an enviable geography with abundant natural resources, no competing powers physically dominant in our hemisphere, borders at no risk of military invasion, and other great powers separated by vast oceans, unmatched soft power and cultural influence, and the courage, willpower, and patriotism of the American people. In addition, through President Trump's robust domestic agenda, the United States is reinstilling a culture of competence, rooting out so-called DEI and other discriminatory and anti-competitive practices that degrade our institutions and hold us back, unleashing our enormous energy production capacity as a strategic priority to fuel growth and innovation and to bolster and rebuild the middle class, reindustrializing our economy, again, to further support the middle class and control our own supply chains and production capacities. Returning economic freedom to our citizens via historic tax cuts and deregulatory efforts, making the United States the premier place to do business and invest capital, and investing in emerging technologies and basic science to ensure our continued prosperity, competitive advantage, and military dominance for future generations. The goal of this strategy is to tie together all of these world-leading assets and others to strengthen American power and preeminence and make our country even greater than it ever has been. The strategy. Principles. President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, and restrained without being dovish. It is not grounded in traditional political ideology. It is motivated above all by what works for America, or, in 2 words, America first. President Trump has cemented his legacy as the president of peace. In addition to the remarkable success achieved during his first term with the historic Abraham Accords, President Trump has leveraged his deal-making ability to secure unprecedented peace in 8 conflicts throughout the world over the course of just 8 months of his second term. He negotiated peace between Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and ended the war in Gaza with all living hostages returned to their families. Stopping regional conflicts before they spiral into global wars that drag down whole continents is worthy of the commander-in-chief's attention and a priority for this administration. A world on fire where wars come to our shores is bad for American interests. President Trump uses unconventional diplomacy, America's military might, and economic leverage to surgically extinguish embers of division between nuclear-capable nations and violent wars caused by centuries-long hatred. President Trump has proven that American foreign, defense, and intelligence policies must be driven by the following basic principles. Focused definition of the national interest. Since at least the end of the Cold War, administrations have often published national security strategies that seek to expand the definition of America's national interest, such that almost no issue or endeavor is considered outside its scope. But to focus on everything is to focus on nothing. America's core national security interest shall be our focus. Peace through strength. Strength is our best deterrent. Countries or other actors sufficiently deterred from threatening American interests will not do so. In addition, strength can enable us to achieve peace because parties that respect our strength often seek our help and are receptive to our efforts to resolve conflicts and maintain peace. Therefore, the United States must maintain the strongest economy, develop the most advanced technologies, bolster our society's cultural health, and field the world's most capable military. Predisposition to non-interventionism. In the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-interventionism in the affairs of other nations and made clear the basis. Just as all human beings possess God-given equal natural rights, all nations are entitled by the laws of nature and nature's God to a separate and equal station with respect to one another. For a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Yet this predisposition should set a high bar for what constitutes a justified intervention. Flexible realism. U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with the nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs widely from their traditions and histories. We recognize and affirm that there is nothing inconsistent or hypocritical in acting according to such a realistic assessment or in maintaining good relations with countries whose governing systems and societies differ from ours, even as we push like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms, furthering our interests as we do so. Primacy of nations. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation-state. It is natural and just that all nations put their interests first and guard their sovereignty. The world works best when nations prioritize their interests. The United States will put our own interest first and, in our relations with other nations, encourage them to prioritize their own interests as well. We stand for the sovereign rights of nations, against the sovereignty-sapping incursions of the most intrusive transnational organizations, and for reforming those institutions so that they assist rather than hinder individual sovereignty and further American interests. Sovereignty and respect. The United States will unapologetically protect its own sovereignty. This includes preventing its erosion by transnational and international organization, attempts by foreign powers or entities to censor our discourse or curtail our citizens' free speech rights, lobbying and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts, and the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build up voting blocs loyal to foreign interests within our country, the United States will chart our own course in the world and determine our own destiny free of outside interference. So far, this is a load of horse shit, y'all. It sounds great, but if they want to get rid of foreign interests within our country, they're going to have to cut Israel off. Balance of power. The United States cannot allow any nation to become so dominant that it could threaten our interests. We will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balances of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. As the United States rejects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself, we must prevent the global and in some cases even regional domination of others. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. The outsized influence of larger, richer, and stronger nations is a timeless truth of international relations. This reality sometimes entails working with partners to thwart ambitions that threaten our joint interests. Pro-American worker. American policy will be pro-worker, not merely pro-growth, and it will prioritize our own workers. We must rebuild an economy in which prosperity is broadly based and widely shared, not concentrated at the top or localized in certain industries or a few parts of our country. Fairness. From military alliances to trade relations and beyond, the U.S. will insist on being treated fairly by other countries. We will no longer tolerate and can no longer afford free-riding, trade imbalances, predatory economic practices, and other impositions on our nation's historic goodwill that disadvantage our interests. As we want our allies to be rich and capable, so must our allies see that it is in their interest that the U.S. also remain rich and capable. In particular, we expect our allies to spend far more of their national gross domestic product on their own defense, to start to make up for the enormous imbalances accrued over decades of much greater spending by the United States. Competence and merit. American prosperity and security depend on the development and promotion of competence. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilizational advantages. Where the best Americans are hired, promoted, and honored, innovation and prosperity flow. Should competence be destroyed or systematically discouraged, complex systems that we take for granted, from infrastructure to national security to education and research, will cease to function. Should merit be smothered, America's historic advantages in science, technology, industry, defense, and innovation will evaporate. The success of radical ideologies that seek to replace competence and merit with favored group status would render America unrecognizable and unable to defend itself. At the same time, we cannot allow meritocracy to be used as a justification to open America's labor market to the world in the name of finding global talent that undercuts American workers. In our every principle and action, America and Americans must always come first. Priorities. The era of mass migration is over. Who a country admits into its borders, in what numbers and from where, will inevitably define the future of that nation. Any country that considers itself sovereign has the right and duty to define its future. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizenship only rarely to foreigners who also had to meet demanding criteria. The West's experience over the past decades vindicates this enduring wisdom. In countries throughout the world, mass migration has strained domestic resources, increased violence and other crime, weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. The era of mass migration must end. Border security is the primary element of national security. We must protect our country from invasion, not just from unchecked migration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage, and human trafficking. A border controlled by the will of the American people as implemented by their government is fundamental to the survival of the United States as a sovereign republic. Yeah, they're so worried about trafficking that Donald Trump was best friends with a trafficker. Make that one make sense, Donnie. Oh, what a joke. Protection of core rights and liberties. The purpose of the American government is to secure the God-given natural rights of American citizens. To this end, departments and agencies of the U.S. government have been granted fearsome powers. Those powers must never be abused, whether under the guise of de-radicalization, protecting our democracy, or any other pretext. When and where those powers are abused, abusers must be held accountable. In particular, the rights of free speech, freedom of religion and of conscience, and the right to choose and steer our common government are core rights that must never be infringed. Regarding countries that share or say they share these principles, the United States will advocate strongly that they be upheld in letter and spirit. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, especially among our allies. Burden sharing and burden shifting. The days of the U.S. propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. President Trump has set a new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP on defense, and which our NATO allies have endorsed and must now meet. Continuing President Trump's approach of asking allies to assume primary responsibility for their regions, the U.S. will organize a burden-sharing network with our government as convener and supporter. This approach ensures that burdens are shared and that all such efforts benefit from broader legitimacy. The model will be targeted partnerships that use economic tools to align incentives, share burdens with like-minded allies, and insist on reforms that anchor long-term stability. This strategic clarity will allow the U.S. to counter hostile and subversive influences efficiently while avoiding the overextension and diffuse focus that undermined past efforts. The U.S. will stand ready to help, potentially through more favorable treatment on commercial matters, technology sharing, and defense procurement, those countries that willingly take more responsibility for security in their neighborhoods and align their export controls with ours. That basically means if you let Muslims into your country, we're not going to help you and f you. That's what he's saying. That's what that means. Because he's talking about Europe's migration problem. They have Muslim people that come in there and, from, this is gross. It's a one big dog whistle so far. Realignment through peace. Seeking peace deals at the president's direction, even in regions and countries peripheral to our immediate core interests, is an effective way to increase stability, strengthen America's global influence, realign countries and regions toward our interests, and open new markets. The resources required boil down to presidential diplomacy, which our great nation can embrace only with competent leadership. The dividends, an end to long-standing conflicts, lives saved, new friends made, can vastly outweigh the relatively minor costs of time and attention. Economic security. Finally, because economic security is fundamental to national security, we will work to further strengthen the American economy with emphasis on balanced trade. The United States will prioritize rebalancing our trade relations, reducing trade deficits, opposing barriers to our exports, and ending dumping and other anti-competitive practices that hurt American industries and workers. We seek fair reciprocal trade deals with nations that want to trade with us on a basis of mutual benefit and respect. But our priorities must and will be our own workers, our own industries, and our own national security. Securing access to critical supply chains and materials. As Alexander Hamilton argued in our republic's earliest days, the U.S. must never be dependent on any outside power for core components. From raw materials to parts to finished products necessary to the nation's defense or economy. We must re-secure our own independent and reliable access to the goods we need to defend ourselves and preserve our way of life. This will require expanding American access to critical minerals and materials while countering predatory economic practices. Moreover, the intelligence community will monitor key supply chains and technological advances around the world to ensure we understand and mitigate vulnerabilities and threats to American security and prosperity. I'd like to remind everybody that there are raw materials that we do not have access to in our country. So when this says that, they're talking about making sure and going out and taking them from other people. That's what he's talking about. Reindustrialization. The future belongs to makers. The U.S. will reindustrialize its economy, reshore industrial production, and encourage and attract investment in our economy and our workforce, with a focus on the critical and emerging technology sectors that will define our future. We will do so through strategic use of tariffs and new technologies that favor widespread industrial production in every corner of our nation, raise living standards for American workers, and ensure that our country is never again reliant on any adversary, present or potential, for critical products or components. Reviving our defense industrial base. A strong, capable military cannot exist without a strong, capable defense industrial base. The huge gap demonstrated in recent conflicts between low-cost drones and missiles versus the expensive systems required to defend against them has laid bare our need to change and adapt. America requires a national mobilization to innovate powerful defenses at low cost, to produce the most capable and modern systems and munitions at scale, and to reshore our defense industrial supply chains. In particular, we must provide our warfighters with the full range of capabilities, ranging from low-cost weapons that can defeat most adversaries up to the most capable high-end systems necessary for a conflict with a sophisticated enemy. And to realize President Trump's vision of peace through strength, we must do so quickly. We will also encourage the revitalization of the industrial bases of all our allies and partners to strengthen collective defense. Energy dominance. Restoring American energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear, and reshoring the necessary key energy components is a top strategic priority. Cheap and abundant energy will produce well-paying jobs in the U.S., reduce costs for American consumers and businesses, fuel reindustrialization, and help maintain our advantage in cutting-edge technologies such as AI. Expanding our net energy exports will also deepen relations with allies while curtailing the influence of adversaries, protect our ability to defend our shores, and, when and where necessary, enable us to project power. We reject the disastrous climate change and net zero ideologies that have so greatly harmed Europe, threatened the United States, and subsidize our adversaries. Yes, protecting our climate is such a terrible, terrible thing. This is crazy. Preserving and growing America's financial sector dominance. The United States boasts the world's leading financial and capital markets, which are pillars of American influence that afford policymakers significant leverage and tools to advance America's national security priorities. But our leadership position cannot be taken for granted. Preserving and growing our dominance entails leveraging our dynamic free market system and our leadership in digital finance and innovation to ensure that our markets continue to be the most dynamic, liquid, and secure, and remain the envy of the world. 3. The regions. It has become customary for documents such as this to mention every part of the world and issue on the assumption that any oversight signifies a blind spot or a snub. As a result, such documents become bloated and unfocused, the opposite of what a strategy should be. To focus and prioritize is to choose to acknowledge that not everything matters equally to everyone. It is not to assert that any peoples, regions, or countries are somehow intrinsically unimportant. The U.S. is by every measure the most generous nation in history. Yet we cannot afford to be equally attentive to every region and every problem in the world. The purpose of national security policy is the protection of core national interests. Some priorities transcend regional confines. For instance, terrorist activities in an otherwise less consequential area might force our urgent attention. But leaping from what necessity to sustained attention to the periphery is a mistake. A. Western Hemisphere, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. After years of neglect, the U.S. will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and our access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to own or control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. This Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is a common sense and potent restoration of American power and priorities consistent with American security interests. I want to let you guys know that he's literally saying that we're going to take over this part of the world. All countries in the Western Hemisphere, he wants to control. That's what this is. Our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen stability and security on land and sea. We will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. Wow. Enlist, and if you don't get on board, we're going to make you enlist. It's basically a draft. This is a military draft for the Western Hemisphere nations. Enlist. American policy should focus on enlisting regional champions that can help create tolerable stability in the region, even beyond those partners' borders. These nations would help us stop illegal and destabilizing migration, neutralize cartels, nearshore manufacturing, and develop local private economies, among other things. We will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our principles and strategy. But we must not overlook governments with different outlooks with whom we nonetheless share interests and who want to work with us. The U.S. must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means 4 obvious things. A readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere, especially the missions identified in this strategy, and away from theaters whose relative import to American national security has declined in recent decades or years. A more suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes, to thwart illegal and other unwanted migration, to reduce human and drug trafficking, and to control key transit routes in a crisis. Targeted deployments to secure the border and defeat cartels, including, where necessary, the use of lethal force to replace the failed law enforcement-only strategy of the last several decades, and establishing or expanding access in strategically important locations. The U.S. will prioritize commercial diplomacy to strengthen our own economy and industries, using tariffs and reciprocal trade agreements as powerful tools. The goal is for our partner nations to build up their domestic economies, while an economically stronger and more sophisticated Western Hemisphere becomes an increasingly attractive market for American commerce and investment. Strengthening critical supply chains in this hemisphere will reduce dependencies and increase American economic resilience. The linkages created between America and our partners will benefit both sides while making it harder for non-hemispheric competitors to increase their influence in the region. And even as we prioritize commercial diplomacy, we will work to strengthen our security partnerships, from weapons sales to intelligence sharing to joint exercises. Expand. As we deepen our partnerships with countries with whom America presently has strong relations, we must look to expand our network in the region. We want other nations to see us as their partner of first choice, and we will, through various means, discourage their collaboration with others. Oh, I bet discourage. The Western Hemisphere is home to many strategic resources that America should partner with regional allies to develop, to make neighboring countries as well as our own more prosperous. The National Security Council will immediately begin a robust interagency process to task agencies, supported by our intelligence community's analytical arm, to identify strategic points and resources in the Western Hemisphere with a view to their protection and joint development with regional partners. Non-hemispheric competitors have made major inroads into our hemisphere, both to disadvantage us economically in the present and in ways that may harm us strategically in the future. Allowing these incursions without serious pushback is another great American strategic mistake of recent decades. The United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity, a condition that allows us to assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to in the region. The terms of our alliances and the terms upon which we provide any kind of aid must be contingent on winding down adversarial outside influence, from control of military installations, ports, and key infrastructure to the purchase of strategic assets broadly defined. He's talking about China here, coming in here and doing the Belt and Road initiatives. That's what he's going on about. Some foreign influence will be hard to reverse, given the political alignments between certain Latin American governments and certain foreign actors. However, many governments are not ideologically aligned with foreign powers, but are instead attracted to do business with them for other reasons, including low costs and fewer regulatory hurdles. The U.S. has achieved success in rolling back outside influence in the Western Hemisphere by demonstrating with specificity how many hidden costs in espionage, cybersecurity, debt traps, and other ways are embedded in allegedly low-cost foreign assistance. We should accelerate these efforts, including by utilizing U.S. leverage in finance and technology to induce countries to reject such assistance. That means by force. That's what he's saying, is by force. In the Western Hemisphere and everywhere in the world, the U.S. should make clear that American goods, services, and technologies are a far better buy in the long run because they are higher quality and do not come with the same kind of strings as other countries' assistance. That said, we will reform our own system to expedite approvals and licensing, again to make ourselves the partner of first choice. The choice all countries should face is whether they want to live in an American-led world of sovereign countries and free economies or in a parallel one which they are influenced by countries on the other side of the world. Every U.S. official working in or on the region must be up to speed on the full picture of detrimental outside influence while simultaneously applying pressure and offering incentives to partner countries to protect our hemisphere. Successfully protecting our hemisphere also requires closer collaboration between the U.S. government and the American private sector. All our embassies must be aware of major business opportunities in their country, especially major government contracts. Every U.S. government official that interacts with these countries should understand that part of their job is to help American companies compete and succeed. The U.S. government will identify strategic acquisition and investment opportunities for American companies in the region and present these opportunities for assessment by every U.S. government financing program, including but not limited to those within the Departments of State, War, and Energy, the Small Business Administration, the International Development Finance Corporation, the Export-Import Bank, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation. We should also partner with regional governments and businesses to build scalable and resilient energy infrastructure, invest in critical mineral asset access, and harden existing and future cyber communications networks that take full advantage of American encryption and security potential. The aforementioned U.S. government entities should be used to finance some of the costs of purchasing U.S. goods abroad. The U.S. must also resist and reverse measures such as targeted taxation, unfair regulation, and expropriation that disadvantages U.S. businesses. The terms of our agreements, especially with those countries that depend on us most and therefore over which we have the most leverage, must be sole source contracts for our companies. At the same time, we should make every effort to push out foreign companies that build infrastructure in the region. B. Asia. Win the economic future, prevent military confrontation, leading from a position of strength. President Trump single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China, namely that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American businesses to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we could facilitate China's entry into the so-called rules-based international order. This did not happen. China got rich and powerful and used its wealth and power to its considerable advantage. American elites, over 4 successive administrations of both political parties, were either willing enablers of China's strategy or in denial. The Indo-Pacific is already the source of almost half the world's GDP based on purchasing power parity, and 1/3 based on nominal GDP. That share is certain to grow over the 21st century, which means that Indo-Pacific is already and will continue to be among the next century's key economic and geopolitical battlegrounds. To thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, and we are. President Trump signed major agreements during his October 2025 travels that further deepen our powerful ties of commerce, culture, technology, and defense, and reaffirm our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. America retains tremendous assets, the world's strongest economy and military, world-beating innovation, unrivaled soft power, and a historic record of benefiting our allies and partners that enable us to compete successfully. President Trump is building alliances and strengthening partnerships in the Indo-Pacific that will be the bedrock of security and prosperity long into the future. Jeez. Told you he was bitching about China. China. Economics, the ultimate stakes. Since the Chinese economy reopened to the world in 1979, commercial relations between our two countries have been and remain fundamentally unbalanced. What began as a relationship between a mature, wealthy economy and one of the world's poorest countries has transformed into one between near peers, even as, until very recently, America's posture remained rooted in those past assumptions. China adapted to the shift in U.S. tariff policy that began in 2017, in part by strengthening its hold on supply chains, especially in the world's low and middle income, i.e. per capita GDP 13,800 or less countries, among the greatest economic battlegrounds of the coming decades. China's exports to low-income countries doubled between 2020 and 2024. The U.S. imports Chinese goods indirectly from middlemen in Chinese-built factories in a dozen countries, including Mexico. China's exports to low-income countries are today nearly 4 times its exports to the U.S. When President Trump first took office in 2017, China's exports to the U.S. stood at 4% of its GDP, but have since fallen to slightly over 2% of its GDP. China continues, however, to export to the U.S. through other proxy countries. Going forward, we will rebalance America's economic relationship with China, prioritizing reciprocity and fairness to restore American economic independence. Trade with China should be balanced and focused on non-sensitive factors. If America remains on a growth path and can sustain that while maintaining a genuinely mutually advantageous economic relationship with Beijing, we should be headed from our present $30 trillion economy in 2025 to $40 trillion in the 2030s, putting our country in an enviable position to maintain our status as the world's leading economy. Our ultimate goal is to lay the foundation for long-term economic vitality. Importantly, this must be accompanied by a robust and ongoing focus on deterrence to prevent war in the Indo-Pacific. This combined approach can be a virtuous cycle as strong American deterrence opens up space for more disciplined economic action, while more disciplined economic action leads to greater American resources to sustain deterrence in the long run. To accomplish this, several things are essential. First, the United States must protect and defend our economy and our people from harm from any country or source. This means ending, among other things, predatory state-directed subsidies and industrial strategies, unfair trading practices, job destruction and deindustrialization, grand-scale intellectual property theft, and industrial espionage. Threats against our supply chains that risk U.S. access to critical resources, including minerals and rare earth elements, exports of fentanyl precursors that fuel America's opioid epidemic, and propaganda influence operations and other forms of cultural subversion. Second, the United States must work with our treaty allies and partners who together add another $35 trillion in economic power to our own $30 trillion national economy, together constituting more than half the world economy, to counteract predatory economic practices and use our combined economic power to help safeguard our prime position in the world economy and ensure that allied economies do not become subordinate to any competing power. We must continue to improve commercial and other relations with India to encourage New Delhi to contribute to Indo-Pacific security, including through continued quadrilateral cooperation with Australia, Japan, and the United States, the Quad. Moreover, we will also work to align the actions of our allies and partners with our joint interest in providing domination by any single competitor nation. The U.S. must at the same time invest in research to preserve and advance our advantage in cutting-edge military and dual-use technology, with emphasis on the domains where U.S. advantages are strongest. These include undersea, space, and nuclear, as well as others that will decide the future of military power, such as AI, quantum computing, and autonomous systems, plus the energy necessary to fuel these domains. Additionally, the U.S. government's critical relationship with the American private sector help maintain surveillance of persistent threats to U.S. networks, including critical infrastructure. This, in turn, enables the U.S. government's ability to conduct real-time discovery, attribution, and response, i.e. network defense and offensive cyber operations, while protecting the competitiveness of the U.S. economy and bolstering the resilience of the American technology sector. Improving these capabilities will also require considerable deregulation to further improve our competitiveness, spur innovation, and increase access to America's natural resources. In doing so, we should aim to restore a military balance favorable to the United States and to our allies in the region. In addition to maintaining economic preeminence and consolidating our alliance system into an economic group, the United States must execute robust diplomatic and private sector-led economic engagement in those countries where the majority of global economic growth is likely to occur over the coming decades. America First diplomacy seeks to rebalance global trade relationships. We have made clear to our allies that America's current account deficit is unsustainable. We must encourage Europe, Japan, Korea, Australia, Canada, Mexico, and other prominent nations in adopting trade policies that help rebalance China's economy toward household consumption, because Southeast Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East cannot alone absorb China's enormous excess capacity. The exporting nations of Europe and Asia can also look to middle-income countries as a limited but growing market for their exports. So he's saying he wants them to start buying more shit. China's state-led and state-backed companies excel in building physical and digital infrastructure, and China has recycled perhaps $1.3 trillion of its trade surpluses into loans to its trading partners. America and its allies have not yet formulated, much less executed, a joint plan for the so-called Global South, but together possess tremendous resources. Europe, Japan, South Korea, and others hold net foreign assets of $7 trillion. International financial institutions, including the multilateral development banks, possess combined assets of $1.5 trillion. While mission creep has undermined some of those institutions' effectiveness, this administration is dedicated to using its leadership position to implement reforms that ensure they serve American interests. What differentiates America from the rest of the world, our openness, transparency, trustworthiness, commitment to freedom and innovation, and free market capitalism, will continue to make us the global partner of first choice. America still holds the dominant position in the key technologies that the world needs. We should present partners with a suite of inducements. For instance, high-tech cooperation, defense purchases, and access to our capital markets that tip decisions in our favor. President Trump's May 2025 state visits to Persian Gulf countries demonstrated the power and appeal of American technology. There, the president won the Gulf states' support for America's superior AI technology, deepening our partnerships. America should similarly enlist our European and Asian allies and partners, including India, to cement and improve our joint positions in the Western Hemisphere and with regard to critical minerals in Africa. We should form coalitions that use our comparative advantages in finance and technology to build export markets with cooperating countries. America's economic partners should no longer expect to earn income from the U.S. through overcapacity and structural imbalances, but instead pursue growth through managed cooperation tied to strategic alignment and by receiving long-term U.S. investment. Basically, he wants us to pay more for our shit. With the world's deepest and most efficient capital markets, America can help low-income countries develop their own capital markets and bind their currencies more closely to the dollar, ensuring the dollar's future as the world's reserve currency. Literally, openly saying we're going to purposely put their shit with the dollar so that they won't fuck up and won't get out of order, because then it'll be detrimental to everybody. That's crazy. Our greatest advantage remains our system of government and dynamic free market economy. Yet we cannot assume that our system's advantages will prevail by default. A national security strategy is therefore essential. Deterring military threats. In the long term, maintaining American economic and technological preeminence is the surest way to deter and prevent a large-scale military conflict. A favorable conventional military balance remains an essential component of strategic competition. There is, rightly, much focus on Taiwan, partly because of Taiwan's dominance of semiconductor production, but mostly because Taiwan provides direct access to the second island chain and splits Northeast and Southeast Asia into two distinct theaters. Given that 1/3 of global shipping passes annually through the South China Sea, this has major implications for the U.S. economy. Hence, deterring a conflict over Taiwan, ideally by preserving military overmatch, is a priority. We will also maintain our long-standing declaratory policy on Taiwan, meaning that the U.S. does not support any unilateral change to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. We will build a military capable of denying aggression anywhere in the first island chain. But the American military cannot and should not have to do this alone. Our allies must step up and spend, and more importantly, do much more for collective defense. America's diplomatic efforts should focus on pressing our first island chain allies and partners to allow the U.S. military greater access to their ports and other facilities, to spend more on their own defense, and most importantly, to invest in capabilities aimed at deterring aggression. This will interlink maritime security issues along the first island chain while reinforcing U.S. and allies' capacity to deny any attempt to seize Taiwan or achieve a balance of forces so unfavorable to us to make defending that island impossible. A related security challenge is the potential for any competitor to control the South China Sea. This could allow a potentially hostile power to impose a toll system over one of the world's most vital lanes of commerce, or worse, to close and reopen it at will. Either of those two outcomes would be harmful to the U.S. economy and broader U.S. interests. Strong measures must be developed, along with the deterrence necessary to keep those lanes open, free of tolls, and not subject to arbitrary closure by one country. This will require not just further investment in our military, especially naval, capabilities, but also strong cooperation with every nation that stands to suffer, from India to Japan and beyond, if this problem is not addressed. Given President Trump's insistence on increased burden sharing from Japan and South Korea, we must urge these countries to increase defense spending with a focus on the capabilities, including new capabilities, necessary to deter adversaries and protect the first island chain. We will also harden and strengthen our military presence in the Western Pacific. While in our dealings with Taiwan and Australia, we maintain our determined rhetoric on increased defense spending. Preventing conflict requires a vigilant posture in the Indo-Pacific, a renewed defense industrial base, greater military investment from ourselves and from allies and partners, and winning the economic and technological competition over the long term. Promoting European greatness. American officials have become used to thinking about European problems in terms of insufficient military spending and economic stagnation. There is truth to this, but Europe's real problems are even deeper. Continental Europe has been losing share of global GDP down from 25% in 1990 to 14% today, partly owing to national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. But this economic decline is eclipsed by the real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union and other transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty, migration policies that are transforming the continent and creating strife, censorship of free speech, and suppression of political opposition, cratering birth rates and loss of national identities and self-confidence. He's saying, the Muslims are coming, and they're getting rid of the white people. That is all that is. That's great replacement theory bullshit. We don't want the white people to go. What a fucking joke. Should present threat and trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies and military strong enough to remain reliable allies. Many of these nations are currently doubling down on their present path. We want Europe to remain European, to regain its civilizational self-confidence, and to abandon its failed focus on regulatory suffocation. This lack of self-confidence is most evident in Europe's relationship with Russia. European allies enjoy a significant hard power advantage over Russia by almost every measure, save nuclear weapons. As a result of Russia's war in Ukraine, European relations with Russia are now deeply attenuated, and many Europeans regard Russia as an existential threat. Managing European relations with Russia will require significant U.S. diplomatic engagement, both to reestablish conditions of strategic stability across the Eurasian landmass and to mitigate the risk of conflict between Russia and European states. Who wrote this? Vladimir Putin? Holy shit. It is a core interest of the U.S. to negotiate an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent unintended escalation or expansion of the war, and reestablish strategic stability with Russia, as well as to enable the post-hostilities reconstruction of Ukraine to enable its survival as a viable state. This is literally pro-Russian propaganda right here. That's what this is. This is what the fuck? Holy shit. The Ukraine war has had the perverse effect of increasing Europe's, especially Germany's, external dependencies. Today, German chemical companies are building some of the world's largest processing plants in China, using Russian gas that they cannot obtain at home. The Trump administration finds itself at odds with European officials who hold unrealistic expectations for the war perched in unstable minority governments, many of which trample on basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. A large European majority wants peace, yet that desire is not translated into policy, in large measure because of those governments' subversion of democratic processes. This is strategically important to the United States precisely because European states cannot reform themselves if they are trapped in political crisis. Yet Europe remains strategically and culturally vital to the United States. Transatlantic trade remains one of the pillars of the global economy and of American prosperity. European sectors from manufacturing to technology to energy remain among the world's most robust. Europe is home to cutting-edge scientific research and world-leading cultural institutions. Not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating for what this strategy aims to achieve. American diplomacy should continue to stand up for genuine democracy, freedom of expression, and unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. America encourages its political allies in Europe to promote this revival of spirit, and the growing influence of patriotic European parties indeed gives cause for great optimism. Our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. We will need a strong Europe to help us successfully compete and to work in concert with us to prevent any adversary from dominating Europe. America is, understandably, sentimentally attached to the European continent, and, of course, to Britain and Ireland. The character of these countries is also strategically important because we count upon creative, capable, confident, democratic allies to establish conditions of stability and security. We want to work with aligned countries that want to restore their former greatness. Over the long term, it is more than plausible that within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. As such, it is an open question whether they will view their place in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as those who signed the NATO Charter. Our broad policy for Europe should prioritize reestablishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia, enabling Europe to stand on its own feet and operate as a group of aligned sovereign nations, including by taking primary responsibility for its own defense without being dominated by any adversarial power, cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations, opening European markets to U.S. goods and services, and ensuring fair treatment of U.S. workers and businesses, building up the healthy nations of Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe through commercial ties, weapon sales, political collaboration, and cultural and educational exchanges, ending the perception and preventing the reality of NATO as a perpetually expanding alliance, and encouraging Europe to take action to combat mercantilist overcapacity, technological theft, cyber espionage, and other hostile economic practices. D. The Middle East. Shift burdens, build peace. For half a century at least, American foreign policy has prioritized the Middle East above all other regions. The reasons are obvious. The Middle East was for decades the world's most important supplier of energy, was a prime theater of superpower competition, and was rife with conflict that threatened to spill into the wider world and even to our own shores. Today, at least two of those dynamics no longer hold. Energy supplies have diversified greatly, with the United States once again a net energy exporter. Superpower competition has given way to great power jockeying, in which the United States retains the most enviable position, reinforced by President Trump's successful revitalization of our alliances in the Gulf, with other Arab partners, and with Israel. Conflict remains the Middle East's most troublesome dynamic. But there is today less to this problem than headlines might lead one to believe. Iran, the region's chief destabilizing force, has been greatly weakened by Israeli action since October 7, 2023, and President Trump's June 2025 Operation Midnight Hammer, which significantly degraded Iran's nuclear program. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains thorny, but thanks to the ceasefire and release of hostages President Trump negotiated, progress towards a more permanent peace has been made. Hamas's chief backers have been weakened or stepped away. Syria remains a potential problem, but with American, Arab, and Israeli and Turkish support, may stabilize and reassume its rightful place as an integral, positive player in the region. As this administration rescinds or eases restrictive energy policies and American energy production ramps up, America's historic reason for focusing on the Middle East will recede. Instead, the region will increasingly become a source and destination of international investment and in industries well beyond oil and gas, including nuclear energy, AI, and defense technologies. We can also work with Middle East partners to advance other economic interests, from securing supply chains to bolstering opportunities to develop friendly and open markets in other parts of the world, such as Africa. Middle East partners are demonstrating their commitment to combating radicalism, a trendline American policy that should continue to encourage. But doing so will require dropping America's misguided experiment with hectoring these nations, especially the Gulf monarchies, into abandoning their traditions and historic forms of government. We should encourage and applaud reform when and where it emerges organically without trying to impose it from without. The key to successful relations with the Middle East is accepting the region, its leaders, and its nations as they are while working together on areas of common interest. America will always have core interest in ensuring the Gulf's energy supplies do not fall into the hands of an outright enemy, that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, that the Red Sea remain navigable, that the region not be an incubator or exporter of terror against American interests or the American homeland, and that Israel remain secure. We can and must address this threat ideologically and militarily without decades of fruitless nation-building wars. We also have a clear interest in expanding the Abraham Accords to more nations in the region and to other countries in the Muslim world. But the days in which the Middle East dominated American foreign policy in both long-term planning and day-to-day execution are thankfully over. Not because the Middle East no longer matters, but because it is no longer the constant irritant and potential source of imminent catastrophe that it once was. It is rather emerging as a place of partnership, friendship, and investment, a trend that should be welcomed and encouraged. In fact, President Trump's ability to unite the Arab world at Sharm el-Sheikh in pursuit of peace and normalization will allow the United States to finally prioritize American interests. Africa. For far too long, American policy in Africa has focused on providing and later on spreading liberal ideology. The United States should instead look to partner with select countries to ameliorate conflict, foster mutually beneficial trade relationships, and transition from a foreign aid paradigm to an investment and growth paradigm capable of harnessing Africa's abundant natural resources and latent economic potential. Opportunities for engagement could include negotiating settlements to ongoing conflicts, example DRC, Rwanda, Sudan, and preventing new ones, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, as well as action to amend our approach to aid and investment, e.g. the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. And we must remain wary of resurgent Islamist terrorist activities in parts of Africa while avoiding any long-term American presence or commitments. The United States should transition from an aid-focused relationship with Africa to a trade and investment-focused relationship, favoring partnerships with capable, reliable states committed to opening their markets to U.S. goods and services. An immediate area for U.S. investment in Africa with prospects for a good return on investment include the energy sector and critical mineral development, development of U.S.-backed nuclear energy, liquid petroleum gas, and liquefied natural gas technologies can generate profits for U.S. businesses and help us in the competition for critical minerals and other resources. And that concludes the bullshit national security strategy that Donald Trump put. That is the end. This is a fucking racist. We're going to take the world. We're going to take over the Western fucking hemisphere. We're going to do whatever we want. And in Africa, well, it's going to be great, guys. We're going to be able to send in our U.S. businesses. We're going to be able to take those resources. That's what they're planning to do. That's what that is all about. What a fucking joke. If somebody wants to come up, you're welcome to request up. I just wanted to read that because now I'll take that and just clip it on its own, post a video of the full reading of it. This is like, we don't want Europe to, have civilizational erasure. That's just racist shit. That's all that is. What's up, warrior? And
my brother,
what's going on? So I don't know how much of the reading of that you caught, but what do you?
God, that's like you're saying what you just said. We're going to take over the world, and in anybody who resists, we're going to call them a T. We're going to steal natural resources from Africa. Anytime a government says we want to invest, it means we want to take everything, and you bend down.
Yep. Yeah, because if you notice there at the end, it says U.S. businesses. Doesn't say businesses with the, Middle East or neighboring countries. No. U.S. businesses. Yeah, that's a fucking...
That's sad.
Yeah, he's basically declaring himself, well, now, to that point, Israel is the one that will be in charge of this. It won't be the United States. Israel will be the one dictating all of this. This is their final push.
You nailed it. You nailed it because Israel already has Congo. Israel already has their hand in Sudan.
It's literally written into their fucking religious text, guys, that they will control all the nations of the world.
Everybody who's not Zionist has to be the slave of the Zionists.
Right. Foreigners will rebuild your walls. You will feed off of the wealth of nations. It literally says this in the fucking Tanakh, in the Old Testament. So and we know that they all but own it. So, that is crazy. And I love how flowery the language is. Like they do that on purpose to make it sound like, well, it's just for America first. Crazy.
Well, fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, how much of that did you guys catch? Like
I caught it all, man.
You were here from the beginning, huh? Damn.
Yeah.
Well, hey, shit. I appreciate that. I was like, man, there probably wasn't anybody watching the whole thing, but
no, I was listening. I just couldn't like. Sometimes when you hear something, sometimes when you hear hateful stuff, you're like, this person's kidding, right? And then when you said President Trump, I'm like, it's not President Trump. It's Israel pulling the, when you're a puppet and they pull your strings.
Oh, yeah. No, Stephen Miller, pick a Zio, any Zio, they wrote that.
Yep.
I read it earlier today. I didn't hear you. I'm waiting to, sorry, my mouth's full. I'm waiting to see a recording of it.
Yeah.
But what that says is the Schmatzy Manifesto about world domination. That's why Musk is in Europe, destabilizing everything he can.
Yeah, and the AI surveillance stuff is a global thing that they're pushing globally. So they'll essentially have access to everybody's phones, their texts, their calls. They'll know, and they'll run it through AI. Because think about it, all these data centers that are popping up all over the place, They don't need that for people asking, what's the history of, what was the War of 1812 like? They don't need all those data centers. They're preparing to be able to shovel every fucking phone call and text message through their systems, and they're going to need a lot of power to do it. That's why they're popping these up. So it's like our own demise is going to be our own demise. We're like paying for it on both ends. Fucking crazy.
But they're using it under the guise of U.S. businesses would be taking over these countries.
Right.
Not the U.S. government. And that's all, that's a bunch of fake crap right there. You really think these rich industrialists from Colombia and Venezuela and Argentina and Brazil are going to lay down and take that shit?
No, that part was fucking freaky. Like, we basically own the Western Hemisphere. Like, bitch, these are sovereign countries. What the fuck you're gonna like force them into it?
And people who don't understand this whole candy, I call it candy, the candy that comes to this America across the border. You think America cares about the candy going into this country? No, they care about Venezuela's oil.
Right. It's resources. Yeah. And hell, they want to take over those operations anyway because they'll be able to make money.
Oh, and they don't have the Rothschilds banking in Venezuela yet.
They will.
Here's a skinny. This is why the 30% of our naval fleet is it over in the Caribbean, the western part of the Caribbean and stuff like that, to show dominance. To not just listen. I've always said the end game is Brazil. Okay, that's who. It's not really Venezuela. It's, yes, but
Venezuela has 300 billion.
Oh, hold on a second. Hear me out. Okay, it's to show our dominance to that region, to tell these countries you fuck with you don't listen. You don't listen to what we want to do. This is what's going to happen to you.
Your fishermen are going to get bombed too. Yeah, I mean, because think about it. It's very, very timely that after they put all of those forces in that area, then they release this shit saying, we're going to take over the Western Hemisphere. They're already in place. That military is already in place. You're absolutely right.
That's what I was trying to get to, man.
Yep.
It wasn't that 30% of our naval forces, Marines, Air Force in that region, and building up. Hold on a second. And now they're building up over in Puerto Rico. Speaks for itself. What they want to show dominance and tell them you don't listen. This is what's going to happen to you.
But
that's exactly what America's doing right now.
Yeah,
man.
But when you're arrogant,
it's a fucking shame.
But when you're arrogant and you don't see reality and you don't realize that these countries eventually are going to get together and say, "Come and get us."
Right. Well, I think really kind of maybe the goal here is that Russia takes the eastern part, and the U.S. takes the western, and then Israel controls all of Africa and all of that.
It's only a matter of time for a war carpet bomb in Ukraine off of carriers.
Yeah, this is AI Trucker. That's right. Manifest Destiny. America taking over the world. Now, AI Trucker, I believe you're a Trump supporter. Are you in favor of the United States taking over the world, essentially? Are you okay with that? Just curious. Because when I got a white person telling me manifest destiny, I got a problem with that.
Is he up on the panel, liberal?
Let's see. No. He's in the. He said, "Yeah, it's fine." Yeah. Well, he can come up if he wants to. He's been up before.
Oh, he says it's okay with him.
Yeah, he says it's okay. Yeah, because white makes right.
So what's happening is back in what the little mustache guy was trying to do was world domination back in the 30s. He wanted to control the world. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to conquer the world, and that's basically what the fucking United States of America is about to do. What did that lead to?
Trophy at a time.
Yeah. So, just I hope the outcome ain't like what happened to the Germans, man. That's all I gotta say, man.
But see, and you look at the biggest wars, they were all Europe. Just violence.
Right.
Just violence enacted upon the world by European countries. I don't know why. I don't know why they're so violent, but they are. And then they turn around and say everybody else is violent. No, it's not us.
Europe and America have invaded more countries in the last 50 years than the Middle East have. And they have set up puppets. So puppets are like, okay, you want us to be liberal or do you want us to be extreme? We'll do it, you know? And sometimes every
They're
now
all
and then
Zionists. That's
Yeah, so
They're
AI,
all Zionists.
you're okay with, just taking other people's stuff, theft?
Hell yeah. That's been our tradition, our history. We came over there, here we conquered.
When
Why
you
the
say
fuck not? Do it some
our,
more.
what do you mean our?
Americans.
Well, no, Americans did not come to America and take over America. That's no.
Well,
Europeans did that. So when you say that's what we
Well,
did,
okay.
you're
If you
talking
wanna
about
get bogged
Europeans.
down into-
You're talking no. You're talking about white
Okay.
people. Am I wrong?
Okay.
Am I wrong?
No,
Just
I'm talking about
white
us,
people.
Americans.
Well,
I'm talking about it's been our
Americans.
tradition.
You
to take
said
over
American-
things.
You listen.
There was-
You said very specifically that we came over here
Yes.
and we took everything else. Americans
We
did
conquered-
not
Yeah,
come to
Americans.
America and take
Founding
America.
fathers.
America didn't come to America and take America.
Yeah, I get that your nit has been picked, and I understand what you're saying. Okay,
Dude, just
And
say
now
it.
Understand.
Just
Please
say
try
it.
to-
White people.
Please try to understand what I'm saying instead of trying to process it and spit it out as something else.
Words
Semantics.
matter.
That'd be great.
Words matter.
Semantics.
Okay, so what I'm saying is our tradition as Americans from the founding has been to take over and do things our way. This is a continuation of that.
Actually,
Simple shit.
it's even broader than that.
White people, okay?
Because
There was Native Indigenous
Okay.
American Indians here, so please don't act like you own America, okay, buddy?
Well,
All
that's
right.
bullshit
Okay,
anyway.
honey.
We
'Cause I was
conquered
raised in the
Japan.
South
We don't
too,
own
and
that.
I don't like the way you think that all Southern people should be
I
like
don't
that.
care if you don't like it. I don't
Yeah,
care.
well, when
mean,
the other
your
parts of the
opinion
world
is- you're a
kicks your
stranger on the
asses,
internet.
and then you're gonna cry. Excuse me?
Oh, all right, I want to
Well, your
disagree with you
prediction is
anyway.
noted for the record.
Why isn't American flags flying over Iraq? Why isn't American flags flying over Afghanistan? Why isn't American flags flying over Kuwait? Why isn't American flags flying over Japan? Why isn't American flags
Exactly right.
flying
They
over
should be.
Okinawa?
We should have went over there to Iraq, took their oil, and said, "Damn it, do it our way." See, we fucked it all up. By trying to be all nice,
we
nice
didn't
and
fuck
shit.
up anything.
You know, we
Idiots
should have
like
went
you
over
did.
there and said, "You motherfuckers, all this crap you're doing is bullshit. Get rid
Excuse
of it."
me,
do it
you
our
do
way."
What did they
realize-
do? What did
You
they
know
do?
your
It was
I
all
agree.
based on a lie.
They
It was
didn't do
based on a
things our
lie.
way.
Do you
They
know
gave it
your
back over
history?
them
Do
third
you know
world
your
fucking
Middle
idiots.
East
Okay.
history? Do
I
you
mean,
know
the
your
only
Middle East
reason
history?
that place
One at a
even
time,
functioned
man.
is because Saddam Hussein was a damn dictator. He had to be. Those people are
Who put
savages.
Saddam?
I mean,
Who
geez.
put
Wait,
him
wait, wait,
in
gotta
wait,
power?
civilize.
wait. Okay, hold on, AI. You're saying that
Yeah.
that he had to be a dictator because there's something wrong with those people.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
Absolutely, he
ask
knew
you
that.
where
They're used to brutality,
listen.
so do
I'm
it
not.
more.
Hold on. Where were
Oh,
the
my bad,
biggest
sorry.
wars take? Where did they take place? The biggest wars.
The biggest wars in
Uh-huh.
what context?
Over the last 100 years, the biggest wars, where were they?
You mean the longest
who?
wars?
No, the biggest.
The biggest
Yeah.
wars were World War II and World War
And
I.
where did those primarily occur? And from which countries were
the
doing the
world.
fighting?
That's why they were called the World
No.
War.
Where was the progenitor of
Why
both
don't
of
you
those?
just get to your point,
Where
instead
were
of
the
asking
progenitor?
leading questions?
They happened in Europe,
Okay.
didn't they? And it was European nations doing
okay.
this, didn't they? Britain took
Okay.
over all of these other countries, didn't they? Europe took over
Okay.
90% of this globe and found their way into these other countries. So when you tell me that
Right.
Saddam had to be a dictator because there's something wrong with those people, I've got to call you out on
Absolutely right.
bullshit because Europe is the problem.
There
Europe,
is something wrong
Europe
with
has
those
been more violent
I mean, look
than.
at how they
Listen,
live.
I'm not done speaking. Europe has been more violent than any fucking group of countries in the history history of this world. So don't even act like he had to be a dictator and we had to take him out because those people are something wrong with them. There's something wrong with Europeans. There is something wrong with them. They're violent people.
You gotta be brutal.
You are a violent group of people.
Exactly right. I agree.
Well, here's the rub with Saddam
That's the way it's done. That's the way you got to do it.
Hey, AI trucker, what's the common denominator behind Saddam's brutality? Why did he have to be brutal? Because the country was divided into two religious factions.
And that's the only way you can corral them people to get them to do any damn thing.
What do you mean by them people? What people?
The people of his country.
He had to corral that. Okay, well, what about the United States? Are we violent?
He did protect the Christians.
Is the U.S. violent?
Absolutely.
Okay, so why are we not? Do we have to be corralled too, AI?
Absolutely.
So you want a dictator? You want a dictator here?
That's why.
Listen. Until we're civilized. No. I'm not putting any words in your mouth. What words did I put in your mouth?
You said I want a dictator. I never said that.
No. Listen, bitch. Listen. Let me. I'm gonna mute you. Let me explain. Bitch, let me explain something to you. Okay. You said that he had to be a dictator because those people were violent. The most violent fucking people on the planet Earth today, historically, were from Europe. And they came over here in America. I just asked you if America was violent. And you said, well, yeah. And I said, so you want a dictator here to corral us? You even said that we needed to be corralled.
He let the cat out of...
he's a racist motherfucker that thinks white people are supreme. Right off the bat.
He let the cat out of the bag when he said Saddam protected the Christians.
Christians, right, exactly.
That was his key word in his whole argument. He's just another white tea nationalist that hopefully he fades into the sunset. But our country's full of those people.
Hey, liberal, I just wanted to say thank you for being a different white person.
I'm not white.
Every now and then I come across some of the most... I had a guy tell me that I need to go back to my effing country. And I was like, I've been here since I was 4. I didn't unalive any indigenous people here. I never committed a crime. I paid taxes to unalive innocent people. You're telling me to go back home? And then he actually told me, guys, he goes, go back to Iraq. I said, you got the country wrong. I told him as a joke, because I knew he was very racist. I said, you know what? I'll buy you a ticket to Afghanistan. Meet me at the border. I said, you want to threaten me? Threaten me in front of my people. And then he was like, no, you're so Americanized. They wouldn't let you walk the streets. I'm like, stop generalizing. There are some bad people everywhere. And there's some wonderful people everywhere, too. There are people from America who have gone overseas, done Doctors Without Borders. They let go of high-paid jobs to work for free for 3 months. When people are doctors and nurses, they're not thinking about what race somebody is. They're just trying to heal them.
Well, Warrior, you better be prepared because that's going to escalate. That kind of behavior is going to escalate in this country. The more emboldened they become. The more participation,
but to be honest,
the more participation trophies they hand that crazy son of a bitch, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah, before I start covering again, I had a hat that just said Palestine. At that time, I didn't wear my scarf. It just said Palestine. I was at a grocery store at a international grocery store, and this woman looked at me and she told her husband, I can't believe she had the audacity to wear that in this grocery store. And then her husband goes, leave her alone because she's with a male. My son was with me. And he's like, she's with a male escort. And I just looked at her like, what? How does the word Palestine bother you? Even if somebody wears an Israel shirt, You go wear it. You go support what you want to support. But let me support what I want to support, whether it's Palestine or whether it's the systemized neighborhoods in Los Angeles that need our help, whether it's for free lunches while Israel gets money, free healthcare, free housing subsidies, and free education.
Yeah,
And
well,
AB is legal
All on
there.
America's tax dollars.
Yep.
But I'd like to point something out. I'm sorry, my name is Melissa. Hot news.
what's up?
Have you guys heard about the ICE agents being foreign mercenaries? Some of them.
Yep. Some of them are former
I haven't
IDPs.
heard that.
Some.
I
I've
haven't heard
I've
that.
heard rumors, but I haven't seen any evidence.
I haven't seen any evidence either.
I've heard the IDF. That's where a lot of them are coming.
Yeah,
But
IDF, Black Star.
Blackwater. Yes, I've heard Blackwater. But I have not seen any proof of any of that yet. And that's the whole basis of the face coverings. The biggest thing we can do in this country right now is get these people when they're off duty and get pictures of them and get it out there, because they're hiding all kinds of criminals underneath them masks. Guarantee you.
Well, there's this guy that's following them around, taking pictures of them, man. There is some dude that's doing. You got to look up on YouTube, man. And he
I'm gonna
tries to
look 'em
catch
up.
them with the.
I seen
don't know
one
the name.
outside of a hotel. They were all standing around talking, and somebody took a video. Is that the guy you're talking about?
That's the guy. He's taking pictures and videos.
Good.
He's traveling around the country doing this.
Well,
man.
they didn't look Russian to me, but they were all fucking glow sticks. You know, they were all glow in the dark. They were so white, and probably Christian too, or claimed to be.
Fuck that
You
Christian
mean
nationalist
mayonnaise?
fucking.
They-
Listen,
complexion of mayonnaise.
Yeah, and not the olive oil kind of mayonnaise either. Like full
Hey,
on.
Liberal, let me ask you a
So-
question, man. Yeah, about the Christian nationalist. Do you know ever since like the 60s, the 70s, these people's been trying to get a foothold in our government, and they finally got it, man.
They spent 60 years building it.
Yeah.
Right, and they finally got a foothold in our government. They got elected officials there now. They they got Supreme Court justices in there now.
From school boards and city councils all the way up.
I'd like
Right.
to mention also that I have been playing the Declaration of Independence and been reading it lately, just to refresh on my government history. And everything that was said in the Declaration of Independence is resonating what's happening with now.
Yeah. Well, and it's like you can't. MAGA will go up there whenever they're butthurt that their cult daddy is lying to them, but they won't do it to actually protect their country.
Quick question from everybody. When the orange stain unalives, what do you think's going to happen?
Yeah, that's going to be
JD Vance will
interesting.
take over.
Oh, we got JD Vance, and he is way worse.
He is worse.
Vance does not have the charisma.
And he's going to bring in the technocrats in.
Right.
'Cause
He won't
He's
need.
Plantier. He's Peter Thiel's man. He's the PayPal cruise man. That's what I call him. He's down with the PayPal people.
Yeah, he won't
you're right.
need charisma because he will just by default become the president. And all of those billionaires are the ones that put his ass in there. And I'm telling you, this is Israel wanting some fucking surveillance system that they control. That's why it's Ellison, Zuckerberg, and you just go down the list. They're all fucking Zios.
They say Israel. They say we have Israel in our hands and in our pockets everywhere around the world. Meaning every digital device that we hold in our hands has Israel in it. So remember back that incident when all those beepers went boom bam?
Yes.
Yes. That's crazy. They want to talk about the T groups. That was a total T operation right there, man.
They've been doing
My
that with cell
God.
phones since the 90s.
Yeah,
There's
but
a-
I'm just saying, Israel doing that, man.
You guys, you should read into what America did in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Blackwater Project, the Al Qaeda, the ISIS. Them and Israel. It's
Well,
a joint project.
hold on a second.
Yeah.
You know, you do realize that the United States of America created Al-Qaeda. Excuse me.
They did.
I we
Al
listen.
Qaeda.
I trained them to fight Russian aggression, man.
And now we have lunch with them in the White House.
And now we
fucking
just had a
crazy, man.
national strategic, 2025 that he just released saying, we've got to be nice to Russia. Europe is going to have to make nice with Russia.
No, what he
Right?
said was
Wow.
America
What was
is
that
on
No
guy's-
collusion,
side.
guys.
Dude,
No
the
collusion.
Russian hoax is not a hoax. He's a puppet.
He's absolutely.
He's a
What was that
cancer.
guy's name that he just
Has
recently
anybody
visited
ever read
Trump
the
in the
economic,
house?
the hit book, the Diary of the Economic Hitman? Has anybody read that book?
No.
I've heard of it.
Well, everything that
I
went
think it
down
was
in
a
that
movie.
book is what they're doing to us, Russia. It talks about how we did a whole lot of nefarious proxy wars through CIA, putting them in the whole banana republic thing that happened in Central America and Guatemala. It talks
yes.
about all that, right?
And even the current government in Iran, guess who brought them in? Guess which
Well,
government put?
I think that was more like blowback because we supported the Shah. But yeah.
And do you know that even Al Qaeda, what was his name? Osama bin Laden's father and George W.'s father were best friends. In fact, George
They're
W.'s
Saudis,
father
man.
got a horse that was worth his father. The Saudi gave his father a horse that was worth $250,000 just for a horse.
After
Yeah, there was a plane
9/11,
of
after 9/11, there was only one plane that took off from American soil, and it left Orlando, Florida, full of Bin Ladens.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
they
was the
all
Bin Laden
lived in
family.
Orlando.
You
We'll
know,
probably
the
have to be
thing is,
careful
you
with
guys,
that topic.
There's this thing about the truth.
Yeah.
Once it's out,
he said it more specifically than I would have.
No, I'm sorry. Hey, Tim. Hey, everybody. It was nice to meet all of you.
likewise.
I've got to drop down. Tim, can you drop me down?
Sure. Yeah, I can drop it down. I
Are you
appreciate
okay
it, man.
Are
We'll
you
see
okay
ya.
if I follow you?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Absolutely.
drop down too. Thank you very
If you
much for
follow
having
me-
me up. I've been dying to get
No,
up on this
Sparta.
channel forever. I
Oh, well,
appreciate you.
yeah, no, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, you're welcome to follow, what have you. Gift if you can.
I do follow you.
Nice.
Hey,
No,
Tim.
what's up?
When did that come out? The shit that you just read. When did that come out? Today?
Thursday.
Yesterday?
Thursday.
Thursday. And I'm gonna see how MAGA takes a spin on that, man. What's
Oh,
their
they're gonna
spin
love
on
it. They're gonna love it because it's gonna, it's America first, America first, and there's so many big words in there that they're gonna read that shit. You think they're gonna read that shit? They're gonna listen to Ben Shapiro tell them what to say and what to think, or fucking Alex Jones, or insert.
So
Aren't they beefing?
love
Those
your
two people you
intelligence.
just said, they're literally fighting each other.
Ben
thank you,
Shapiro.
Nicole.
Ben
Intelligence.
Shapiro and Alex Jones don't get along with each other, and they be talking. There's a lot of noise coming out. We're
Well-
seeing the
Shapiro-
inner workings.
Ben Shapiro
That-
can't hold a conversation unless it's with kids.
That may be true.
Yes, because he really talks like this. This is how he talks. Yes. Hey, I'm Ben Shapiro.
That may
that
be
guy's
true,
fucking
but
crazy, man.
the reason I brought that up is because the MAGA cult followers are likely not going to read what I just read. It's got too many big words, so they're going to go to whatever podcaster suits them best, and they'll tell them the talking points that the administration has sent down for them to tell them.
Right.
How about the pictures?
Another, Russian tenant media for them, paying them $100,000 an episode. While
But how
I'm,
about pictures? Like they're using images. Have anyone seen how the Orange Man has been putting out all these pictures of him being the Pope, him, doing all these weird things with AI videos? Like
yes,
there's no words here. They're just seeing stuff.
Right.
So they can't read, but they see.
we're dealing with
He's
crazy
a
people.
professional troll.
Well,
But
that's
dealing
true.
with-
But this did you catch any of the reading of that document, Tall Nerd?
I did not
Oh,
actually.
Yeah,
I did
that's
Hey,
not
Tall
a
Nerd.
troll. That is not a troll.
Okay.
The national.
The America First document. Yeah, that goes farther.
Well, the thing he just released on is this here. Let me pull it up. This came out on Thursday. The national security strategy that he's.
Yeah, they're calling it an America First security strategy, but it's funny because like
America
they're having
First,
to justify. Well, they're having to justify how America stays on top, even as they're undoing the thing that made America great.
More self brainwashing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, and now they're threatening the Western Hemisphere that we're going to take over the Western Hemisphere, and it's very timely that now we have all of our fucking Navy out there ready to boom somebody.
Right.
I got a question. Is it possible that remember when Pete Hegseth went and tried to talk down to all the generals, and we saw how all the generals reacted? Is that at least a good sign that our military won't go along with this?
It is. It's a good sign, but they'll just replace them if they look at Halsey. Halsey said no. I mean, within 15 minutes, he was like, "Fuck you, I'm out of here." He wouldn't obey the fucking illegal order. He wouldn't do it.
Hey, did you hear when Hegseth said that we shouldn't go by the Geneva Convention?
Oh, what?
I didn't see that. No,
it's in that with the generals, man. You guys got to listen to that when he's on stage. Listen to it. He says, we got to take our hands off our war fighters. This following the Geneva Convention is not a good thing or something like that. Listen,
he's telling on himself. He's telling on himself because he's doing things that are completely illegal right now.
Right.
So he's like, let's get rid of the rules. The rules. Let's get rid of the rules.
Right. The rules of engagement, they're outdated and shit like that. We should leave out, common sense is common sense. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, dude?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, these are serial unalivers is all this is. They're just mass. I mean, really. Sorry, nerd, what's up?
Sorry, man.
There was a school of thought starting with Henry Kissinger that thought that the problem with American power wasn't that we just went on a bunch of random foreign wars. They think the problem was that we weren't tough enough. That if we just used more force and made people suffer more, it might actually help us win a war. I think it's awful.
That double T maneuver, I think, was the most inhumane thing I ever saw. That's literally some Call of Duty stuff he did on those people.
Yeah, it's like, look at them. Look at them. They're like grasping for the boat. Blow them up again. I'm sure they were laughing.
It's Israeli style.
They need to pay for the crimes, man.
Exactly. It's Israeli style. You have to be a psychopath to see someone being harmed and like cheering it on.
Yeah, that's
not just a psychopath, a narcissist.
They were no threat. None of those boats that were blown up were a threat to the United States. That's all I'm saying. None of them. Not a single one of them, man.
Because they were coming from Trinidad. They were coming from Colombia and other places. No drugs. Just people.
Right.
You guys, United States allows those things, I call them candies, in this country. Their own children, the congressmen and congresswomen's children get high on their parties. Where are they going to get those candies from?
Listen, what I'm saying is that
in Afghanistan, when the United States had invaded, the highest opium sales was from Afghanistan.
Oh, they still wow.
So whenever they say,
hold on, Warrior for Freedom does not comply with our community guidelines. This is it's misinformation. I got to drop you.
Okay.
Hey, so the thing of what I'm saying, has anybody,
TikTok, man.
They're fucked up, man. Listen, how many times
Danny, you gotta go. You gotta go too. Yeah, Danny.
I gotta go too.
Yep. They got one for you too. Yep.
I'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right, man. Yeah, come back in a little bit, dude. The other day they dropped my entire panel, and it was just I couldn't have any guests up.
What camera you can't say that?
6 people.
I don't want to get kicked out.
I work because I'm here. So
Debo, what's up, man?
If there's anybody that shouldn't let any guests up, it would be me because TikTok hates me.
Dude, they are coming after this channel fucking hard, man.
I need to go. I don't need any more smoke.
You don't just if we talk about rainbows, cupcakes, and unicorn farts, I think we'll be okay.
Well, that's because it's conspiracy.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they're gonna get me now. It's like the unicorn farts aren't real. That's misinformation, liberal loudmouth.
I'm here for it, dude.
Fucking hell, man. No, it's
going on, man?
I got many code words, so I'm not even worried. I got tons of code words. But at least please look up whatever I say, because I do want to stay on the truth, and I don't want to get dropped for misinformation or anything.
Well, I don't even know what. I mean, dude, I had somebody who was sitting here, didn't say a fucking word. They came on the panel. They hadn't gotten to them yet. Dropped for misinformation.
Yeah, that's happened to me before several times.
Not a peep.
It's just shitty people in your gulag that are reporting people. That's why it's doing that. There's no other reason.
Crazy.
For real. That's shitty people that don't want to hear objective ideas, and they're playing the game. And if you're that person, you're a piece of shit. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you know, maybe I should go through and see if the account has 0 followers and 1 follower.
I'm telling you, dude.
Time to get rid of them.
And a real page. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I blocked the user number ones. They might be bots.
Yeah, those ones are definitely bots.
Yeah, I don't have any in here right now, but like.
The funny thing is, I was in a panel with the tall nerd before. Tall nerd doesn't remember me, but we were definitely talking for a long time before about ideas. But we didn't get kicked out for that.
Parts.
Mary Chris, you think the strikes were justified?
Again? Yeah, I got a video for you. I want to play this for you. You ready?
Let's go.
You have a video that you're going to play?
Yeah.
Debo, is it TikTok friendly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Of course. It's in regards to the strikes. That's why you just...
If I hear bounce, we're out. You're gone.
You are not getting... I'm not that guy, personally.
If it sounds like elevator music...
Oh, no.
Here, I'll start
suddenly
it
crave sausage pizza.
I want to thank Admiral Bradley and General Kane for coming to brief.
Oh, I saw that.
Righteous strikes.
Let me put you up.
These are narco-terrorists who are trafficking drugs that are destined for the United States to kill thousands of our Kansans and millions of Americans. First strike,
He's actually lying, and if he was in this panel, he would get dropped immediately.
September 2nd were entirely lawful and needful, and they were exactly what we would expect our military commanders to do. Was there a kill-all?
Stupid.
No. Both. Admiral Bradley was very clear that he was given no such order, not to give no order or to kill them all.
Unalive.
He was given an order that, of course, is written down in great detail, as our military always
We love the TikTok shop. So there it is, gentlemen, and ladies, for all those that say, and this is confirmed, not just in writing, or excuse me, not vocal, but in writing, because that is how technically the military operates. Is all in writing. It is not verbal comms. If you are in CENTCOM, there are so many levels of whether it's legal enforcement or assault. JAG officers, that all 3 of them, under every operation, in order to unalive an individual, whether American or civil or civilian or combatant, there are all three JAG officers in the fucking room in CENTCOM, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Without fail. That is standard operation procedure for U.S. military.
to boom boom people who survived a first strike and served and weren't. No, that isn't operating procedure.
Hold on.
This is a violation of the Geneva Convention.
No, it's not.
International human rights. Yes, it is. It absolutely is, Debo.
Hold on.
Your feelings don't care about the facts, man.
These are facts. The order was to sink the boat.
No, they're not. It's literally not.
That was the objective. That is. Hold on. Dude.
No, you
the order is to
Hey, let's calm down, everybody. Let's calm down.
Right. The order is to sink the boat.
Let's listen.
That is the objective.
Debo, you've already made your point. You've already made your point. So, Tall Nerd, I think, wants to jump in there.
Thank you.
We understand that you believe that it's legal and you think that
that's
Tom...
the operational objective.
Listen, for all I know, that admiral was paid very handsomely to say exactly what he said. That's all. And the JAG officers.
That's pretty gross, dude.
It isn't gross.
That's gross.
I don't trust this administration
I know.
anyway.
I know
Yo, what does Tall Nerd need to say?
The fuck out of you. Let's just talk about the benefit of the current strategy, right? No witnesses. So there's no one to say like, oh, well, this wasn't really a derug boat, right? But let's get into the technicalities of it, because when you talk about the Geneva Conventions, those were in force for the last 80 years.
Yep.
And there's an entire history there of the United States never doing this once, as far as like I've been aware for like the last 40 plus years, right?
Oh,
like, and
dude, you are so sadly mistaken, my guy.
Dude, you are so deluded that you can't even finish like a simple statement about what happened in the last century, because you had a concept of protecting civilian life, and there was a scandal called My Lai in Vietnam, where briefly soldiers violated international law, and it caused an uproar, and Americans were outraged. And we said that this is not who we are. We said this is not what America is about. And you're sitting up here saying, yep, that's what America is about.
Yep.
Well, my major issue with what's going on right now is that it's seriously like a false flag thing going on. They're literally attempting to justify a terrible, terrible thing. And I really wish that it wasn't this way, but it's super obvious.
God, I never thought I'd see the day that American citizens would stand up for drug lords. I never, but here we are.
Okay, hey, Debo, I have a simple request, very simple request.
In the flesh, we got one,
prove that,
two, three,
prove
three.
that one of them was a rug lord. Show me the proof.
Okay, hold on.
Show me the proof.
Right?
I want to hear this.
Even one of them.
Trial.
And was convicted of being a rug lord.
I think there's one point that everyone's missing here.
And that's why they don't want witnesses.
Is it any action made by the army or whatever? It's supposed to go through Congress, right? It's supposed to be approved. None of this has been approved.
You guys are fucking hilarious. You know what's funny? Because
you're delusional.
What did it take for the American people to understand what the Obama administration did in Yemen? Did they release the drone strikes that they did on the wedding in Yemen? Did they release Can I finish my statement? Can I finish my statement?
Go ahead. Jesus, it's a question and we heard it, but go ahead.
Let him finish. Transparent that our military has been in the previous 20 years, since our war on terror, since the war on drugs. There has never been an administration that has released the drone footage. Sorry, guys, my dogs are barking like crazy.
There's the confusion.
Well, can you provide me an example of when the Obama administration released the drone footage?
Yeah.
There's no whataboutism with this. I think this is worse. It's literal big boom booms. It's not little boom booms. It's big boom booms.
Two things in response to what he said, and that is why I jumped in exactly when I did, because he was talking about the drone strikes, which, by the way, did not have universal support among liberals. We were criticizing Obama at that time for human rights violations.
I agree.
That is where America began to go astray. But now the second thing wrong with that is that Obama actually did increase transparency about drone strikes so that there could be more accountability what happened. That's how you know that strike happened. Trump stopped. DBO, listen fully. Don't interrupt.
You didn't even let me finish my point.
I'm asking you not to interrupt so that
How
you can
did you
hear
not?
this point.
Yes, I thought you finished your point, Debo.
And no. I said second thing. So I was actually listing what I was about to say. So it's interesting you didn't hear that part. But hey, second thing. Obama actually increased transparency on drone strikes, and Trump actually stopped the release of that data so that we don't know what strikes happened under Trump. You'll never be able to say.
Excuse me? How are we having this argument right now then? Dude.
Excuse me, I just cited historical fact and you're acting
Yeah,
triggered.
but you're missing the part of these strikes happened on September 2nd. Would you agree?
Why does the date matter?
Well, if you agree, I'll let you know when I'm done.
I actually have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
Well, for those in the chat that don't know what they're arguing about, but they're arguing about it anyway, let me tell you.
This guy's using trivia to substitute for substantive
It's
knowledge.
not trivia. They're simple facts, you nincompoop.
When it happened is trivia. That's why I asked
people got calmed down.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
If you okay, let me say, hold on, holy shit, let me say, if you get a strike for bullying and harassing for saying nincompoop, I'm done. Okay, TikTok. Fucking, you can't say that, Debo.
Trivia is a kind way to put it.
What the fuck? Anyway, sorry, and now I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I just heard nincompoop and everything else.
I know, I'm trying to be nice, dude.
Because this guy was triggered by history, right? He wants to pretend he knows more about history because he knows.
You don't even know the strikes happened that you're arguing
TGBO cut me off on that statement.
They did happen. What are you talking about?
History, dude. Don't
okay, Debo, hold on, man.
He doesn't know how to listen and understand something.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do a longer timer, but I'm going to bring in the timer. Debo has been talking for a minute, so let me go to you, tall nerd. Let me get this.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do. What do you think? A minute and a half? Do you think that'll be enough for everybody? A minute and a half apiece?
I think a minute and a half works.
Yeah, all right. Fine,
okay,
whatever.
All right, let's see. I don't usually do a minute
the whole time.
All right, go ahead, nerd.
We are talking about the soul of America. Biden was not wrong when he said it was a battle for the soul. What is the soul as opposed to the head? You understand why we're doing what we're doing instead of just what we do. And this guy went even lower by trying to insist on when. He acts like history is memorizing dates. He doesn't know that it's actually about the sequence of events and precedent. And that speaks to the why, because it shows that we had a series of laws that we built this country upon. It was called the Constitution. And we had, for 2 centuries in this country, something called the rule of law. Were we always perfect about it? Nah, sometimes we messed it up. Sometimes some presidents tested some lines occasionally, and there was a big scandal when it happened. These people are dangerous because they want to make violating the law a habit, and they want to double down on that and expand it without any sort of questioning of like why we use power, when we use power, where, right? No accountability for the president. As long as he has carte blanche to do whatever he wants, the might makes right. That's his logic. And then if I don't know the date something happened, like what the fuck does that matter? I actually asked him and he couldn't say. It's just about discrediting his opponent. And that's how fascism works, guys. They go on a cult of personality. It's more about the who than the why, what, where. And yes, I'm minimizing the when because history is about analyzing the chain of events to understand how we got here today. The year, the date doesn't matter as much. It's about the sequence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, nerd. Now, Debo, do you want to respond to what he said? Because you were talking for a minute, so let me do
That's
a
fine.
60 seconds for rebuttal, and then I'm going to get around the room. Go ahead.
So for those in the chat that don't know history of these strikes, and these strikes are 100% legitimized under the Constitution. It's Article 1. I didn't interrupt a single time under that entire duration.
Yeah,
so
go
please
ahead.
give me the same respect.
I'll give you your time back.
So Article 1, Section 8 is in the Constitution that the United States military has unfettered access to protect American citizens. That is in the Constitution that you referenced. You just don't know. You don't even know the dates of the strike that you're up here arguing, and you're going to argue about a strike that you don't even know the legal action of the U.S. military to protect, therefore, the citizens of this country. You want to make a heartstrings argument about citizens of this country that the United States president is trying to protect. And you guys are up here arguing for narco terrorists in order to complete your objective that Orange Man bad. And this has been your objective and will be your objective for the next 4 years. And you guys need to move on to stand up for the country that you therefore stand and live in.
Okay, I want to point out that I actually voted for Donald Trump, so for me, it has nothing to do with Orange Man.
I'm going to report you for lying. That's a lie, and I'm reporting you.
In 2016, I absolutely did vote for Trump, and I can prove it.
I thought you were saying. I know. I thought you were saying.
Okay, I'll prove it.
My bad.
If you'd like.
Bad joke.
No,
bad joke.
No.
I wonder how you changed over time.
No one knows, right? Under previous strikes, we had an announcement. It's this guy. He did X, Y, Z. Trump hasn't told you shit, and you're just taking him at his word.
Yeah, well, to be clear, I voted for Trump because I realized that the DNC was so fucked that they were not going to listen to us unless shit got really bad. And I'm like, this guy's going to make it really bad. So it was more like accelerationism, I guess, if you want to call it that. But, still yet. Anyway, T, I think, let me just go. Just go. T, go ahead. Minute and a half for you. And if you're done before the time is up, just say yield, and I'll go to the next person. Go ahead.
Did you mean me?
T Brown. Yes. I'm going to just go left to right. I'm just going to go left to right.
Thank you very much. Let's start with the September 2nd, which was a fact, which was a unequivocal slaughter of unarmed people, something that our military has looked down upon since My Lai, where an entire village was slaughtered by our military, who said, hey, we're going to keep unaliving people until they tell us where possible soldiers are. That's where this comes from. So take the Constitution out of it.
Are you watching your chat and the shit people are saying about me, dude? Like, sorry to interrupt you, but there's some pretty atrocious shit in your chat, dude.
Continue to talk is that our military does not slaughter unarmed people. Now, if you want to talk about the president protecting the American citizens, how did he just pardon 3 people who were all convicted for trafficking smugs into this country, one of who actually got 400 tons of smugs into this country, was convicted for 45 years, yet he gave him a little pat on the head and said the courts were kind of mean to him. So in other words, forget about the American people who were unalived. I don't like how he was treated.
What the fuck does that have anything to do with?
What's going on? 4 firings, 4 times that boat was fired at. If you want proof of it, go look up where Hawley said. Not only was that boat struck twice, it was struck 4 times.
I don't know what that boat was doing.
Yeah, thank you, T.
That wasn't part of any of your evidence.
I didn't see, I guess maybe I didn't see what you were seeing, Debo. What was going on? What did you see?
I hope when they come for you, I hope you go quietly.
Yeah, that's a statement about fascism, DBO. You wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, I'm not a fascist. I'm not here to silence anyone.
Sparky said, okay, so let me read what was written.
Dude.
It says,
you don't even know the strikes you're talking about.
Hold on. Guys, hold on. It says,
calm down.
Debo, when they come for you, go quietly. Is that problematic?
When they come for me, who's going to come for me?
The government, this fascistic government, doesn't care about you either, man. It wouldn't matter if you voted for Trump 12,000 times. They're still going to. They're going to get us.
I don't think the government's ever going to come for me because I don't have a reason for them to come for me.
Well, that fisherman didn't think that the U.S. government would come after him, but then all of a sudden they were unalived.
Show me the fishing poles on the boat, and I would agree with you.
I don't know. I guess we'd have to see all of the evidence that they had.
Poles.
There's a lot of goalposts exchanging here.
like show me the
goalpost relocation services at your disposal. Dot, go ahead.
Okay, my personal opinion about this, and if some people disagree, that's fine. We're here to share our opinions. I really do think that what's going on is illegal because personally, I've always learned, because I used to be a veteran myself, that you're supposed to go through the Congress, supposed to go through Senate, supposed to go through the House. You're supposed to let people know and be transparent about what you plan to do. But my only issue is that this is pretty much over everybody's heads. Plenty of presidents in the past has basically went over Congress and launched armies to do stuff all around the world, drone strikes and all. But I think this is like a terrible escalation, and I really honestly think that people needs to, instead of finding reasons to disagree, we need to find reasons to agree. And like what Tall Nerd said, we actually have to know what the soul of America is when it comes to this stuff. I mean, they're trying to justify stuff, and Trump is doing contradicting things. Like how do you say that we're supporting narcos when Trump actually pardoned our narco president? All right, I yield. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Dot. Pam, go ahead.
Well, I kind
Can I
of
take the 20 seconds?
just tack on to what everybody was saying. I mean, he's pardoned a shrug, Lord, for the love of God. Quit saying that we don't care about that when you just sit back and excuse it. I mean, come on. That's so hypocritical. I mean, what a surprise, but still extremely hypocritical. When you prove that there were rugs on that boat, then I'll be happy to say, woohoo, yay. But there is no proof. And all of a sudden, things are being, all that's happening, but for some reason, these rug runners keep sending boats. Even though the ones are being taken care of before, they keep sending them. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you would think that those shrug people would go a different route, knowing that their route has been found out. But if you're going to let him pardon people like that, and he, you know, because Biden treated me so bad, and it's his fault, even though he was convicted by a jury, you know, and was actually caught on tape doing all that. So if you want to sit there and say that we promote all this, and while you are accepting of what Trump has done with the former president of Honduras, I don't know what to say. I don't see how you don't hear the hypocritical stuff coming out of your mouth and everybody else's. I mean,
Wait, me?
that's all I got. Thank you.
Could I have 10 seconds, liberal? Just give me.
I'll give you a rebuttal if you'd like to rebut.
I've been very outwardly spoken, but I think the pardon of that former president of Honduras was and is very horrible optics. Like very like if you ever anybody with a brain and a heartbeat and a pulse knows that is like optically that is absolutely ridiculous. But in May of 2010, a U.S. drone strike targeted al-Qaeda terrorists in Yemen, killed unalived 5 people, among the deputy governor of, I can't say what that is, but like if you can, like, you're better than me, but who was mediating between the government and militants. The unaliving of so angered, I don't know how to say that, but subsequent weeks, and this has been happening, you guys. This has been happening throughout the history, and I'm not trying to justify it. What I am trying to justify is the security of hundreds of thousands of Americans that have been unalived through addiction and horrific use of these substances. We have to do something different.
Okay, so let me
rebuttal that.
Well, I would as well. Let me just take a moment.
I'm
Look,
ready.
when you bring up Yemen or Iraq or any of these places that drone strikes have happened, these people were firing upon us or doing things engaged in wartime things. The people in the rug boats were not. We're not at war. We are not at war with them. Just because you call it that doesn't make it so. And that's a huge difference. And you're saying that there is an equivalent of somebody pew-pewing at you and a rug that you ingest by your own choice. Nobody's forcing these people to take it. They're taking it on their own. And the majority of people that do take these rugs, they do not unalive. The vast majority of them do not. It's pretty rare to be unalived by the rug of your choice. Let's be very clear about that. That said, Congress, you will be up next, and then I'm going to go back on the bottom. Congress, go ahead. Oops.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, this was totally illegal. My dad was a 39-year military veteran. He deployed 7 times overseas and retired 1 year short of his
Thank you.
Yeah, he retired 1 year short of his full 40 years to avoid serving this administration for these reasons. This does not qualify under the rules of engagement because, like we've said, those people could run away. They could still fight back. They still had agency over their bodies. They were not floating in the ocean. Completely different. There was no proof that there was anything on these boats. And if there was something on these boats, those are the low level people. So the goal is always to gather evidence that will lead you back to the people that are the actual bad guys. Anybody on those boats was simply trying to survive, would likely have been unalived by these so-called drug dealers if they hadn't done what they were forced to do. And I still don't believe there was anything on the boats in the first place. Lastly, they would never have made it to the United States shores anyway. It would have taken 16 refuels for them to get here. Not happening. We had plenty of time to stop them without anything like this. The Coast Guard does it quite often without unaliving people. So not legal. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you, Congress. Great point. Yep. Babyface, go ahead. Welcome aboard. I don't think I've seen your name on my panel before, but go ahead.
Hello, Babyface.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm Alibi.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay. Okay. I was
you.
going to say, as soon as you started talking, I know who you were. Go ahead, man.
Well, I've been listening, and I don't know how you defend these actions. I guess you could say the military does a lot of things that we have no knowledge of what's actually going on. But for something like this, wouldn't you be able to show some proof? I think destroying the proof is the point. That's just a theory. No one's shown me any schmugs, right? You can say it's a narco state, but do you have proof that there's anything on these boats? That's the only question I have. Can you show me that? And if you can't,
Are you
why?
asking me? Are you asking me?
Yeah, I am. I am literally asking you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, he's talking to Debo.
Go watch the video, and there's your proof, my guy.
What
Wait,
does the video show?
in the videos, you can see rugs.
Yeah. So if you go look at a fishing boat, they don't have barrels and barrels of fuel and then draped over bags of whatever it is they're carrying. I mean, you guys got to come up with a better argument.
Oh, so if you have barrels, it must automatically mean that there's rugs?
Fishermen don't carry barrels of fuel on their vessels.
Like,
dude.
Come on.
Carry
Okay.
containers that
All
you
right.
fish in.
Why didn't you
Who's
just
next?
say,
Who's next?
Debo, it'll be Tall Nerd, but why didn't
I
you
am
just
not.
say, I don't have proof of it? Oh, yeah, Tall Nerd, you already went. That's right. Thank you for reminding me.
No, I needed another turn because I was asking for 20 seconds earlier to respond to. DBO,
Well,
who went back.
I'll give you rebuttal
Rules are
time
only out.
because you technically started it. Went from you to Debo and then around. So 60 seconds. Go ahead.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I pointed out earlier, DBO doesn't know what trivia is. He also doesn't know what metaphor is, right? Like the war on drugs was not a literal war. Sometimes we funded militia, sure, to do things on our behalf so that we could keep our hands clean. This guy is probably one of the people, the political ingenues that was brought into the process by Trump, people who don't know American history. They don't know what America was really about, but they just eat up Trump's words because it feels so good. And oh my goodness, isn't our president a Superman who gives us a safe space and has a crystal ball and knows everything about the world so that he is, quote unquote, protecting Americans, right? The United States is not supposed to be your safe space, sir. Benjamin Franklin said that we should not give up essential
Don't
liberty
be a
for
child,
temporary
dude.
safety. And that's it. No, listen to Benjamin Franklin. Essential liberty for temporary safety is what you're talking about here. And you should read up on your history before speaking publicly about these politics and making yourself look like a fool. I know exactly what that strike was, and I don't have to know the date of when it happened. I need to know everything else about it. And you're happy to go without that.
Even CBS, look at that. Even CBS, there you go. Even CBS is correlating your guys' argument. Like, you guys are like,
what
this
is that?
left on
I
left
don't
crime.
understand. What do you mean?
This is left on left crime right now.
He's saying that correlation is causation.
This is left on left crime right now.
I don't understand what argument you're making.
That even CBS
and
is
keep in
correlating.
mind-
well, if
Keep
you
in
allow me
mind
to
who's
finish,
in charge of CBS
Paul,
right now.
your timer's over, my guy. Your timer's up. Your
Hey, you're
timer's
still
up.
talking and you're white. So
Yeah.
maybe listen to
Well,
person of
wow,
color
you
who
racist
actually pays
pig. What
attention
is
to
my
CBS
color?
News.
Well, I honestly-
CBS News was recently acquired by Skydance. It is right wing now.
That's true. It is.
Wow,
well, let me get,
pivot.
because honestly, I mean, Tindribo, go ahead. Go ahead, Tindribo.
Well, here's
Thank
a
you. I just
Democrat
wanted to
senator
make
for you.
a few points. First of all, I think we all understand that the kingpins are not on the boats, okay? That they are just transporting the drugs for the kingpins.
Who
And
said they were?
if we stop that transportation, they're going to start another. So if just by booming boats is not going to stop the transportation of drugs. Number two, if we really want to get to the root of the source, why did we let 2 survivors go back to their countries without even trying to get intel from them? And we just sent them back. And number 3, where do we all think the rugs come from? They don't come from Argentina, right? They come from bigger countries which have more power. So we sit and we allow that to happen. And we think by booming boats in international waters is going to stop the flow of the rugs to our country. To me, that's absolutely crazy. Thank you.
Yeah, great point. I also want to say that I don't think this has anything to do with rugs at all. This is what they came up with to trick you guys into letting them put their military ships into that region, because what Donald Trump just released, or at least his administration just released, was a national strategy that literally said we're going to take over the entire Western Hemisphere. And now they're in a position to do exactly that. They already have their naval shit set up and ready to go.
Can you play me the audio of that?
It's written down.
I
read the entire thing. I don't know, was reading for like 30, 45 minutes.
So Brazil is on board with this?
Nobody is on board with this.
No, I'm saying if you're saying
over the heads of everybody.
Listen, it's everybody. This is the United States unilaterally declaring that we are going to control the Western Hemisphere. Donald Trump literally released a national strategy that said that. The Monroe Doctrine.
And then renamed it to go for America.
Yeah, he's redoing the Monroe Doctrine, which came out in like 1820-something, that was pushing against Europe and wanted to take over the entirety of the Western Hemisphere. And that's what Donald Trump just said he's going to do.
For the past 120 years? Oh, really?
No, not to the level that he's talking about.
What's the level? Yeah. Explain that to me.
The level is problematic. The United States has been fucking with these countries.
What's the level? I just
intervention, CIA intervention,
we haven't
black ops.
That?
Yes, we have been. You asked me what level. I'm telling you. But Donald Trump is now saying we're going even further than that. And now the military is set up and ready to go. He tricked you guys. He tricked you into coming up on panels like this, Debo, and declaring that, oh, yes, all of a sudden, now, out of nowhere, I want rug boats blown up in everybody unalive, despite, and let me read this to you. Let me read this right here. This is International Review. This is the fucking IRCC. Yep, I'm about to. And you can look it up yourself.
Let's check out the statistics. Let's check it out.
Right here. This is the duty to rescue persons in distress at sea is a fundamental rule of international law. It has been incorporated into international treaties and forms the content of norm of customary international law. It applies both during peacetime and during wartime, albeit with the necessary adjustments to take into account the different circumstances. States are also under the duty to provide search and rescue services. This article discusses the content and limitations of these provisions and addresses their potential to ensure the protection of human lives at sea. Furthermore, the article suggests that reference to the right to life as protected in international human rights law may be useful in further safeguarding human life and ensuring compliance by states with their duties. This is the law that we have all agreed on to act in these ways with human rights, and Donald Trump tricked all of you into coming up and defending an indefensible thing while he simultaneously lets go the pardon of these fucking kingpins that were doing these businesses, that were operating and bringing shrugs into this country, the very thing that he's claiming he's stopping. None of it makes sense, Debo. Just stop and think about it for a second.
I got another question.
Excuse me, liberal. Okay.
Can I? Oh, all right.
Sure. I think a minute and a half is too long. I think that's why I went down to 65
I
seconds.
just got a quick question, super quick question. But Congress should ask first, though.
Sure. Go ahead.
Just real quick. I mean, if you want to argue semantics and whatever, I have a lot of friends that were instantly, because of the towers, went overseas after high school. And most of them came back with PTSD because they were asked to carry out these kind of operations that were questionable and over the border. It was not okay then. How do you? So you're okay with
Early
like
2000s.
adding to the number of our troops that have PTSD?
Well, I think by using technology, we're really reducing the amount of people that are in the trenches, so to speak, of that. What I would argue, like as a whole, is if you are not on the side, whether you believe in unaliving people that are trying to bring inappropriate or unlawful materials into the United States, I don't think that you're on the side of the well-being of America. There are people here in this country that want to do good and be good and participate in society. I think those are the people that Donald Trump is arguing and literally striking these people for. He wants to have less rugs, less crime, because we all know that rugs bring crime. Rugs bring all kinds of negative attributes to a country. And if you're going to get up here and despise the ability of the president to not secure a nation, I think you are on the wrong side of history.
Okay, I got something to rebuttal with that, man. I got to rebuttal that.
Me too.
Sure, go ahead.
Then me next, please.
God.
All right, I'm just gonna make it super fast. Because I was actually wanting to ask liberal this. Can you please like show this man the statistics of where the rugs actually come from and how the majority of the rugs are actually transported into the country?
Yep.
Because the country that's being attacked right now with the boom booms is not the country sending any of these things at all, like less than 5%, in some cases less than 1%, right? I'm just asking, can you please pull up those statistics so we really could show people like this is not like a lie, this is the truth. That's all. That's all.
Production and transportation are two different things.
That's
It's a
exactly
horrible
what I was
argument,
going to
dude.
say. Do you really think that booming boats from Argentina is going to stop the rug flow to the United States?
With all the tunnels?
They're not from Argentina. They're from Venezuela.
Or
No, it's not. Like that's why I'm asking for the
Same thing.
statistics. There's someone to put them up, so you really know where it's actually coming from. Because I think analytics are real important.
90% of them are Venezuelan. I think there's 3 that are from Cuba. They actually
Where are your
last
sources?
week,
I would like to know your sources.
CBS just actually released a video of a rug boat that was from Colombia that they did not boom.
Colombia. It's not Venezuela, my guy.
Yeah, I didn't say so. Venezuela is not the main producer; they're the main transporter. Those are
That's the
two
point.
separate things.
Then they're not
It
90%.
doesn't come from
You
Venezuela.
think they're
They're
the
fine.
main transporter?
Yes. Do you guys not know what the hell you're arguing? Like, are you kidding me right now? This is ridiculous.
So
like, you guys need to go read a
read
book.
this.
Everyone's supposed to be making
Go read a
mistakes. You're not
book
attacking
and then
us for not
argue on a
getting
panel.
your
You guys
point,
are
and
so
you can't make it in the
so
first place.
in your feeties
Can
about
I-
Learn how to make
BTS.
a
Like,
point.
it's insane.
Okay, let's look at
That's the insane part. You didn't say
who
it.
is that? Who is that? T, go ahead.
May I have some time on the clock? I invite you guys to look up Ross, last name spelled U-L-B-R-I-C-H. He was given a double life sentence and was just pardoned by Trump. And he's a red-blooded American who set up a way to deal smugs online. Red-blooded American getting these smugs in here, costing the unaliving of Americans. So you might want to pay attention to who's actually facilitating all of this, getting them in here. It's not beginning there. It's starting right here by Americans making money off the unaliving of Americans, not brown people. This man, look up his picture. He's a red-blooded American making money out of unaliving Americans. And where do you think he got his stuff from? Other people. It wasn't the guys on the boat who were boom-booming. It's the people with money trafficking it in here and then doling it out. The first name is Ross. Last name is Ulbrich. Primarily, they are coming from Asia and from Colombia, not Venezuela.
They're transporting them. Nobody said they were manufactured there.
An estimated 70% of U.S. happy powder originating South America passes through the Central America-Mexican corridor. Mexico-based groups are now believed to control 70 to 90% of methane production and distribution in the U.S. Cool. And then down here it says Mexico has been an important transit point along, Coca-Cola trafficking routes for decades. Over 2/3 of the Coca-Cola originating South America that enters the U.S. pass through the Central America-Mexico corridor, which is literally it's on land.
And they found this out in the 80s too.
Right. They didn't change that. It was working.
Yeah, and 80% of those are Americans transporting them. We have a massive problem.
And you know how you get rid of cartels? You legalize rugs in the United States. That's how you get rid of them. If you can buy the shit here that is pharmaceutical grade that you know is good and won't unalive you accidentally, it will strip them of all of their money just almost instantly. Whenever they started legalizing MJ in the States, the CTEL saw a massive decrease in the amount of money because you're not buying it on the black market, which means you're not getting it from those people. You're getting it for somebody.
People have unalived from the devil's lettuce.
Well, I'm just saying it's an example of how you can affect the money that is gained. And I'd also argue if the CTEL is your problem, the CTEL maintains its ability to defend its organizations through pew-pews. And guess where basically 100% of the pew-pews that they have to defend themselves come from? The fucking United States. Ain't nobody talking about the pew-pews? Why? Why is it just the rugs? The rugs that people choose to ingest. These people choose to ingest a product that they want, that they sought out, that they looked for and purchased. Yet a pew-pew that somebody didn't ask for unalives them, and it's like, well, it's different. You can't be self-unaliving by ingesting a product that you want.
So you guys are always up here talking about, hold on. You guys are always up here talking about how many pew-pews are people that are unalived by pew-pews, and now you guys are up here advocating for the drug routes to be facilitated. Now, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
I mean, why go after both?
That all those drugs
this is hilarious to me. The people that are sitting here advocating for. Can I please finish?
Yeah, who is that? Yeah, Pam. Hold on, Pam. Pam, let him finish.
You gotta give Pam a minute. You gotta give Pam a minute.
Yeah,
go ahead. You guys are constantly up here arguing about pew rights when it's literally a constitutional right for self-defense. And there's 52,000 Americans that unalive. 60% of those are by the unalivement rate is by self-inflicted pew wounds. And you guys are sitting here advocating for the very people that are unaliving more Americans by numbers.
We don't go for
unaliving
we're not pro drugs.
Hold on. You absolutely are at this point because you guys are saying that these are unconstitutional strikes when even Congress people, senators are out there saying no, these I mean, you have Tim Cotton, you have, what was the other senator's name? That were saying that they've witnessed the entirety of these strikes, the second, the third, the fourth. I just played the tape at the beginning of this argument that they were saying that they watched them live and they are fully constitutionally able to do the strikes. Like you guys are literally arguing against your own individuals.
Okay, so the gish galloping has to end. Okay, because
that's fine. Give me a timer next time.
Well, you've made many claims about what we've said that weren't true. Nobody here said that we're supporting the corridor and the rugs coming in here. Matter of fact, hold on, no. Matter of fact, hold on, Debo. I literally had just finished saying that you get rid of the CTELs by producing it and selling it here in this country, which would get rid of those corridors automatically. I just said that, and then you turn around and said that I'm defending those corridors. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And also, the part about the rugs and you bringing up the Second Amendment, totally irrelevant, because I was talking about pew-pews that end up in the hands of CTEL members in another country. Are you telling me that those CTEL members in other countries have a constitutional right, a Second Amendment right, to own our guns? Is that what you're saying? Bullshit. It's against the law. It is against the law to send those guns to somebody else and sell them overseas without being licensed.
Hey, Tim, may I? May I for a second?
I keep hearing my name while I'm talking. Like,
I'm sorry.
Do you find that that's irritating?
My bad.
What?
Let me know.
What's up?
May I for a second? So don't you think if you were to legitimize drugs in the United States, or rugs, my apologies, you are now legitimizing the cartel to be able to create a legitimate business that I guess supposedly we could probably, maybe put a tariff on for those same drugs or rugs that, maybe be competitive with the United States of America, because all you're doing by legitimizing them is making it legal and making other countries, create the same type of business to be able to flourish in the United States. Do you not see that aspect of it?
No, I don't really care because listen.
You don't care now.
No, you're saying that I'm legitimizing a business. I'm removing, because let me explain to you why the black market is problematic. Whenever a dealer or somebody, well, hold on, Frugal, give me a second. Whenever somebody goes and purchases something and it gets stolen from them, and they're doing something that is illegal for no reason, because this is something that I want to ingest myself, that the government shouldn't tell me. So whenever something happens, they have no legal means of recourse. None. So what do? Street justice. And when you get street justice, you get violence. And when you get violence, other people can be harmed in the process. You get rid of that by legitimizing it and making it legal. Those cartels could turn into businesses if they wanted to. They wouldn't need to do it by force anymore. They could use the courts just like any other viable business would. So what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't matter.
No, wrong.
It turns into the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, hold on. So liberal. What happens is if we make the ski slopes legitimate, and we make all of the other, whatever letters you want to do, H, F, all it does is it makes the Mexican cartels, instead of being the Sinaloa, it becomes the Sinaloa LLC of Mexico. And they're now selling to the United States because why? It's legal, friend. And so at the end of the day, and they're gonna follow the same processes that I would assume the FDA would get involved in making sure that these rugs are being safe, because that's what you're advocating for. At least that's what I'm hearing, friend. And as long as they're safe and following the same guidelines, we'd be able to buy from them. So all you're asking for is legitimacy of the cartels. Do you not see that?
Nope. Absolutely not.
You're insane.
No, I'm not, and I'm not insane at all. In fact, the only real rug that you can point to is happy powder. The other stuff you can actually make right here. You can make it right here. We already do. Pretty much every rug that we have. So when you say that we have to legitimize another thing, that's irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
I don't think they're ever going to legitimize the CTELs.
The cartel is more than just D-rugs. They actually do fishing, mining, logging, forestry. They have legitimate businesses today. So if you just added D-rugs to that,
that's correct.
My God.
Secondly,
no, he's right.
I know you're so triggered. DBO, I did have another question for you. I was actually curious. Where do you think human rights come from? Do you think they come from a document, or is it somewhere else?
America was the first country to put it on a document, if that's what you mean.
We were.
Sure, go ahead.
But where do human rights come from? Do you think the document is the source?
Our creator says the Constitution.
Our creator.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think your
All men
creator
are created
also
equal
gave you
under
DBO? Try to follow here. I understand. I took American history too. I'm from here. You may not know that. So look, I'm trying to ask you.
I don't believe it, but I might know.
Do you think DBO? I didn't ask you. What I am trying to ask you, if you listen, is I am asking you, do you think your creator gave you the right to decide what goes into your body?
Real quick.
Bro, you're going down a slippery slope of really bad. Bro, look, we don't have time for that on this panel, but go ahead.
Well, there you go. Checkmate.
I could dismantle your argument in like 5 minutes, but we don't have time with 8 people. So you're okay. So no. Hold on. God gave us the right to free will.
You have would you agree?
Yes, you have the right to free will, and that's his argument. But you do not have the right to free will to impose that on others. Would you agree? So if you don't have it, you can't get it. Therefore, you have no free will. Is that what you're saying? Is that your argument, dude?
Yeah. What are you imposing on people
stupid.
when they can't decide what goes in their body?
Does God punish you? Does God punish you for schmuicide? Does he?
I don't know. Actually, I've never asked
under your terms. Does God punish you for self-unalivement? Yes or no?
And I'm telling you, as a spiritual person,
But
I have never
it's his
asked God
argument.
or
I'm asking
reflected on
him
the
simple
question.
questions of his argument.
And I'm
Dude, you
But
can't,
that has nothing to do with that
Sure,
has nothing to
okay,
do with
all right.
what he said, though. You're pivoting.
Absolutely. Well, you have
It is a
freedom. Bro, wait a minute. So you have the ability to unalive other people as long as it's free will, but you don't have the free right to self-unalivement. If you are
I never said
punished,
that, actually.
I told you it's a
support your
5 minute. Hold on, I told you it was 5 minutes, and you're not even giving me 30 seconds. So you went down this road, and liberal gave me. Hold on, liberal gave me freedom, so don't restrict it from me. He said I could. Don't allow me not to make the argument. If you're not ready to go down the road, don't start the car.
Actually, that's what I was doing when you stopped me from speaking.
Then be quiet.
Well, there you go. You can't listen. You're triggered by
I think
thought.
you guys need to calm down. Like we need to be civil here.
It's not me, it's him. Don't tell me to calm down when he's interrupting me.
Okay, be civil here.
Okay.
Over talking makes it hard for people to understand what is going on.
Yeah, I don't even. I don't think they can even hear each other, let alone anybody else hearing them.
Perfectly clearly.
I was making my argument off of a point he brought up.
The rest of us can't hear because TikTok will push somebody's voice louder than the next, and it all gets muffled. That's the problem with both of y'all acting like big man babies. Stop.
Big man babies. He asked me a question. I'm responding, and he's talking while I'm talking. He's the man baby.
No, I was speaking.
Okay.
But I came up here real quick.
I did wait.
Real quick, Tall. Real quick.
Well, other people have been waiting longer to speak.
I know.
You just came up here.
While he was speaking, I wasn't speaking constantly. I waited.
Hold on, Tall. It's funny y'all are arguing about the cartels and what they do, but nobody mentioned Tylenol or ibuprofen and the fact that 500 plus people.
What, dude? I gotta go. This is off the rail.
Okay,
they unalive a lot of people.
So DBO, while you were talking, I was on topic, and I mentioned euthanasia.
Tall. Do you have ADHD, sir?
DBO couldn't hear, so I was just repeating for him while he wasn't talking.
So. I don't think we're gonna. Yeah, let's just move on from the Debo tall nerd thing. That became a disaster.
I do have a question.
Let me. Sure, go ahead.
I dismantled him in 30 seconds.
No.
Okay. There's one thing I just want to mention, and it's that why do we have to? I just want you to realize that a lot of these things that happen has to do with. You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. The argument threw me off. I yield. I'm just going to let it go.
I'm not even sure what the hell we're talking about anymore.
Right
weren't we talking about? Weren't we talking about horses?
I've been there, done that, buddy.
We were talking about the right to self-unalive.
Well, look. The government shouldn't be telling us.
I remember what I was going to say now. Okay, I was just talking about. Someone said that was talking about the legalization of all these CTELs doing their business in America, right? I was just gonna say I don't think there's ever gonna be a stabilization because at the end of the day, this is all power games, people. I really think that they want these countries to stay destabilized because if you know about the CTELs, they control certain parts of these countries, especially Colombia and Mexico. But the problem is that I really think that you need to see that Venezuela is not part of that.
Hey, hold
And
on.
not only
I
that,
think that hold on. I think that was me that you were trying to say. What I was saying was, if we in fact legalize drugs like Tim was suggesting, we would legitimately create businesses in other countries to sell to the United States because we are about capitalism. And if we can,
true capitalism is power.
Let me finish. Just let me finish my thought. If we
agree with you, though.
If we can get the rugs for cheaper, so let's say in the United States it costs us $100 for an eighth, and you can get it for $70 from Mexico, and you can bring it over and charge $80 and make the $10 difference. That's gonna happen, dude. And so all we would do is
I don't think it's gonna happen though. They want these countries to stabilize.
Okay, well, hold on. Why are we all talking at the same goddamn time? Frugal needs to be allowed to finish his fucking thought.
Yes, I was almost done. All I'm saying is it would legitimize the businesses in other places to be able to create competition. That's it. The end.
And to that, I would say, when you legitimize something, they don't have to go through the means that they've been using now, because there are cartels that currently are legitimate that actually use the militaries of other countries to go and unalive hundreds of thousands of people. We don't say anything about that. OPEC is a cartel. Did you know that? It is literally a legitimate cartel that uses the militaries of other countries to go in and do its bidding. Yes, and when you legitimize and legalize those rugs, then those people won't have to engage in that behavior anymore. They'll do it the way that OPEC does it.
Businesses.
And
but do we really
I don't see there's a
understand the
problem
power
with that.
dynamics here? But do we understand the power dynamics? I really feel like they want these countries to stabilize. They really want people to be split. It's always divide and conquer. I just hope people see that. That's it.
I want to say this.
Now,
Amsterdam has safe houses for a reason.
Olive has not spoken yet.
I mean, I understand. I just want to say that real quick. Amsterdam has safe houses for a reason, where they have trained professionals watching people do what they choose to do to make themselves happy, okay? And they have been raking in revenue, tax revenue, from doing such a thing. So this argument y'all are having is very not logical whatsoever, because there are countries around the world who have safe houses where they watch people do things in these places, so that if something goes awry, there's medical professionals to help save them.
Yeah, there's also countries like Palestine that hate gay people.
Well, hold on. Let her finish. Frugal. Hold on. Frugal, hold on. Let Lonnie finish her point.
Said they're doing in those other countries. So that argument, oh, well, these cartels are going to have legitimate businesses and the U.S. is going to depend on them. And it's going to, no, because the CIA is the reason for the 1980s epidemic that happened in California. So that deflects from your argument. And with that, I land my plane. Y'all can go back to arguing about the frivolous.
Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. Olive, you have not spoken yet. I'd love to hear from you. Welcome aboard. Did Laura go live yet? I was actually been looking and because I didn't want to step on y'all's show.
It's going to be me.
It's going to be you tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll shut down whenever you go live.
Oh, yeah. I won't be for 3 hours, 8 o'clock Pacific time. But thanks for asking, Liberal. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're not going live for another 3 hours?
We got time.
Olive, they're bowing down to you, friends. I love it.
No, we are doing what friends should do, which is push each other. There are people that call you friends but don't actually work in conjunction with you. You know, it's mutual aid.
And I like what you're doing for Olive, by the way. Let's be clear.
It's people that call you friends and that are actually friends is what he's trying to say.
Yes, that's anyway. Olive, please jump in there. Go ahead.
No, I really appreciate that, Liberal, because if we all support each other, we can all get better lives. Right?
I agree.
Yeah. So no, there was a lot going on, and I know a lot of people had a lot to say.
Oh.
So that's why I was quiet. I didn't want to add one more voice to that. But I came in a bit late. So Debo and Frugal, my friends, my mega friends, are you guys? Sorry, it was hard for me to understand. Are you defending what's happened or what is happening, or you're not defending it?
They are defending it.
Well, let me be clear.
Now, Frugal hasn't said anything. Debo did, and Debo was defending. I don't know about Frugal. He hasn't actually spoken on that yet.
I was just talking about Tim's comments on the cartels and his wanting to legitimize drugs in the United States and what it may lead to. That's all I was talking about.
Right. He hasn't spoken about the double tap or even just booming the boats.
Can I ask one simple question real fast? Can somebody point me to a CTEL that has benefited any region, any state, any country, any faction, any way, shape, or form, made something better? Go ahead.
What's a CTEL? Sorry,
cartel.
Well,
okay. So would you argue that OPEC is good, or would you say that it's bad?
I wouldn't say they're a designated CTEL, so that's a horrible argument.
No, by definition, it is a cartel.
Sure, go ahead. Go list OPEC as a CTEL and see how far you get.
It literally is a cartel. You can look it up. It's a group of businesses or nations, is what a cartel is, that work in conjunction to deal with pricing and distribution and shit like that. They cooperate. It's a group of different organizations that cooperate together, which is literally OPEC.
That is the worst straw man argument I have ever heard in my entire life. But
dude, you asked me for a cartel that has ever been good, and I just asked your opinion on whether you believe that OPEC is good or not.
You're claiming OPEC is a CTEL?
It is absolutely a cartel.
Wow,
look it up, dude.
Look at the extremes we have come to.
That's not an extreme. It is literally a cartel by definition. Do you want me? I can pull something up for you.
I am fast pacing right to my computer for this definition. Cannot wait to read it.
All right,
Tebow, what are you eating? Jesus Christ Almighty!
AI overview. I'll just pull up the AI overview, and then we can click on the links if you'd like. I asked, is OPEC a cartel? Prove it. Yes, OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, is widely considered a cartel.
This is not the same thing.
Or at least acts like one,
Oh,
because member nations collectively control a large portion of global oil supply, around 40%, and
That is
coordinate
not the
production
same
quotas.
thing.
No,
you are better than this. Do better.
What do you
dude.
mean?
Come on.
A cartel is a cartel, and they are by definition.
This is the
and
lowest
it is
of
well
lows
understood.
of any argument I've ever heard in my life, dude.
It is
you
a cartel.
are better than this. You are smart. You are an intelligent human being, and this is
He's not
very
wrong.
low intelligence.
I like. Are we like? Is this like fucking Twilight Zone where
you're
facts
Am I on
trigger?
Mars right now?
Actually a cartel, and you're like upset by this.
Okay, so you're saying a rug cartel is equivalent to OPEC, the largest oil producing.
I didn't say that.
Oh, see,
they're
this
both
is why
cartels.
it's a straw man. It's a straw man. That's what it's a straw
God
man.
damn
Thank
it.
you for solidifying it.
They're both cartels, though.
It's not what a straw man is.
They're both cartels.
Does OPEC hang people from bridges?
Dude, come
Does
on.
OPEC
This
hang
is
people
so
from
weird.
Well,
bridges?
Saudi Arabia,
You are so weak
I believe
for this,
is
dude.
part
You're
of
losing
this,
credibility.
and
my
they
guy. You're
actually
losing
do.
so much credibility.
By
It's
telling
called
the
an
truth,
analogy,
wait.
Oh my God.
By telling the truth
Called an
that
analogy.
OPEC is literally a cartel is losing credibility,
Yep.
then I don't need any
Because it's
credibility.
been brainwashed.
Like if that telling the truth causes me to lose
It's out
credibility,
there. Yeah,
then I don't want
that's
any.
not okay. That's like saying green energy is the best energy, but that doesn't cost anything. And I'm right and you're wrong.
Okay, hold on. This is the
Like-
Library of Congress. Will you accept this?
I will accept when you're willing to have a genuine argument, and to bring up
God.
OPEC
You
as
don't know
a
what genuine
cartel
is.
is not even in the room, dude.
Then bye. I don't understand. You
Not
don't
in-
want
in
to
the-
hear it. You're gonna
in the
be
name.
rude and
Oh my
Like-
god.
all that to everybody. I
This
don't even
is
know why
this
you're
is the
here.
craziest
Then
thing I've
just
ever heard
pushing
on
back.
TikTok
It's okay
by
to
far.
push back.
They
now.
actually call it a cartel,
I've ever
guys.
seen.
Like, I don't know what to
Mhm.
tell you.
You
Mm.
asked him to compare a
If
cartel,
nobody
and he
pushes
did.
back,
reason
it's
And you're
inevitable
arguing
to
now that
spam.
he did, that he
Let
crazy?
me, this is, bro,
I
this
don't
is,
get it.
listen,
Illogical.
this
You're a
is
fucking
literally
idiot.
the Library
Oh,
of
here we go.
Congress. This
Here
is
it comes.
guides.loc.gov.
Buckle up, Frugal.
.gov. A cartel, as defined by OECD, is when firms create a formal agreement to raise or fix prices to reduce output in order to increase profits. This agreement harms consumers because it makes products unavailable or overly expensive. Industries that are made up of a few large companies have high startup costs and produce less complex
Oh my God.
goods, are more likely to collude on price and production. Listen,
Look at these white men
historically,
so
hold on,
fucking
guys,
over it.
hold on.
Fine. Fuck
Historically, I don't know who that is. Historically, cartels have existed in the steel, railroad, transportation, and vitamin industries. In the oil and gas industry, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries is often used as an example of a cartel. Bro, it is literally a cartel as acknowledged by our goddamn Congress,
This is
by the
orange
legal
and
definition
apple.
By
of
your
a
logic,
cartel.
liberal, everything in the
Oh.
United States is a cartel.
My
The
God.
meatpacking
Monopolies,
industry,
yes.
hold on, the egg,
If they
the
collude,
egg,
yes.
the poultry industry, everything is a cartel.
That's
by your
correct.
definition.
You're so
liberal.
close to getting it.
You're
That is actually
finally.
what's happening in our
Thank
economy.
you.
Where's
Thank you.
the
Hold on,
hold on.
Economists have a word for it.
It's not a
And the word
cartel.
economists use, the word economists use for it is called
Where's the meat packing
Monopoly?
cartel? Where's the
Pay
electrician's
attention. Oh my
cartel?
God. Do you
Where's the tire manufacturing cartel?
happened
Where are
He
the
actually
drug
knows what I'm
cartels?
talking.
You guys,
Okay,
Oh my
hold
God. This is how
on.
racism
I'm about to start dropping, motherfuckers.
It's
Because that
exactly how
shit,
racism
guys, hold on. That
Like I'm
shit,
not here.
holy fuck, tall. Stop. Please. Holy shit. One at a time. I can't fucking, it's crazy. I know it's a full moon. I know it's a full moon, but if you
Drop
need to, please go outside and start howling and then come back and join the panel.
So I can get the
Please.
fuck out of here so I don't
Fucking
get accused of
please.
running.
You know you can rob people. You know how to do it, right?
Okay, guys.
I had one word left, and
Hold
if it's
on.
the last word I speak on this live, I'm good. I
Hold
just
on.
want to say this one sentence, and I'll be done. Economists are actually saying that companies are behaving like cartels, and the big word that they use for it is monopsony.
You are so broken inside, dude, that not even
You
God
are
can
so
help you.
stupid, it hurts. And see you later, everyone.
I'm
I
not
don't want to
broken
hurt
because
your
I
life.
don't idolize
No, you're
Trump.
fine. You're fine, tall nerd. But look, the definition of a cartel is very clear. You can
Oh
look it
my
up.
God.
You asked
Hold
me
on.
for a cartel that does good or whatever, and I asked you what your
Yanni,
thoughts on OPEC
take
was.
that shit down right
It's a
now,
fact.
Yanni. Oh my God.
I don't know. Is that you or
That's
something?
me.
Is that
That's me. That was me on. That was like an 18 pack, bro. Come on, that's not even fair, Yanni.
Nice. That's fucking
fucked
funny.
up. Like good people don't do that. Good people don't do that.
For things I did intoxicated.
That's awesome.
ridiculous.
That's fucking funny.
There's some of me floating around. I'm sure you'll
Dude,
find
that
them.
was actually really funny. So well
Yeah,
done.
no, that live was
All right.
hilarious.
That was, dude. We had so much fun that night. Like,
Yeah, that was fun.
we were dying for like 6 hours. Everybody was lapping on the floor.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yanni has to pull a serious argument from when we're all making fun of each other, having a good time, and put me on blast. You win. All right, you win.
That's
I
funny.
bow out.
Now, somebody is asking to hear Olive speak again. Olive,
Yeah.
did you have more you wanted to say? Go ahead. Olive?
She's sorry. She's sorry. She's sorry.
She's
She can't
sorry.
Come on.
She's very. I'm gonna. Never mind.
You are muted, Olive, by the way. I don't know if you didn't realize it. There you go.
No, I didn't know I was. Okay. First of all, a little tiny 5-second commercial break. Can you guys tap the shit out of the screen? Liberal Loudmouth should be at way more than 24,000 likes.
I haven't done a single PSA since I've started.
Olive.
Thank you, Olive. Olive, please take it away.
Let's go.
My new bestie Maverick is not here, and she's phenomenal at this. But can you guys get him up to like 30,000 in 2 minutes? Like there's been like 100 people in the room. So just tap, 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 tap.
I'm tired.
That's really it. But hey, Debo, did you know that there's a Colombian family has hired an international crimes lawyer with regards to the
Was it
murder
Vader?
of their son, who was... You guys are so mean.
Bro, stop laughing. She's trying to speak.
Sorry.
If you don't get the inside joke, I can't help you.
Debo,
That was funny,
I was laughing all the way
That
from
was
the
funny.
house to my office. Olive, go ahead, please. Guys, shh. Olive, go ahead.
That was
So
funny.
are you aware, in your defense of what's happening in international waters, do you know that one of the schmurdered tuna fishermen, all right, family out of Colombia has hired an international lawyer to launch an investigation into the U.S. government, as well as seeking compensation for the unaliving schmurder of their son, who was literally fishing for tuna.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to work
I
out
mean-
as well as it did for Abrego Garcia, by the way. Just so
Can
you
I?
know.
Can I?
This is literal loss of innocent
Well,
lives.
hold
Should've
on.
worked out
She's
as well
not
as it
done
did for
yet,
Abrego
guys.
Garcia. Let's
She's
just be
not done yet, guys. Please. I guess I need to bring in the timer.
It is literally the loss of lives. Like, I don't know how in any way you can defend this stuff. And at the end of the day, whether they are or they aren't doing what
Oh, we're losing you, Olive. You've got that Trump Wi-Fi.
God, dude.
You got that
It's the
Scott
Carney
Besson.
Wi-Fi.
You've
Hold
got
on a
that Scott Besson Bennett
She
plan.
must be. She must be in the hills
She's got
of.
that Carney
of-
Wi-Fi.
She must be in the hills of Venezuela.
Go towards the light. Get out of the
I'm
cave.
at the bottom. No, I'm at the bottom of my driveway, so it's like confused. It's trying to connect to Wi-Fi, but I'm not quite.
I know.
there yet,
Mine does
so,
that too. Mine
That's
does
that
it
makes
too.
sense.
Yeah.
I'm just
Anyway,
giving-
but
Olive,
finish your point.
Olive knows I got mad respect for her. I love you to death, Olive. I wasn't sorry. Go
Aw,
ahead.
thanks, Debo. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. Yeah,
But no,
I got
my
mad
point
respect
is-
for you.
Then stop talking.
She's cutting out, dude. Like, what do you want from me? God, you guys want perfection all the time.
Talking. That's what I want. Stop
Mm.
talking. and
Yeah,
let her
no,
talk.
Debo, let Olive finish. Go ahead, Olive. I think maybe you were done.
To wrap up, I don't want to be I don't want to be a monologuer, but this is really affecting real families with that. This is someone's child who was fishing for tuna in international waters, and there's no repercussions. There's no one is being held accountable. And as Americans, I don't know how you can be okay with that. This
Olive.
is literal
Oh yeah,
schmurder.
sorry, Debo.
Let me.
Olive, can I have it for a
Olive,
second?
can you
Debo,
show me the
Debo,
video? Can
Actually,
you show me
Debo,
the video?
Let's let Frugal, because he hasn't
Yeah,
talked
let
as
me-
much
You're
as you.
right. I've been.
Let me run
You're
some
right. I've
cover-
been talking.
Let me
a lot.
run some cover for you for a second, Debo. Let me take some heat off of you, okay, bro?
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
Olive, like I feel like you'd also be the same one to say like we were on the double tap, double tapping a shipwreck survivor too, right? Like, I mean, is that the language that you're going to use?
Yeah, Frugal, because what you would do when these people are literally helpless is you would have the Coast Guard go and arrest them and have due process for these people. Not one, there's been no evidence of anything. You can't just go around and you can't. What if Canada just sent out their military to unalive Americans because they suspected that they were bringing the F into our country? Like, you can't do that.
Right.
Yeah. Hold on. Can anybody show me a fisher pole? Can you show me a fisherman's pole right there? Like, what's that right there?
Well,
Anybody?
they're probably fishing with the same pole you
Does
fishing with,
anybody,
Debo,
does
and
anybody know
they
what
can't
that
see it from the
is
sky,
right
my guy.
there? Anybody in the chat can you point out to me the fisher pole that's existing in that white substance on the fucking boat? Like anybody.
All right, Debo.
Where's the pole? Where's the pole?
It's a big sugar. It's a big sugar cartel down there in Venezuela.
She's not done yet. Why don't you fucking mute for a while,
Hey,
bud?
Olive, can I respond to you though? May I?
Yes.
Frugal. Oh my God, Frugal and Debo on one panel is literally diabolical. Like, you guys. So okay, that's one boat.
That's expanded.
Why is this Colombian family hiring an international humanitarian rights lawyer if their son legitimately wasn't out there fishing? You can bring up all your stupid fucking photos that you want. You know that this is wrong.
Bring up the Honduras guy.
That is
Why don't we
totally
talk
wrong.
about him?
That is wrong. My phone is.
Hold on.
How about the almost a million pounds of cocaine that have been in this country because of Trump just
I can't. Guys.
I want to
Yeah,
respond to
Frugal,
Olive
go
for
ahead.
a second.
Yes.
Hey, Olive, I went fishing yesterday, and then
No,
later
Frugal,
on.
you didn't
Hold
go
on,
fishing
hold on.
yesterday.
And then later on, I may have sold. Hold on, I may have sold some things. Does that make me a fisherman or does that make me a rug dealer? Like, I don't know. Like, you two things can be true at the same time, right? Y'all love to say that.
Yes. Go fast. For.
I literally cannot argue with this much stupidity. It's like dumbing me down.
I mean, arguing
like
these are
Frugal.
fishermen.
Okay.
Where's the pole?
Okay, guys.
I'm done.
Okay. Frugal still had some time left. So Frugal,
It wasn't
finish
a
your.
hard statement. All I'm saying is you can't claim these peeps are fishermen. Come on, Olives. Just stop. They're not fishermen.
They have masks on. You can see his mask.
Debo, stop. Debo.
Shut up.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell, man. Okay. Olive, do you want to respond to the response to you? Because there's several people on the panel I need to get to.
I just don't want to take up the panel, because there's so many people on here that wanna speak.
Yes.
So I don't want to be that person. But I'm pretty sure that Debo and Frugal have 2 brain cells and the rest of it dripped down their father's legs. Because I don't know.
Wait, here I got the next video coming in hot. Where's the fishing pole? Somebody point me. If you can show me the fishing pole, show me the fishing pole, and I'm the dumb one. Go ahead. Show me where it is.
Show me the rugs. Hey, show me the rugs.
Look, here's the Coast Guard. Here's the Coast Guard doing your guys' work. Where's the fishing pole? You guys see a fishing pole?
Okay, Debo, I don't even give a shit if there are rugs on that boat.
Where's the fishing pole?
Listen, Debo, I don't care if there are rugs on that boat. You don't unalive people for it. Period.
No, they do under this administration.
There could be 3,000 tons of cocaine on that goddamn boat, and you shouldn't unalive them for it. Period. So
fishing pole.
The fishing pole doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You don't.
Well, you guys are claiming they're fishing vessels.
You don't get to unalive people for that.
Hold on, liberals. You guys are always saying. Hold on. You guys are always saying.
Debo.
Show me the evidence, and I'm saying, show me.
Debo. Okay. Debo. You can request back up when we're ready. After I've gotten through everybody, I will bring you back in. Until that point, I can't do it anymore. You won't stop. Okay, let me go to, I think, Yanni. You were up here. Did you just want to make that joke, or did you want to say something? Yanni? Okay, Nadine, go ahead.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, doing fine. Good to see you.
You too. Here, the bottom line is we don't get to enforce drug laws in other countries. We don't get to just kill people because we feel like it. And you don't get to kill people because you say that they're drug dealers. Prove it. You have to prove it. Arrest them and bring them to your country and have them go to trial. That's what we are, a country that has a rule of law. And if you either have to operate inside it, and Olive, what you can do is, what everyone can do, is we can write letters to the International Criminal Court and say, please investigate our country, because the administration is criminal. They are criminals. They are war criminals, and they are spending our money, and there's nothing we can do about it. Please make them stop.
May I respond to Nadine?
Sure, 45 seconds. Go ahead.
Nadine, do you realize that the ICC does not apply to anything in the United States of America, has zero jurisdiction, and we do not even are not a member of the ICC, Nadine?
I do know that, actually.
Okay, so then
But I
how
also know-
is your claim?
No,
how
you
does
don't
that-
get to ask
Go
me
ahead,
a
sorry.
question and then not shut up so I can answer it. I do
apologize,
know that.
Nadine.
I do know that.
Then why make the statement?
Because they can, in fact, use their significant control over the rest of the world. We could have an embargo against us, and the
Wait.
rest of the world does acknowledge the ICC, and they will comply.
We're a nation of laws, but yet you want us to turn our nation of laws over to the ICC? You see how that doesn't make any sense, Nadine?
No, it actually does make a great deal of sense if you understood international law.
No,
But
so
you
that's where you
obviously
seem
do
to fail
not.
to understand, Nadine, is we have zero jurisdiction. Hold on. We are not bombing, or we're not doing anything in any other country. We're doing it in international waters, right?
Which is
And then
even
we're also-
worse. Even
No,
worse.
it's not worse, my
Yeah,
friend.
it's mariners.
It's
We
not
have
at all.
mariners.
It gives us
Look
the
at maritime
jurisdiction to
law.
be able to do what
You
we're
want to
doing.
talk over me? I'll talk over you. Look
You
at
won't win this
maritime
battle,
law.
Nadine. I promise you that. But I
I
won't do
promise
that
you
out
I
of respect
will.
for Tim.
I promise you that I will.
Anyway, I won't do that out of respect for Tim. I think anybody who knows me knows I will beat you on that. But go ahead.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get to, I think, Scott and then OG. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, pal. How you doing, man?
Doing fine.
Hey, thanks. Oh, it's nice and quiet.
I
I just don't understand the parody of all this. And what's astonishing is here we're talking about booming rug boats, and yet we just pardoned a man who's brought in just under 1 million pounds of Rogaine into this country, and we pardon that guy because he's a great guy. And that's what we got to do. See, we have to believe in all the BS that MAGA thinks we should believe, because you see, I don't. I'm not a stupid human being. Why would you pardon somebody if we're so about drugs, and all of a sudden we got to start booming all these ships and boats, and that's never happened before that I can remember anyway. I mean, I don't remember. But we pardon this person who's brought literally 1 million pounds of Rogaine into this country. Please explain to me how that makes sense. I'll give up the rest of my time. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, now Debo.
Well,
I think we've
give
gotten
him-
to everybody after OG, so you're welcome to request back up. I'll bring you back in. You are opposition, and the more opposition, the better. So, if that's all the opposition I have, fine. But it's been so much quieter. OG, go ahead.
Hi,
Is
Tim.
it-
How are you?
Doing fine.
Good. All right. So my first question, I've heard somebody mention other countries importing their drugs into the United States. And one of my contentions with that is I don't know of any country that has legalization that actually imports any shrugs from other countries. I did want to ask Olive, in Canada, do they import shrugs from anywhere else so far as they're legalized?
Okay, now what now?
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure I
There's somebody
understand.
arguing that importation would become an issue if the United States were to start legalizing. And I wanted to ask Olive if in her country, because she's Canadian, if they even engage in imports.
The only thing that's legal in Canada is marijuana, MJ. And it's grown here and grow up.
Yeah, so I
and so
assume,
on.
don't import it. Now, are you
Right.
offering a
It's
hypothetical?
regulated through the government.
Well,
Yeah.
hypothetically, yes. I wanted to make the point that if we were to legalize, that it wouldn't necessarily mean importation.
Right. Well, so now with happy powder, that it would be, because we can't really grow it here, right? It really doesn't grow. That's why I said that's about the only rogue that we can't, because everything else we can produce right here. Right.
Well, we
You
do
do.
actually
It's
already
called.
produce some that they
Sure, we do.
produce medical grade already.
Well,
So they
not
could
to
make
the
Ooh.
consumer
level,
grade.
not to the level that would be required to like provide everybody that's looking for that stuff. Yeah,
Well,
It would have to be
actually,
yeah.
Tim,
scaled.
that's you could say when it comes to, I don't know how to say this word without Cherwin. Is that okay? I don't know.
Mhm.
Hydromorphone, depending on the grade of hydromorphone that you get, and hydromorphone my wife takes, and it's a strong, strong, strong drug. I could literally sell her pills on the street for a lot of money because the dose that she has to take literally is Schmeroin. Okay, it is. That's basically what that is. It's just in a pill form. That's it.
Right. But I mean, what is the point?
But I'm just saying, you could sell that on the street. So that's the problem with legalizing drugs, is because if you legalize it, do you not think that somebody will go in and buy it and then resell it to people that can't go buy it?
You mean like alcohol currently, where like some
Correct.
adults will go in?
Sure.
Yeah, it'll be very
Sure.
rare because those people, if they were of age, they'd be able to go in and buy it for themselves. They wouldn't need to buy it from somebody else with a markup price. Why would they do that?
Mm-hmm. But I guess it's the under. Yeah, I guess it's like anything.
Right. It would
but
just be, yeah,
it's
it's
just
like smokes or, I mean, it's, it's going to happen, but it's not going to be, that'll be the exception rather than the rule. We accept it currently with smokes, and we accept it with alcohol. We accept it with lots of things.
Yeah.
It is what it is, But I'm telling you, I think legalizing it and allowing pharmaceutical grade, because then you don't have to question whether this pill that I just got on the black market actually one of those fake ones, because they make them now even imprinted to look like the actual like prescription stuff. They imprint them so you don't even know the difference, and all of a sudden you don't wake up and you're gone.
Hey Scott, I got a quick question for Scott. Hey Scott, just in general, what do you do for a living? Like it
I'm
doesn't
a
need
president
to
of
be
a company.
Okay, so Scott, if in fact that you're a president of a company, would that also, if you decided to sell your wife's drug, make you a president of a company and a rug dealer at the same time?
You gotta have aspirations.
I'm not
right?
ever going to sell them. Trust me.
You have to have
Anyway,
aspirations.
I know all have left, but our fisherman is probably
Oh, she did leave.
doubling as a rug dealer. Like, get rid of this fisherman fucking mentality, please. I wish y'all would stop with that madness.
So I actually have an interesting take that nobody's heard about that I saw people do research on, right?
Let's hear it. I love interesting takes.
So check this out, right? Through research, the vessels that they accused of being transporters is the nickname I'll give it, right? So here's the funny thing about the distance it would take to travel with those vessels to get to the location to deliver the drop. They would have to stop for fuel because it would take 2 amounts of fill-ups to get the boat to that location. Like, this was research that was done. Somebody who's a professional with like maps and did research to show like the amount of gasoline that would hold in those vessels to transport stuff. And they actually took and calculated it and said it wouldn't be ideal because if you wanted to, you would need a bigger vessel that could get there faster and also get there in one fill-up versus stopping, which would make the process a lot harder to get the transported items to their location.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
Yes. So those were So those were actually fishermen vessel boats, and they're trying to scapegoat it. And again, a person did the research that is like a professional on boats and the amount of gasoline and how it would be more efficient to have the bigger boat because you could get it there in one trip versus stopping and going, which would cut down on the chances of you being intercepted. So, yeah.
But if I may, if I'm not
May I
wrong,
respond to Madam?
if I'm
May
not
I?
wrong though, wasn't this supposedly one that was shot down 4 times? I've heard now. Isn't this one supposedly wasn't even coming to the United States? It was going to started with an S somewhere in some, I can't remember the name of it, but it wasn't even slated to the U.S. So this is what they're saying just recently. I saw it actually this morning on a TikTok. I'm trying to remember the
Hey Scott,
gentlemen,
I got a
I
better
believe it was
analogy
bound
for
for
this. Hey,
Trinidad
hold
and
on, I got a
Tobago.
better analogy for this, and if you just let me, and Tim, I know you've heard this, so bear with me. But madam, again, if you were to instead of use the word rugs and said a weapon of mass destruction was on that boat, would you allow that weapon of mass? And by the way, it can't make it to the United States in its current form. But if it were to reach the destination that it was intended for, it could then reach the United States. Would you still say that you wouldn't be in favor of taking that out before it reached the ability to get to us? And so I'm going to equivocate the rugs to a weapon of mass destruction on a boat that's going to try to make it to land that isn't capable of doing anything until it gets to that land. And I would say that the rugs are the exact same thing, regardless if it's coming to the United States. Its ultimate destination is going to the United States.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You're underwater just like that vessel.
Why does it keep doing that? I'm sorry. Where did I lose you?
Did you stick your head in the bathtub?
It keeps doing that to me. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better now. Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Where did I hear me?
You were talking
Do I need
about
to
weapons
explain?
of mass destruction, and that was generally the only point that you had made,
so
but you
I'll land
were
it
kind of
quickly.
repeating
So what I'm saying is, instead of using the word rugs, use it as a weapon of mass destruction. Okay, meaning it can unalive 25,000 people. Will you? And so it can't. It's not going to be able to make it to the United States on the boat itself. But once it gets to land, it'll be able to be mobilized, be able to be pushed our way, right? So would you advocate, would you rather wait for it to get there and then be like, okay, now they'll have the ability to send it our way and we may not be able to intercept it, or do you take it out right then and there? It's the same concept of doing what we're doing with
You
the
stuck
land.
your head in the bathtub again.
I didn't.
I guess the point, Tim, the
I
point
wonder
is,
if
and
TikTok
Madam,
is
the point
doing this to me when I talk about this. Honestly.
we are not the judge and jury of anybody, and we don't get to just kill people willy-nilly and wildly in international waters, in our waters.
If it's a weapon of mass destruction, we
Donald
do
Trump
know.
is.
It's not
You
the way the
think
world
that
works
a weapon?
because
You
you
think that
say because you say that there were drugs. I say that car pulling into my driveway to turn around is coming to kill everyone in my house. So I'm
No,
going
it doesn't.
to
It doesn't
just
unalive 25,000 people.
So the thing that Frugal forgets, right, is the heavier the thing Frugal's argument falls apart on is the
10,000
heavier the
people,
vessel
100
is.
people.
Okay, hold on. We're starting to talk over each other again.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to add on to what Nadine was saying. And Frugal, your theory would be correct because if weapons of
Hey
mass
Tim,
boom
I got.
boom
Hold
were
on, really
the-
quick. I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna. I need to get a new device because my phone's about to die. I'm coming right back.
All right.
Okay, well, I'll just say this
All
for
right, peace.
argument's sake, and when he comes back, I'll repeat it. He forgets that the heavier the vessels are, the more gasoline it takes. So you would have to calculate the weight distribution between the vessels because you're burning more gasoline if you were to have heavier things on there. And either way, if you're transporting something, I mean, the fact is there's still international laws on the water. And if it wasn't such a big deal, why are they trying to scapegoat admirals and now they're literally pretzeling trying to defend the actions of what they did because they know they fucked up. That's the simple that's the simplest way to put it. They are trying to tailor the story because they know they messed up. And in that sense, they're trying to find somebody else to put under the bus so that they can continue to do what they do to justify the action that they know they did wrong. Because Congress should have been notified because now they're talking about, oh, it's this, it's that, but they have provided no proof that there were any of that. No proof.
Madam, you know, it's because that's why our laws are set up the way they are, and the Constitution. The executive is not supposed to have all this power. This should have gone to
That's
Congress.
right.
This should have gone to the Department of Defense. This should have been talked about by a great many
MAGA
people
doesn't think that.
before well, MAGA, here's the thing that they're starting to realize, and I think when you look at some of the GOP being interviewed, and they're starting to realize that this is going to come to an end, and this shit's illegal as fuck, and people are going to get arrested, and
Sure,
they're
I hope
starting
so.
to realize it, and I think they're starting to realize that even scapegoats.
Pete's going bye-bye. Bye-bye, Pete.
He's going to go to prison.
Bye-bye.
He's going to prison, and it might be 3 years, but he's going because these are international war crimes. And whether or not we are a member, it doesn't matter. You can and I love that we're one of the war criminals
you-
that's coming to the UN, and the new mayor says he's going to arrest him. And I hope that
It'll never happen, Nadine. Like you live in a
If
I
you
know
permit
it's my,
me.
it's
interesting
my
world.
fantasy, but I just wish
It is
that
a
he would get
fantasy.
arrested.
You are correct.
There is one point that I'd like to make, and that is that the United States has continuously, for a long period of time, been granting more and more broad authority to the executive branch. And that's part of the problem. It's not strictly a MAGA problem.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you're right.
And it's been going on for 30 to 50 years.
You gotta
And
stop.
to Nadine's point about, people are going to go to jail. Sadly, we historically have not done it. And if we do it to Trump's administration, he's going to cry and whine again. It's a witch hunt. They didn't, because they should have arrested a lot of people under Obama. They should have arrested a lot of people under George Bush, but they didn't. Now, in Frugal, you may not believe it, but the ICC does have jurisdiction over those waters, whether you like it or not, whether we're a member or
I
not.
didn't say that.
And whenever those people are brought up on charges, if they don't show up, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. If they step foot in a country where they were found, that found guilty, they can arrest them and send them off
I agree.
to wherever. So it does matter. I mean, it should,
They're all going to agree. I'm not disagreeing with that aspect.
All those ICE agents running around with their faces covered, violating people's rights.
Oh, Jesus Almighty, stop.
Oh, Jesus Almighty,
Yes.
stop. We know who they are. There's an entire
Jesus
website.
Christ be praised.
There's
Jesus Christ,
entire
Jesus.
websites that are dedicated to finding out who those people are.
All I
people like
think-
you
all I
that-
can
that
think
are
of
causing
is-
the problems in our fucking country right now. Just stop, Nadine.
No,
All I
dude,
can
I
think
won't
of right now is
because I
getting
think my
Pete
country
Heskett
should be
drunk in 3
problem in our
years and
country,
driving
you
him
are
to
the people that I
Venezuela.
want to deport. Like, honestly, if we're deporting American citizens, it's going to be you, Nadine.
I wish that I could afford to
your
deport me and my
Hey,
family.
you can go
Okay,
first,
whoa.
Brody.
We're all starting to talk over again.
I'm
each other.
sorry.
I can't understand.
That was
anybody.
inappropriate.
Okay.
This country is a war criminal, being led by a war criminal, with a war criminal government.
Right.
And it's embarrassing, and it's a violation of everything that our country has held dear for 200
Yes.
and almost 50 years.
And
And
I want
people
to.
like you support it, and it's embarrassing.
I want to point. I want to point out because at the beginning of this, I read the entire national strategy that was just released on Thursday, and in this document, Donald Trump says we're going to take over the Western Hemisphere. I mean, he doesn't say it in those words, but that's what he was saying. We're going to control all the countries within the Western Hemisphere. Is the result of this national strategy that he has. So, in my view, I think he just tricked you all into coming up and making these arguments about rugs it's about rugs and weapons of mass destruction, when the reality is that they use that as a trick and a tactic to move all of their boats and ships into that area to get ready when they start to take over these countries in the Western Hemisphere. I think that's what this is.
Right,
It was a military maneuver.
Hold, please. Can I remind y'all that in the very first Trump 1.0, he was just as hard on Venezuela. Well, just as hard as
No, it wasn't.
Stop. Let me
Oh,
finish, please.
Danny,
Let me
I've got to drop you. You're still violated. As soon as you came up, I got another violation. I don't know why. Sorry,
So,
man.
I will say during this administration, he has escalated a little bit more, but he was just as saying, Maduro, you're fucking illegitimate. You don't need to be here. And he put
He's a piece of shit.
Hold on. He put a shitload of pressure on him then. This time he's like, yo, I had 4 years to think about it. Dude, you're going fucking down. That's the only thing that's changed. Like, there's been no other things that's transpired other than we've seen it get worse and we need to take care of it. And y'all are just conflating it.
Putin's a hero, right?
Trump is a piece of shit.
But
you can think that
Putin's a hero,
nothing
right?
has changed. Hold
Why-
on. Nothing has fundamentally changed in his viewpoint since Trump 1.0 to Trump 2.0 other than escalating.
Yeah, there has.
Yes, it
No,
has.
it hasn't.
We're now unaliving
quite
true. He sleeps a
people
lot
in the
more.
ocean. And why are
For
we
no
doing
reason.
regime change anyway? Why are we doing that?
He wanted
He's
regime
killing
change
people for
from
no
hold on,
reason.
He wanted regime change in 1.0. He did.
And why? That my
practically
question
called
is,
for it.
why are we doing that?
Because it's
Why do
because
you
it is a
accept this?
dictator. Hold on, because it is a dictator that is not doing good for his people over there. You see the things.
Oh,
that
you're
is
talking about
going-
Trump?
Donald Trump
No,
is a
I am
dictator.
talking about Venezuela. Don't fucking be an idiot.
Donald Trump is not doing
No, I'm not
good
being an
for our
idiot.
people.
Well, yeah, okay, hold on.
Conversation with you peeps.
Hold on. But we deal with dictators all the time, and we don't say anything about it. So if that's
We
your
got our own.
metric, we deal with them all the time. Saudi Arabia, you go
we
down
invited
all
them
these
away
countries.
from North
Yeah,
Korea.
we had a dictator in here. He was sucking his ass. So if that's your reasoning, that's bullshit because he'll just go.
Are you saying Trump is a dictator now?
Yes.
I believe that he is. I
Yep,
believe.
absolutely.
Well,
So
I
hold on, so
believe
why didn't he open
that
the
he
go-
is.
hold on, why didn't he
I
open
believe
the
he is
government when it was
trying
closed
to
for-
be.
Why didn't he open the government when it was closed for 45 days?
Why didn't he?
I couldn't hear a word because everybody was talking. Do what?
Yeah, why didn't he? If he's a dictator, why didn't he just open the government? For those 40 whatever
'Cause
3
he's a
days.
piece of shit.
Well, I
Because
clarified.
he's not a very good
I
dictator. if that's what you're
clarified.
suggesting.
Hold on. I clarified and said he's trying to be because this country was set up to not have a dictator. And right now, Donald Trump is trying to remove all the powers from Congress and give it to himself. That's what he's trying to do
This is the
right in front
problem
of your
with- I'd like-
eyes, and you're ignoring that.
This
Look
is
what
the
he's trying
problem
to do to
with
the
arguing.
media.
This
I'd
is
like
the
to
problem
address
with
just
arguing
one
with you all.
point
Hold on, this is the
rather
problem with
quickly.
arguing with you all.
I'll be
You
back.
all
I gotta
argue from a
drop for a
place of
minute.
feelings versus
Okay,
objective
madam.
facts. And the fact of the matter is we certainly don't have a dictator, and it's not
You
been
certainly
displayed
do.
at all. No, you would okay.
We
Give me some
Frugal.
objective.
He's
factual
trying to take over
information
the
that makes him a
media.
dictator.
He's trying to
Frugal.
take over everything. And Frugal, if you
Frugal.
don't think so, then you are a dumb human being.
I'm not.
Frugal.
Okay,
You've
Who
Scott,
said?
Very
Who said
stupid.
that? Who
Okay,
said that?
Scott, I'll give you the
Was that
opportunity
Scott?
right now. I'm
Yeah,
giving
so
you.
We can't.
One
we
thing I need to
listen.
address.
Hold,
My bad.
hold on, real quick. We cannot call names anymore. We can't.
I'm
No
okay
problem.
with that.
I've been getting well, I am too, but TikTok
I think
isn't.
it's
I have lost like 4 people today over somebody called somebody hell, I don't know, Nadine earlier today. What did you call that guy?
A jackass.
And got
Damn it.
dinged for harassment and bullying, and I had to drop her.
You need to go down for that shit. That's horrible. Don't do that again.
Well, my point is, please don't, because I've got to protect the life
My
first.
fault.
He
You're a
called you.
jackass.
No, hold on. He called her a biatch,
I get it.
and
I'm joking.
didn't even get a ding. I don't
Yeah, I'm
like it,
just kidding.
but it is what it is.
Frugal. One thing I need
anyway.
to address
Frugal is
about
a
what you've
jackass.
just said.
Yeah, go ahead,
When you
OG.
said
You're a
when you've
jackass.
said when you've said that nothing has changed from Trump 1 to Trump 2, that is not entirely true, and you know it.
I can't take you seriously.
So the problem with your argument is that many things have changed. We've seen the rise of BRICS, which, granted, it started before Trump won, but now it's becoming solidified throughout the world. And when you look at Venezuela and the Trumps that Trump is making, he is isolating them from their neighbors. He's engaging in this behavior. It's obviously asymmetric warfare. And when you look at what he is doing, you can easily tell that before he didn't have a reason to go after Maduro. Now he does.
He did.
That's the difference.
Though. He did.
No, he didn't. He didn't have a reason. He didn't have a valid reason to go after Maduro.
Dude, you know how much pressure
he is
did
trying.
A maximum pressure
He is
campaign
trying.
in this first
He
one.
is
this
trying.
time he's just
Yes,
unaliving
a pressure
people.
campaign
he's like,
is not
F
the
off.
same.
I'm just
A
gonna
pressure
unalive you
campaign.
fucks now.
A pressure campaign is not the same thing as what he's engaging in now,
I
Frugal,
mean,
and you know
that's
it.
how it works.
What he's doing, what he's doing, what he's doing now,
I'm gonna start more
what
pressure.
he's doing now is intentional. He's trying to isolate Venezuela, and he wants the entirety of the Western Hemisphere, and he's trying to balkanize it against BRICS. That's the end goal for what he's doing right now.
This is just
and I
a
will-
new narrative. Hold on. May I for 1 second? This
Sure.
new narrative that I see y'all come up with was actually from Maduro himself, who sent over a fucking message over to Trump and said, look, this is what I'll do. I'll stop doing deals with China. I'll stop dealing with Russia. And look, can we be friends? And Trump said, fuck no, we can't be friends. I need you to be gone. So miss me with that bullshit.
Bullshit. You don't know what Trump
proposed that
said.
shit, and we said no.
Yeah. Okay. So
Prove that.
I actually think this is maybe an embarrassment for Trump because in the first term he actually engaged the CIA in a failed operation to remove Maduro. Do you guys remember that?
So
it was a
nothing
fucking
changed, right?
it was a complete and total fucking failure. And I think that embarrassment is why Donald Trump is now just wanting to get rid. It's like, I'm going to show you, I'm going to win. I'm going to win, because to him it's about winning. I don't think he gives a shit. Because
Tim, you're solidifying my point, which is nothing has changed in Trump's mindset, which is he didn't like him the first go around. He certainly don't like him the second go around, and now it's more pressure. Well, unaliving pressure now.
But here's the thing. Why are you accepting the fact that the United States gets to go around and dictate to countries what they can and can't do? Because let me tell you what happens. What happens is what we see in Iran right now.
So that makes it right,
because what you do, no. And why do you think people hate us? It's not because of our freedom. People do not hate us because of our freedom. They hate us because we go in and intervene in these countries. And Donald Trump said that he wouldn't do that. He fucking lied right to your face, and he went in there and did that shit. And right now he's doing it again. I'm the peace president while he's blowing up 90 fucking people out of boats. And you're like, well, that's fine if you lied to me. That's okay, because, rogues. Like, dude, come on.
Let me be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear. In Agenda 47, he never once said that he wouldn't start another war. He said he would prevent World War III from happening. He said that he would stop.
Oh my
God! He said that he was a peace president.
Actual facts. He said he would prevent the drug cartels.
You're a fucking idiot,
stop the drug cartels. No, listen. This is all written down in the campaign.
Show me.
No, it's not.
Show me.
Show you this.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, you're on the computer. You got the big screen. Can you look up Agenda 47 for me, and then go to the part? Maybe just type in Agenda 47, prevent World War III. This is what he talks about. Go ahead.
No. He said he wasn't going to start any more wars, sir.
He's going to prevent
not
something,
in Agenda 47, you homie. This is what the written campaign promises. You can go and fucking talk about all these campaign rallies all you want. But at the end of the day, the agenda is what was written down in the Agenda 47. And nothing ever changes from that, my guy.
Liar.
So how am I a liar?
So
this is
because
objective
he
fact,
prevented
dude.
something that is unlikely to happen.
Then he would cut spending too, didn't he?
Right.
I'm
frugal.
Hey, can you pull that up for me, please?
What?
Tim, what did Trump say?
I can't hear a fucking thing.
What did Trump say about wars?
I didn't say frugal. Keep yelling at me. Somebody else was trying to talk. Hold on. Yes. Stop. Somebody else said my name. Who was that? And what do you like? What do you want? Nadine, was that you?
It was me, Tim. I said that I'm going to, because the president says he's going to stop something that is unlikely to happen, and it doesn't happen, that it means anything. It means nothing. I'm going to stop aliens from taking over the state of Oklahoma. And I think everyone should praise me.
47, Nadine?
For that.
Was that an
It's
Agenda
a
47?
beautiful honor to welcome everyone to the White House for this very historic peace summit between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
President Trump.
Okay, that's not the video I'm looking for.
What a legend.
Agenda 47 either. Agenda 47 is a written agenda.
I know. Yes, I know what you want me to do, and I'm looking it up also. But I'm going to pull up the clips where he fucking said that he was a peace president, no new wars, and this motherfucker is going.
Thank you.
And he is threatening other countries. He is literally unaliving people as we speak. He lied to you. You went.
He said he's not going to start a new war.
Oh, Daddy, I'll go wherever you want.
Show me a clip where he says he's not going to start a new war. Please do it.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say that Biden was doing all that stuff?
No. Stop trying. No, look, hold on. Liberal wants to prove a point. I want you to show me a clip where President Trump said he's not going to start a new war. Please do it.
Stop talking.
It doesn't exist, liberal.
No, you stop.
Yes, it
Frugal. Liar,
It does
pants
not
on
exist.
fire.
Well, frugal's
Yeah, it does.
not entirely accurate. What I would say is that Trump's against dumb wars, right? So, I mean, I think frugal, you're making a good point, but we have to distinguish between, an operation that takes like a week versus a multi-decade war in Iraq and Afghanistan.
He did say that.
Yeah, so Trump has been very much, critical of nation building, but we're not going to build Venezuela. We're going to destroy it. A big difference there.
I never said no new wars. I only said no stupid wars.
In 47, did he say he was going to give $40 billion to Argentina?
Well,
we made money off
hold
that.
on. America is saying what Agenda 47.
I haven't seen that bill yet. Have you seen
America
it,
is saying what
Marianne?
Agenda 47 says, which is to get us out of illegitimate or just
buying
wrong
new planes
wars.
for Bondi was good too.
We are-
$170
He
billion,
hasn't
a
helped
million, or
America
whatever
at
it was.
all.
We
We're gonna
aren't
cut.
in a war with anybody.
Fuck.
America
Why do you
Give me
want
a break.
America to
anybody.
act like it's a big pussy without any military at all? Shouldn't we use the power that we have to make
Why
Americans'
do
lives
we
better?
want to just murder people
How are
in the
you going
ocean
to use the
and take over
military?
countries?
Wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait,
why
wait,
do you
wait.
want to tie
Wait,
both
wait,
hands
wait,
behind
wait.
their
Who is
back?
that? Who is that talking?
America.
Where? Oh, America. Amen. Wait, okay, now say what you said just
Well,
before you
I'm
said.
just saying, why don't you want America to use its huge amount of power with its military to make American lives better?
How does the
How does
military
that
make
happen against our
America?
own people?
Hold on. How does the military make Americans' lives better?
Well,
Explain that to me.
across the board. So there is the
Explain, please.
yeah, sure. So
Directly.
there is the rug issue, fine, but there's also geopolitical
Uh-huh.
power pushing China out of the Western Hemisphere. You know, remember when he first got into office?
Oh,
the
I
second
see.
time?
Okay, so you think that because we have a large military, we have the right to go around and use that to threaten people and bully them?
Monroe Doctrine, baby. You know?
Yeah, and Monroe Doctrine is bullshit, just like the Trump corollary is bullshit as well. You are a fucking white supremacist colonialist fucking
No,
that's
I'm
it.
an American
that is
supremacist.
all you are. Don't come up here with that bullshit because this is European bullshit.
How'd you jump to white
Colonialism all
supremacy?
again. Because Europeans are the ones that have been doing this for the last fucking 400 years now, and it needs to stop.
Well, where do you think America came from?
We do not have a right to go to anybody else's goddamn country and take it.
Sure
and
we
if you're
do.
no, we do not, sir.
Oh, fuck.
That's the history
No,
of
we
the
do
world.
not, sir. That is again, this is supremacist bullshit because the only people that are saying this, we know where their ancestors came from, and it wasn't here in the
Well,
America.
it came from America. Look at America.
No, sir. Your ancestors
Look at Manifest
did not.
Destiny,
Your
the
exactly.
Monroe Doctrine,
Let me.
you know?
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do.
This is very
with-
American.
Here's
right?
what I'm going to do, motherfucker, with your manifest destiny. Your manifest destiny unalived 90% of my people. You little shit stain.
That's right. You piece of shit.
90%. You come up here with that manifest destiny, I don't want to talk to you because that tells me you are a murderous fucking coward, a dirty, nasty fucking European that came over here stinking like ass with your diseases and bullshit, and then unalived people directly and indirectly with your nasty ass dumping your shit and piss into your own streets, living with fucking flea-infested rats, causing all kinds of fucking nasty shit, and you brought that over everywhere you went. Manifest destiny. Fuck you.
Exactly. Go right back
Thank
where
you.
you came from, America.
Yeah, I know. I have nothing to say to you, America, because I don't like supremacists. I don't like Zio supremacists. I don't like white supremacists. I don't like any kind of person that believes they have a right to other people's property, you thieving fuck. That's all this is. It's theft. It's theft because I'm big and mighty, even though you're not. You're just using somebody else's poor children who are trying to make a better life for themselves, who get into the fucking military and get dictated to go around from point A to point B and unalive the populations in their own country because you think you have a right to. And I have a problem with that. I don't like that. You
Hey,
can
isn't
fuck
your
off.
right though, Tim? Isn't your right to do this right now premised upon being a country being taken over? Like, I mean, you have the right to do what you're doing right now because of what he's describing.
What?
Just what I said.
Listen, I would rather be
What do you
on
mean
the
you'd
fucking.
rather? You have the freedoms of what
No.
you just described.
Let me tell you what I would rather. I would rather that my tribes be fully functional. I would rather the Iroquois Confederation has spread to other tribes and do trade amongst each other. I would rather live with this fucking planet than to exploit the fucking thing. That's what I would rather do. But unfortunately, we had a bunch of fucking Europeans that thought they were better than everybody else and thought anybody that didn't look like them were savages. And they took their fucking bullshit religion and they imposed their will onto somebody else who wasn't fucking ready for it. And because you thought that you could and that God told you that you had a right to this shit, and now we're starting to manifest destiny again, I have a serious, serious problem with that. If I need to renounce my U.S. citizenship and go live on the goddamn reservation where you believe that I belong, I'll fucking do it. But
You
it's
think
not
that-
going to be
yeah,
without
yeah.
arms.
You
It's
think
not going to
if
be
you
without
live-
arms because
You
I
think
will
if you
not
live-
participate in any manifest destiny bullshit. I draw the line there.
Hey, friend,
Here,
do you think
here.
if you live, hold on, do you think if you lived in
Pardon me.
Venezuela,
What
hold
seems to
on,
be the
OG,
fact?
OG, stop. Do you think if you lived in Venezuela or China, you'd be able to do what you're doing right now, Tim?
I don't live in Venezuela or China.
Exactly the
I live in
point.
the
Everybody
United
else stop
States
talking.
That's
where my
exactly the point
ancestors
he's
are
making.
from.
No,
And I don't have any right to anybody else's property, and neither
Yes,
do you,
but you have the
Frugal.
right to do what you're doing by
Frugal,
the conquering that
What the
Frugal,
fuck
can I
are
ask you
what
a
am I
question?
doing? What am
You're
I
sitting
doing?
up on a platform able to have your fucking opinions and spew them as much as
Not
you
because
want.
of Europeans.
I would say that
No, not because of Europeans.
Because of conquering, you sure are.
Oh, do you have an ulterior dimension that you can go to and see that we would never have come to these
Are you a white
things
supremacist as well,
without this
Frugal?
shit?
I'm not a white supremacist. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, you wouldn't have. This goes for black, white, gays. I don't give
And
a
let me
shit
tell
where
you,
are.
and let me tell you
wouldn't
what
have the
else.
ability to
I
do
wouldn't.
so if we didn't conquer
Frugal,
this land.
Sir, but I got a
Frugal.
question if I
well,
may,
hold on.
Tim.
No, hold on. This is between me and Frugal and any fuck that thinks he has a right to something. Frugal, I wouldn't need to be up here having these conversations because I wouldn't be bombing somebody in a fucking boat halfway across the goddamn world pretending like it's about rugs while simultaneously pardoning a motherfucker that is trafficking rugs into this country. I wouldn't
Amen.
be up here talking and saying a goddamn thing. I wouldn't need to because we would fucking war, we would count coup, we would do all the things that we did in the day. We would live with the earth, we would live with the fucking planet, we wouldn't exploit it because it's ours. We wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't be up here, and guess what? I'd be fucking happier for it.
Here, here.
And Tim,
I don't know how we got.
Thanks,
came
Tim.
from violence doesn't mean that we have to continue the violence. There comes a point at which where you can say we did that, it was awful, and we really need to make reparations for what we've done to people. But
That's
at
right.
some point,
No, we haven't.
don't you just have to say?
Frugal,
at some
put
point,
down
don't
the
you
shovel, darling.
Indians got reparations. The Japanese got reparations. There's lots of people that's gotten reparations, friends.
Frugal,
Sir, please
stop
tell me.
interrupting everybody.
I mean, do you realize that
What have we done to the indigenous here in America?
Right, Nadine?
What?
Dear God, he keeps shoveling.
He just
Frugal, what
keeps
have we
digging
done
a
to the
bigger,
indigenous
bigger
here in
hole.
America? What have we done?
Hey, Nadine, I don't need to dig a hole. Like I stand above
We
ground.
unalived them.
Nadine, that was me.
I'm asking Frugal this question because I can't wait to hear his. I don't want to be cynical.
Yeah,
You couldn't be.
What have we done to our native land, our indigenous, in the last 100 years to improve what terrible things we did to these wonderful human beings? What have we done?
We gave them all of their reservations and gave them the ability
Gave
to be
them
able to.
what?
Oh my God, gave
Ah,
them it
fuck.
was
Wonderful.
theirs. What do you mean?
Wait. What did Frugal say he gave us?
I didn't say I
They
gave
gave you
anything.
all
He
your
said, "What have we
reservations."
done? What have we done?" And I said, "We have given them their reservations."
Can you
right?
believe that ignorant answer?
Listen, you
That
know,
was-
Frugal, let me explain something.
Stop. Hold
No,
on. Let me
you
give
said
an
what you
example.
said.
Let me give you an example. Why
No.
can I not talk?
Because
Why can-
you already
Look,
made
I'm
your
the only
point.
person up here that's probably an op right now, but you're not letting me speak.
You already said what you said.
No, I
There's
didn't get to elaborate. Y'all, I started having people jumping in on
elaborate,
me.
but you said what you said. So
I'll give you-
go
I'll
ahead,
give you
elaborate.
a
Feed us
perfect
your bullshit.
example. Noskala Gaming in Texas, right? So this is our Indian reservation that they get to. We don't have gambling in Texas, right? But these people can actually have gambling on their reservation so they can produce income against the rules of Texas, their own little land, their own reservation that they can go on. See, once again, you're still talking while I'm trying to land a plane.
no.
This is why I know that you all aren't very good at having conversations, because when I prove you wrong on things, this is
You're
why I
not
know
proving
you're not very good
you're
at it.
proving
You
how
don't
dumb
interrupt.
and
So
ignorant you
instead of
are.
allowing me to finish
You're
my
no,
thought,
you're just dumb and
think
ignorant,
it's okay
sir.
to be able to jump in on me.
You're
It's
just
not
dumb and
okay, my
ignorant,
guy.
sir.
So with
You're
that,
just dumb
I'm
and
done with this
ignorant.
fucking conversation because I can't stand you fucking liberals
Bye,
tonight.
bye,
Later.
Oh,
bye.
This isn't a conversation, dear.
Guys,
You're just having a screaming soliloquy.
If you'd have let him finish, you didn't let nobody let him finish. He should have just been able to finish his bullshit, and we could have rebutted all of that because it's fucking absolute and total nonsense. We gave you this stuff. Bitch, you took us. Go look up the Dakota War. Go look at that shit and go look and read the fucking names of the, I believe, 33 or 38 Native Americans that they executed, the largest single execution in U.S. history, because their land was stolen and they were starved to death and they were forced to fight back. And this motherfucker's acting like they gave us something. No, they took. That's all they did was take. That's all they steal to this very day. They take and then want some more. And you're acting like you did them a favor because their sovereignty, if you can even fucking call it that in this country, allows them to do things that you can't do. And you cry about it. And your fucking president cried about it. Why did these Indians get to do these casinos? This little bitch ass was upset because he couldn't even run a fucking casino that's literally rigged in favor of the House. He couldn't even do that, and he's butthurt because natives are allowed to do something on sovereign territory. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
I don't. And I'm sorry, Tim. I didn't mean, but it's when he used the word them and then he used the, I can't handle it. I'm sorry, I can't. And he said he wasn't a white supremacist, and he is. I'm sorry, but you can tell.
Well, I mean, if you support the policies of this administration and you claim because we stole and slaughtered, committed a genocide. I mean, we committed a genocide against the Native American people. And to say that we gave them reservations is what what
that
are
was
we
a terrible
talking
thing
about?
to say. That's what he said, and that's
Fucking
what
gross.
really got me.
It's just awful.
By the way, yeah, thanks for having me. I just want to say, what do I call it? Just the host before said it, that America is interfering the world affairs, but they don't want people to do their own affairs. If you talk about President Trump, what he has done in the case of in New York, where he has the corruption, the sex sins, the manipulation of the frauds and all these other things. You ask him this kind of question, he gets angry. But when he's interfering other part, he doesn't see it. Like he destroyed in Venezuela now innocent people in the name of terrorism, in the name of drugs, in the name of world peace. But that's not a called peace. Peace is when you go to the country and you help them as they're going through difficulty, and you also do the right thing by guiding us, not destroying. The world does not need a place to be destroyed. The world, what we need is people to talk to each other, to live side by side happily, to contribute, to live in civilized and happiness. You don't want somewhere to be perfect and the rest to be not perfect. Doesn't make no sense. As human being, we are in all over the world. It doesn't mean that we don't know each other's of things that we have in gratitude for it. For instance, some might have wealth in mineral, some might have in sea, in land and airs, some might have in nothing, but at least they're human. They deserve to be respected in creatures of all, men and women. And say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was that? Was that
No,
Pam?
it's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So I just want to say that the people who support Donald Trump, most of them are uneducated, uncivilized. They don't abide by rules.
Violent.
All they just want to, yes, all they just want is division. Hey, we're in 2026, just a few days ago. A few days is just to come to 2026, not in 1800. Come on. What world we live, to be honestly.
Yeah.
Why do we have to have a racism? Why do we have to have a fight when we can come to a table and ask for ourselves, what do you want to do? Like your former president, JF Kennedy, he says, what can you contribute to your nation? Not the division. Come on.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
And I want to say, I think I've found that the term manifest destiny used in modern times is a trigger for me. I didn't realize that until just now. So thank you, America, for pointing that out.
There's lots of people that are manifest destinying their
and they
themselves all over the world.
can suck a few things if they want to. And they're probably on Grindr doing it anyway. There with Mike Johnson. I don't know. It's supremacy. Guys, I can't stand it. It doesn't even have anything to do with somebody being white. If they think that, if anybody believes themselves to be superior to somebody else, I have a problem with those people.
You know what, Tim? That's what the problem of this government is, and this man and these people that affiliate themselves with him, is they feel like they are entitled to the power, and they can kill at will. They can do anything they want to anyone that they want, and there are no consequences. And we are supposed to be, if you read our Constitution, a nation of laws. We are supposed to be governed with law. Law should be at the top of the food chain. And they don't want law because they want the shortcut. They are the fools in the neighborhood that burn their house down at Thanksgiving because they don't read the instructions on the turkey fryer. I mean, that's as simple as I can make it.
To be fair,
I agree with
it's the
you,
Constitution.
To be fair, I think we're entering dangerous territory when we go into the painting people with too broad a brush, especially the MAGA. I understand that there's things about them that are imperfect, and I would never say that they are perfect. But one distinction that I'd like to make is that every single person who voted for Donald Trump isn't, by definition, a simpleton simply by that merit. There are people who are disillusioned, there are people who make mistakes, and I think it is dangerous rhetoric to assume that they are all uneducated simpletons, or that they are not redeemable, or that nothing can be done with them, because it's not conducive to fixing the problem. We cannot in one breath say that we want to fix the problem and bring people together, and then only further divide and try to make other people seem less than.
Sure. With these violent people who literally want to harm others, let's make sure that we coddle them. Okay, let's make sure we're real nice to them. Let's make sure that we don't upset these fucking people, because they'll turn around and just unalive you, or they'll turn around and unalive you in the boat. If somebody at this point, I'm sorry, OG, but if somebody at this point is still supporting Trump, they are a fucking issue. I'm sorry. If you can't see at this point, with all the shit that we're seeing, that this is a problem, I question your ability to think, or you are a supremacist and you do believe that this person is going to get you all of the things that you think that you're entitled to. So I'm sorry. Let's not coddle these fuckers.
Well,
then what's the point?
Not saying that they should be unity. I don't want unity with them. Look what they did. Look what their vote did. No how, no way. People are giving up family and friends. I gave up a friend of 47 years just last week. I'm not. You're going to pay. I'm not forgiving you.
So you don't want unity, you want retribution.
I haven't talked to my brothers in 2 years.
I want them to get what they deserve, but I'm not going to be nice to them. Look at all the shit that's happening. Their votes caused that. Kids zip ties.
I'm not saying you have to be best friends.
No, they're not going to get it. I'm sorry.
I'm going to equate the behavior of the people that are in charge with a previous historical power structure in Germany that is no more. And those people were not made friends with. We didn't forgive and forget. Those people went to prison and they served sentences, and that's what needs to happen. We have to.
The people responsible, yes, but not the German populace at large.
I got news for you. If you were working at one of those camps, then you knew what was going on, and you were just as part and parcel of the problem.
And if I may,
yes, I'm talking about civilians.
Who said "if I may"? Who was that?
Tim, if I may, just one on.
Who was that? Scott?
You mentioned something a little bit earlier, and where I really don't understand the two gentlemen that were here a little while ago. You brought up a very good point, and you brought up a point where it's like we're entitled because we're America. If we want to go unalive 44 million Canadians tomorrow and take over their country, and we'll just go unalive them all, that's okay with these people. I'm not okay with that. I'm just not.
Okay with that.
I'm just not. As a human being, I'm not okay with that.
They would never advocate for something like that.
Wait, OG,
And
Can I say something?
did you say that they would never advocate for that, or you would never advocate for that?
I wouldn't, and they wouldn't.
You think
Oh,
that
yes, they
MAGA wouldn't
would.
advocate to take over Canada?
Yeah, they already
No,
Hold on,
those two
whoa.
individuals that were on the panel, would never
Frugal
be okay
probably
with that.
wouldn't. America probably would, because he literally said manifest destiny. You understand what that means? I know you're not from the
No,
United
I was
States.
talking
Do
about.
you understand
I
what
was talking
manifest
about
destiny
Debo.
means? Well, I don't think that
I'm
person.
talking about
I don't
Debo.
think
Frugal.
Scott was talking about Debo.
No.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure he
No.
was talking about America.
I was talking about America and Frugal. The way they were
Right.
speaking, it sounded like it's okay to do that because we can.
Right.
I'm not okay with
I
that.
can't speak to
Yeah, because
America.
I don't think. Look, I like Debo. I get that but he's he is seeing it wrong, and I understand his perspective.
He's off the wall.
Yes, there are people that are just like you said, disillusioned. But when I look at this fucking movement as a whole, it is just white supremacy. It is just supremacy in general, Amero supremacy, you could say.
But do you
and
understand
that's
what I
what
mean
it is.
about people
Tim,
like
it's Christian
Debo? That
nationalism.
if you
Yes.
continue to drive the wedge, and you make things worse and not better, people like Debo, they are redeemable,
No, they're
even if they see things from the incorrect perspective at the moment.
No.
But we
They
have
are
to
not
get past this
redeemable.
point, OG. We have to get past where we're at.
You better
And right
stop.
now, what we have is a government of people and the followers of those people. And I understand that not all Republicans are followers of MAGA, but the overwhelming majority of those people are
You guys are
they are
spreading hate
Christian nationalists, and that's the future they want for this country. And I don't want that future, and I'm not willing to sit down and negotiate with someone who wants to turn my country into something it was never intended to be, a Christian.
I'm not saying to negotiate with them.
But what I have to sit down and
Can I
be
say-
nice to
can I
them?
say something?
These people live a life that I don't want any part of.
Yeah, you
I think
just
it's
can't. You
delusional.
can't use adjectives that are harmful. Okay, guys, let's just not do that.
Delusional.
Let's not lump them all in together. Let's
No,
not
and I said that.
use
It's
let's
not
not
on
use a
Mag-
term that references a group of people that are pieces of shit, and that's what the MAGA stands for, in my opinion. Now, if,
Yeah.
if I have a person come up here on the panel, I'm going to judge them and treat them just as I would anybody else until they open up their mouth and say "manifest destiny, baby," and then I'm going to have a problem with them because I know they're a violent individual that believes themselves entitled, and I'm going to treat them as a violent person should be treated. Is that okay with
And
you,
that's
OG?
fair. That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. The only point that I was trying to make is that by making the negative presumption immediately, you rob them of the chance to prove you wrong.
But none of us did that here.
Nope.
A moment ago, I heard some people saying some things.
Saying things that nobody was up here on the panel. If somebody came up here on the panel, these people would not be just immediately trashing them. Maybe some of them would. I don't know. I wouldn't. I would judge them based on what they say. That's it.
I would ask them that question that I just said to Tim. Would they be okay with that? I would ask them straight out. And if they said yes, then I'm sorry, I can't agree with them, OG. I can't.
No, and that's fair. All I'm asking is that they get the presumption. If
Would
they
you
say
have
that they're a
presumed-
problem, if they make the statement that they are okay with violence, gratuitous violence for no reason, that is different than just presuming that they are violent, evil people.
But
Well,
I
the-
think a lot of them, if you were to ask them, do you support the actions of this president? And they say yes, that's it, done deal.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there were Yahtzees that did things and they didn't want to. Should we presume that Yahtzees that should they have presumed that the Yahtzees were not all bad and they shouldn't use words to paint them in a negative light? If we were in the 30s,
I understand what you mean,
right?
But there were also people who, from the inside, tried to get rid of the leadership. They wanted to get rid of I don't want to even get close to saying his name because it might affect the live. But you understand what I mean. There were people on the inside who plotted to get rid of him.
Yeah, but I doubt you would go on like a public forum and tell people, Americans who are looking at these Yahtzees doing things and saying, well, guys, you shouldn't say that these Yahtzees are this, that, and the other. You're painting them with a broad brush. Do you think he would have ever said that? Probably not.
I don't think that that's a fair representation.
I think it is.
Okay,
I think
so
it is.
how many of these
Donald Trump.
how many of these people are walking
OG.
around unaliving people?
OG,
in the streets summarily?
I read the entire national strategy that Donald Trump released on Thursday. It literally said well, not literally, but what it said that we were going to take over the Western Hemisphere. He's doing the entire playbook. He is going after all of our media. He is doing everything possible. He is disrupting our courts. He is violating the Constitution left and right. He is disrespecting the entire spirit of what this country is supposedly about. And I'm sorry, but that is very fascistic. And that lends itself to what the Yahtzees were. Trump. And so it is not a bad comparison to make.
I'm not defending the administration. I'm defending the everyday person who might have voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but the point,
horrible.
OG, becomes there at some point you have to be held responsible for your vote. And if you are still supporting this man, and a great many of them are, then you have to carry your bag of crap you have to be responsible. You have
right, but what if they're not supporting him?
They are.
Well, but overwhelmingly,
if they aren't supporting them, they aren't MAGA.
Right.
Right.
Do you go into
you're-
mega
so you-
lives at all, OG?
Hang on,
Like, do you
hang on.
go into mega
So
lives?
you're saying you don't classify people who simply voted for the man as MAGA,
No.
because they
Correct.
are still currently
Correct.
Okay, that's an important
No, and
distinction to make. I
Sure, I
misunderstood
have
you.
friends that are
because
Republicans that are not
There are
MAGA.
people who will 100% classify them as MAGA, regardless of if they still
Well,
support the
then
administration or not.
they're not understanding what a Republican is versus what a MAGA is.
But I'm
Precisely.
going to be honest with
there
you.
are
I have
people who
lost
don't-
friends over this, and
So have I.
I have people that said I voted for him and I would do it again, and that's it, done deal, game over. I don't need you in my life.
I don't
hang
need-
around
That's
with
fair.
schmozzies.
I don't need a friend who will agree with what Donald Trump said, was it yesterday, about Somalian people.
Yeah,
I don't need a friend in my life who agrees with that man who said that about those people.
Exactly.
Real quick, Justin, I
was
did
disgusting.
I accepted your request, but you're just buffering, so you might drop and try it again. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I mean,
Right.
the
Yeah,
comments
thank
that he said about, and I mean, it's just, and the way he's demeaning the lady and the press, the women in the press right now, calling them piggies and telling them to shut up and all this garbage. That is garbage. That's not a leader. I'm sorry. That's not somebody that, I mean, when I grew up and I always really looked, when we pledged our allegiance, and so on and so forth, we also pledged towards in my school, schools, the president of the United States was on the wall that I put my hand over and did that, because there he was beside the flag. And that's what we did. And I don't ever remember a president to this day saying the things that this man says about people.
No, he's awful.
I got to give a quick shout out to Lonnie. Lonnie, I'm showing that you have liked the program 3,585 times. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
I'm going
lot.
to say that we need more people to like.
I'm just doing it now.
If you're on the panel, don't tap.
Oh,
yeah, it's just for people in the comments.
When he says Republicans should prove themselves, right now Donald Trump has an 87% approval rating among Republicans.
Yeah, isn't that terrifying? Terrifying.
So we don't got to wait for them to tell us. They're already
Come here.
telling us. We're
I'll give you one of
perfectly
those.
in
That looks pretty good.
We're good.
Yeah, I
Can I
wanted
jump
to
in
come up
here?
and talk about the
Yes.
GOP's respect for life.
Well, I heard
This guy was asking.
was that Lovely?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
asked that I
Okay, guys.
can.
Tall nerd, hold on, because Lovely's been on for a while. I don't think Lovely's talked yet, so
No.
please jump in there. And Hush Puppy, I don't think has said anything either. So let me get to those two first, Tall, and then we can get back to you. Go ahead, Lovely.
All right, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
First things first, I just want to say that you can never unite with people that get off on cruelty towards other human beings. That's one thing. And when it comes to MAGA, my father was a Marine, and he told me in order to understand my enemy, I have to listen to them. So I am a person, I listen to the Brian Kilmeades of the world. I go into MAGA Lives because I really want to understand how these people think. And what I want people to understand is that these are the type of people will get that, I would go on panels, they would be very nice to me, but the minute I would drop, that hateful rhetoric would restart again, because I believe in having civil discourse. Because that's how I can't understand you in if I'm yelling and screaming at you, right? And what I'm telling you is these people, they have a face for literally whoever they're talking to. And a lot of them are followers just looking for something to believe in, but they have that hate within themselves, right? That is why they're so attracted to Donald Trump and this idea of MAGA. Because I'm sitting here on a panel, I think, with a lot of friendlies, and we're all sitting here like every time we see something that comes up, it's like, oh my God, how can they sit back and allow this to happen? But when you talk to somebody that is MAGA, right, they have a boogeyman for everything. Donald Trump gave them undocumented immigrants as a boogeyman. Then it was they violated the Geneva Convention, unaliving and double tapping these boats and international waters. But now all of a sudden they are drug dealers. That's their boogeyman, right? DEI was a boogeyman, right? Saying, oh, people of color or women or LGBTQ, like they are getting a step ahead because of what they may look like or who they may love, when that's not even the case. So I just want you to understand it's very hard for me to forgive anybody that voted against their own self. A lot of these people aren't millionaires or 1%. They don't even have their best interests at heart. But what they'll do is they'll vote with their hate, their racism, and their need to want to own someone else and own something else that doesn't even belong to them. And I'll land my plane there.
That was lovely. Lovely. Thank you. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, violent individuals is like that motherfucker's talking about manifest destiny. What the fuck? Either they just don't understand history, or they just really think they can unalive somebody because they think they're better.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something, host. Donald Trump has made them empowered to say that. Have you all noticed that majority of these people that get on these panels are young men in their early 20s, and they will defend Donald Trump to the unaliving? And I asked one of them one day, I said, do you consider yourself a conservative? He said, yes. I said, would you consider Donald Trump a conservative? He said, yes. I said, so a man that has 3 wives, created all these broken homes, had children all over the place, that's a conservative?
He was conserving something.
Lovely, can I ask you a question, if I may?
You may, sure.
What did you think of the administration removing MLK Day and Juneteenth Day from the free parks, and adding Donald Trump's birthday and Theodore's birthday instead of those days? Why they pick those 2 days? What did you think of that?
Because they want to distract us. As a black woman, I wasn't offended by that. There's nothing this administration has done that has not surprised me. And see, what I tell my fellow black Americans is, we know our history. We know the history. We still have a right to celebrate those days. Donald Trump can't take away those days from us because they belong to us. And so it did not, as a black woman, as a black American, it did not bother me at all, because it's something he's trying to throw out there to distract us, for us to get upset about, when we have to really pay attention to legislation and the real issues that are going to affect us going forward. I'm still going to celebrate Juneteenth. I'm still going to celebrate MLK. And Donald Trump, he can't tell me was designated, for me to do that. So I didn't think anything of it. I mean, could this administration do anything else that would surprise y'all?
Nope.
No.
So
I mean,
Not
if
a
he
bloody
if he
thing.
dropped a nuke on a country, I might be surprised. But barring that,
oh come
and
on,
even then,
Come on.
it may not surprise me. I don't.
We got a department. We got the head. Pete Hegseth is out here playing Battleship and running around like he's on a video game. I mean that
He's like
it was
he's got his
surprising.
little boats and in the bathtub. Pew pew. That's what he does when he takes a bath. This motherfucker. These people are crazy. Now, Hush Puppy, go ahead and jump in there. I know you dropped, but you'd been waiting for a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, wanted to say, I was into a MAGA Live earlier, and everything they was talking about, it was, they were talking about themselves, and they were saying all the liberals, it was liberals.
What do you mean?
They don't like
It was liberals. Like
They,
all their problems.
like they said we was insane. They kept saying we were crazy and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
And
no.
then they said
Yeah.
we were the violent ones.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That
what they have
was,
to do to get them through the night is believe that we're bad people.
Yeah, projection. That's the word I was looking for. I have a learning disability.
Think about that. They're like, we're going to unalive people in boats for crimes we don't know that they committed. That's okay, but you're violent because you don't want us to do that. Does that make any sense?
No.
It's all those
Makes-
damn
makes no
liberals.
sense.
They're crazy. They're the violent ones.
Right.
They're the worst.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That might be a good segue to my response to OG, because he was actually asking, like, are these people going around unaliving people? And in a sense, yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. It was called stand your ground. That was the first erosion in our social norms. We had actually British common law when U.S. law was silent, and one of those principles was that you're not supposed to initiate a conflict. The GOP was the ones that said, sure, hell yeah, we can. That's our right as an American. And it was
Please
starting
tell
from
me
there.
you are not
Trickle-down human
talking
rights
about
violations.
self-defense law.
Yes.
There we go. So this is exactly why I came up, right? Because you like to paint yourself as the victim. You sit up here and cry like, oh, why can't we be more respectable? People like you caused the problem.
People like me, right?
They
well
did.
then,
Yeah.
if
You're not
you
the
want to
victim, you're
get
the
to the
perpetrator.
intricacies of self-defense law, I'm more than happy because I'm very well versed. What exactly about stand your ground law is the problem to you?
I just told you. So if you open your
No,
ears,
that
the
was
history
word
comes
salad
from
and it
British.
didn't mean anything. What is the actual
No,
problem? I don't care about British
That's
common
your
law.
prejudice talking. That's your racism talking, because I
It's
was
not
talking about
racism.
British
I am black.
common
I can't be
law.
racist.
And so you're still not listening, right? That's the racism. So I said British common law.
I am
So try to
black.
track
I
here.
can't be racist.
Let's try to track.
Try
Oh,
again.
that's even worse. Oh my goodness, you're an agent of supremacy then, because you have a learned colonial behavior where you actually can't listen. And I'm trying to tell you that there was British common law before there was US law, and it's still in effect today in the United States. Anytime US law is silent, British common law applies. And the principle, listen carefully, because I said this before and you didn't hear it, the principle of not starting a conflict comes from British common law. Stand your ground was the first time that was eroded, and I don't believe you're black because it was mostly black people that were unalived by stand your ground. You should know that if you were black.
And I understand now that black people bear arms to protect themselves because that law applies to black people as well. Also, if you initiate a conflict under stand your ground laws, you are not protected by stand your ground law. You will be convicted. If I go
That's not
outside,
true.
if I go outside right now and I get into a road rage incident and I'm the aggressor, and then I produce a weapon and I use it, I'm going to prison.
That's not stand your ground.
Yes, it is.
So
The only thing that no, I got it. The only thing that stand your ground does is it says you do not have a duty to retreat. It does not say that you can aggress and go after people
That is
with
the
a weapon.
legal terminology. That is the legal terminology, and you're absolutely correct. What I did is I translated it into the practical effect, because there was someone in Florida unalived over popcorn throwing. Who do you think started that conflict?
Yeah, and also there is like a point where if there is even a minimum disengagement, then turns into it, even though you started it, and then you back away or whatever, and somebody comes at you, now you can claim self-defense.
No, not
Yes.
quite.
Yes.
There are
Yes,
intricacies.
that's what's
Well,
happening
I will
with white
concede,
guys.
listen,
Yeah,
I will
it's true.
concede that there are intricacies, and there are, but you have to take each case individually. You can't make blanket
Uh-huh.
assertions about how it works.
If the
and just
stand your
broadly-
ground
We've had a
law,
broadly say,
decade.
for instance, if
We've had a
somebody,
decade to do the blanket.
if somebody comes and attacks me, right? They come and they attack me, and I go to defend myself. That is justifiable self-defense. However, if they disengage and they are running away and they are no longer a threat, I cannot then claim self-defense and attack them.
That's not true.
I can't do that.
Depends on which side.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
true. That's what the
There's an
Trayvon
element
Martin
to
case was about,
saying.
OG.
It depends
Trayvon
on the
Martin,
side
and
of the door
this
frame.
is why
has
I
been-
came up to talk to OG, because I don't think you're American, and I don't think you've paid attention to what's happened in this country in the last 20 years. Right?
This has
You
been
have a British
debunked
accent.
multiple times. You can literally play back
no.
the Trayvon Martin tape.
Oh my
Forgive
God.
me. Which one was? No, I was thinking of Michael Brown. I'm
Thank
not going
you.
to make excuses for George Zimmerman. I'm not going to.
Well,
All
you
right?
just did.
No, I corrected
You,
myself.
you enamel people like him when you make false claims about the law, right? And when you say that, oh, well,
I'm
stand your
not
ground doesn't
making
do
any
X, Y,
false
Z.
claims about the law.
Listen, OG, you did actually make
okay,
a false
so-
claim because you said, and let me finish holding him accountable, please, because this is the problem with people like him. They don't listen. I am saying that you said the law did something, and it doesn't do that, right? George Zimmerman is not behind bars because that's exactly what the law enabled him to do.
So you're citing stand your ground law as the reason why he was
It
exonerated.
was the start. So listen, it was the start of the erosion of the principle of civilization itself, the rule of law. That's why we're here talking about unaliving people in boats.
That was the first brick in the road to hell, is what
That
it was.
has nothing
Thank
to
you.
do with military policy.
She gets it. She gets it. And you don't. And by the way, that's part of the mental illness that I think Americans have and they need to overcome. You need to understand the chain of events in history and how one thing snowballs into another. It's not totally separate. It's actually all connected. It's called
Self-defense
systems
law.
thinking. You would do well.
No.
I'm
Self-defense
curious.
law has nothing to do with military law. Sorry.
There we go. So this is how I know you're probably white, because it is white men that go around saying with complete confidence, oh my God, that has nothing to do with one or the other, when it actually does. Because segregation is in your head. It's not just a principle you imposed on the races around you.
I'm sorry, are you implying that I'm white again?
Yeah, I think you are. I'd like you to turn on
you're
your camera.
wrong. You're wrong about a lot of things, but
well, are
If I can turn on my camera,
are
can
you
you?
an American?
yes,
Are you naturalized?
I am a citizen of the United States.
Okay, so you weren't born here though.
I am a citizen of the United States.
Do you see the color of those
So you
cabinets
weren't
behind
born
me
here.
and how this is darker? I want to see you do the same thing.
Sorry.
Well, that's all well and good because I don't quite really give a damn what you want.
Well, there we go. And I think you're posing because there are people who are white tea nationalists and supremacists that go around saying I'm a minority, and they're spreading white tea nationalist ideals. That's what I hear you doing.
I'm quite literally black.
Well,
Okay,
I'd love to see it.
it's-
I don't care what
Yeah.
you want to see. I
Okay,
don't
either
owe
way.
you anything.
Exactly. So you're just a poser. It's fine. Just admit you're a poser. We can move on.
Here's the question that I would love, and this is something that I sit.
If I
and
may present a rebuttal,
been
please go
terrible.
fuck
I'm
yourself
sorry.
with it.
Could I finish talking?
Oh,
Likewise, man. Fuck you too. You're unaliving
Okay,
minorities,
guys.
and I
Hey,
won't have it.
listen, you guys can't engage in that anymore. TikTok will
We're not- we
fucking
can't- we
drop
can't
your
talk
asses,
anymore.
and it'll fuck with my life.
They
So
will.
please don't.
What happens? Here's what happens. What happens when the citizens of this country realize that stand your ground laws exist? And what happens when immigration and customs enforcement comes into a town and the town stands its ground? That's the only question I have. I wonder about that sometimes.
What a great question.
Was anybody asking the same question during Ruby Ridge or Waco?
100%.
Now, what was the question? I'm sorry, I was looking at something.
My question is, what happens if a town has immigration and customs enforcement come into their town and they stand their ground because they can?
Well, you saw the Bundy Ranch, haven't you?
Okay, there's a big difference between the Bundy Ranch and David Koresh, but sure, go ahead.
There's a big difference between David Koresh and a town that says we don't want you here.
And let's also
you
take into
Well, the
consideration.
Bundy Ranch,
Hold up.
the Bundy Ranch would be a better example.
And hold up. Let's
When they
also
took
take into
over a federal
consideration
building, those Bundys,
the,
is that what you're talking
the
about?
Bundys, yes.
Ammon
Left
Bundy.
ranch and went
Ammon
to other
Bundy,
states.
who himself has said that this motherfucker has gone too far. The
Yes.
guy that took over the federal building, who has since turned on Trump. That guy, you can use that guy as an example. Okay.
I'm talking about
Dream,
armed resistance.
was that you talking? I'm sorry, I jumped in there. Was that you, Dream?
Sorry, I kind of went off. I started talking.
No, you're
inappropriately.
no, you're fine.
I
Go
was-
ahead. I interrupted you. That's my bad.
David Koresh and Ted Bundy, two different qualifications, right? Like you're just throwing out outlandish things. And David, the Bundys, they didn't just stay on their ranch. They went not only to other cities but other states and took over places. And yes, if you were in Oregon when it was happening, people were pissed. Like you're just going for the shock and awe, right? That's disingenuous.
She asked about armed resistance. I gave an example of armed resistance.
Okay. So, first of all, David Koresh, explain to me what you mean by armed resistance, because
I've already
they-
said that the Bundy Ranch was a better scenario.
Oh,
It was a
so
better example.
okay, great. So, armed resistance going into another state, another city.
That's not the part I'm talking about, and you know it.
Oh no, it is because
I'm talking about the hundreds, well, dozens of armed people who showed up to the ranch, who stalled the federal agents who were sent against them. And that was it. That's the only part of that scenario that I'm referencing. She asked, what about federal agents showing up in places where they're not wanted? And what about people who are armed opposing them?
Yeah, but
here's
the difference is that they're
problem with
white.
your example. Here's the problem with your example, right? Because the Bundys, like, they are inflammatory. They intentionally seek out people who feel like they're the minority, who feel like they're oppressed, and they're like, "Hey, I feel your pain. Come feel my pain with me. Come stand up for me." Oh, okay. And then they all get together. That's not the reality, though, right? Because that's delusional. And so when you base your whole argument like, oh, everybody came and stood up, it was delusional from the beginning. Context is important, dude. Sorry.
She asked for an example. I provided one.
Yeah,
And
and
the problem
I'm
is
telling
that
you,
the
your
people that we're
examples
talking
like it.
about,
So-
these people, we don't even know for sure if they are government officials because they are masked without badges and identification. So what they are is an armed group of people, and we don't know for sure who they are, except that they have on shirts that you can buy from Amazon that say words, and they could be anyone. And if people were to say, I'm not going with you and I don't even know who you are, show me who you are, and you refuse, then stand my ground.
Yeah, and largely speaking, stand your ground laws protect white people. They don't generally protect anybody else. You're 254% more likely to be able to successfully use a stand your ground law when you're a white person that unalived a black person.
Well, then let's
Thank you.
get a whole bunch of white people to go stand their ground against masked, unidentified, armed people coming and wrecking havoc with people's lives. Let's get a whole bunch of white people who are in their right minds to do something right for a change and be on the front line of that and say, you can't have these people, we won't let you, because we don't even know who you are.
But they generally will only do it when they're protecting their supremacy.
And is like OG implying like people have the right to stand their ground in like
Yes.
a situation? Dude, hold your breath, man. Are you implying like a brown person in the United States has the right to stand their ground when somebody who is proclaiming to be ICE is coming at them? Is that your argument? I mean, genuinely, am I missing this?
OG?
No, stand your ground laws say what they say, correct?
Okay. Well, no, so not really. Because if you could provide me an example where a stand your ground law has been used when law enforcement or alleged law enforcement has been coming to arrest a person. Like, that's not a stand your ground law, dude.
There was a case in Texas. An officer showed up to a woman's house middle of the night. I can't remember if there was a call or a report. I believe they got a call for service. He went. He did not properly identify himself, and he tried knocking the door, I believe. She did not respond, and he went poking around the house, and he was freaked out or something. I believe he had his weapon drawn, and she had a weapon, and I believe because he hadn't identified himself, she used her weapon and she was acquitted.
What was the name of that case?
If you Google it, you should be able to find it in pretty short order. I can't remember exactly her name, but it was in the state of Texas.
So even still, an anomaly, right? Because like stand your ground laws do not apply to law.
Provide me one example. I provide an example. It's an anomaly.
It is an anomaly, actually. It is an anomaly.
Yeah,
If
it
you
happened
think,
before.
okay, you're telling me
called it a blanket
that an officer is allowed to be pew-pewed by people out in the open because what Nadine said was that they show up to your city. She didn't say they come into your house without, believing that they have a right to come and take you. That's not what she said. She said show up at the city. Do you believe that open in the fucking street people are allowed to do that? Of course not.
It's almost like stand your ground laws don't work that way.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
It's part of the
kind of-
That's right. It doesn't work that way.
So
you're right.
In cities, decisions, especially in these sanctuary cities, you're acting like their autonomy means nothing. Therein lies the problem. You're forgetting the state and local structure of government. And if those governments aren't on board, OG, then they have rights. And within our Constitution, they have rights. Not this made up stuff you're talking about now. You're off in fantasy land.
Well, what OG is doing is he's hiding behind
What is
the
a
legal
fantasy?
language.
I've provided you an example,
You're hiding,
and you're
OG.
acting like the
You're
supremacy
hiding.
clause doesn't exist.
No, but the thing is,
Exactly,
the
you're hiding
issue I
behind
have
the
with
legal
case
language.
that you gave is the officer went into this woman's house and was walking around in the inside of her
No,
house.
he was not
unannounced.
inside the house. He was outside the house. He was on her property, but he was outside.
Oh, okay.
But she was arrested, wasn't she, until the outcome of the trial?
She was acquitted. Anytime you
Was
were
she
involved-
arrested until the acquittal?
Yes, but
Okay,
anytime
there you
you're
go.
involved- Anytime
There you
you're
go.
involved in a use of force,
Because-
you
no,
are
no, no.
99%
You're not always
of the
arrested.
time.
Yeah,
going to
you
be
don't
arrested.
always get arrested, my guy.
No.
On stand your ground laws. As a matter of fact, a lot of times you don't get arrested.
I'm gonna say this, OG. You're listening to somebody that pew somebody and didn't get arrested. I pew somebody walking into my house in the state of Alabama, and I was never arrested.
That's what
4
I'm
years
saying.
ago.
If it's a clear enough cut case and your district attorney is not the type that will go after anybody for that kind of thing.
A clear
But
enough
what's the
case. That's
difference
interesting. A clear enough case. Yet you had an officer that went in unannounced. That was clear cut case, wasn't it? He wasn't supposed to be there. He went in there anyway. He got unalived. Is that not clear cut? Oh, wait. That's right, because it's different, because it's law enforcement. So it's not going to be clear cut in any of those situations. What do you mean?
Is where prejudice
You said
lives.
clear cut.
Right.
You said in one instance it was clear cut. In the other
What he's
instance,
trying to do is
it is the
quantify
same
it now.
thing. It's the same
Now
shit.
he's trying to quantify.
The difference
Lovely.
is that one
In
is
your-
a cop.
In your situation,
I did want to.
in Lovely's situation, I just wanted to ask her
I
this.
can.
What was
Well,
this?
okay.
Was it a home invasion?
No.
Was it somebody who had threatened you? If you want
No,
to share.
I don't know what he was doing. I'm going to assume that I felt like he was breaking into my house, but I was asleep on the couch and some clicked on my door, right? And right next to my couch, I keep a little thingy thing or whatever.
Right.
And he walked in. It was 2:40 something in the morning, and I popped his ass, and I never got arrested. They came and got my weapon and things of whatever, and all of that such, but I never got arrested.
Right,
But what you-
because that was
the
a clear cut
longer I
case.
have to
you're
wait
talking
to speak,
about
the more
got
boring this is
arrested
going to
and
get
was
because the more
charged.
points I need to interject. So can I please take a turn? I have been trying to be polite. So
Wait,
look,
what do you? Whoa,
there's-
tall nerd. And what? No,
I've
yeah,
been
you got to
waiting
do
so
that.
long,
No,
huh?
you have
I've
not.
been waiting
No, you have
so
not.
long. Yes,
No,
I have.
And
Can
you
I
know
respond
what?
to what she
Okay,
said?
and you're you're gonna wait longer. This motherfucker sitting there timing. Christopher hasn't spoken yet, buddy. We've got Andy hasn't spoken for fucking 15, 20 minutes now. What are you talking
Can I
about?
respond to Lovely
You have
very
you have no right to speak. You don't get to just believe that yourself. You need to come in there and jump in at any point. And you have spoken within the last 7 minutes. Don't fucking do that shit. You do that every time you come up here. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What?
And I don't know if it makes any difference, but the guy I pew-pewed, he did not unalive, but I did pop him. But I never got arrested. And I don't really, and the thing is, you're saying that this woman got arrested. What you're saying is this woman got arrested, charged. For her to get acquitted, she had to stand trial. So
Right. The point I'm trying to make is, in your situation, what they had was they had you in your house and somebody trying to break in. He violated the barrier, tried to break in. You did what you did. That's clear cut. In her case, what they had was an officer who'd respond to a call, went to a home, was on the property, and that's all they knew. And then after that, the information they had was that he had been struck from a weapon, and she was the person responsible for that. They had to gather the rest of the information after the fact. That's why she was arrested, and that's why she would have been charged until they had the entire picture. They had the whole picture with you. They did not have the whole picture in her case.
Time out. Are you saying that this police officer never entered her home? She shot him in the backyard?
He was on her property and he was armed, and she saw that he was armed through the
I
window.
think that would be big news, and I can't find it, so I'm just calling.
I'm calling bullshit on that.
I mean,
You
like,
give
here's
me
the
the
thing, like,
name of the
he's talking
case.
about-
Give me the name of the case.
You should be able to Google that.
Yeah,
and have
if
it
you know
right back.
this, just you know all these details, you should know the name of the case, or at least you can look it up so I can pull it
Give
up
me
on
a
my
second,
screen.
I'll find it for
Yeah,
you.
please, because
Well, I
in
think-
the yard, no.
Also, he's trying to compare civilian versus civilian against somebody who's claiming to be in some position of authority against civilian. Like, it's so deceptive. It's so misleading.
Yeah, it's
wild.
and I have my laptop right here in my lap, and I can't find anything on a woman unaliving a police officer that was walking around her home or anything.
Yeah,
and
and
I mean,
Lovely,
I'm
you know if
all
that
the way
ever
back in
happened.
like 2016 now. So
And you
I
know
think
if that
also
happened,
he's
it would
pivoted
be
his point a couple of times. Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's so nonsense. Hey, by the way, Andy, hi. Tim, I'm so glad to see you on My Time. Love it.
Oh yeah. Well, so whenever Olive goes live, I'm going to shut it down, or before then, I only went live today to read that national strategy crap that Trump released. Did you see that shit? He's basically like, Europe is being, they're having their civilization erased because of migrants. The Muslims are coming, that kind of bullshit, and we're going to take over the Western Hemisphere.
It sounds
And-
like Trump nonsense.
And we're going to love Russia, and Europe needs to get better relations with Russia. It literally says that in there, that they need better relations with Russia. Fucking wild. This dude it's crazy. But anyway, I just went live to read that. I read the whole thing front to back, and then all this started. It's been fun. Now, Tall Nerd, you're welcome to come back. Dude, you do that every time you come up here. Either way, Hush, was it Hush Puppy? Who was it? No. Oh, okay. I think I was thinking of Christopher. Christopher, you haven't spoken yet, have you?
Well, and Hush
No,
hasn't
it's-
gone.
Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, isn't it wild? This person that lost an election, the congresswoman, the Hispanic girl that lost the election in, what was it, Minnesota? And then she moved to Texas, and now she's like talking crap about Muslims. Like, I think she's
Who's talking crap about Muslims? We lost you. I can't hear you, Chris. Chris, can you guys hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay. So
Went away.
Chris,
Yeah, we
Chris
can
is
hear
just okay. Tall nerd, you said some things in the comment section. What is it about a native curse? What are you talking about?
So there's a problem I experience only with European descended Americans. And it has to do with how y'all feel attacked by words. I
Wait.
didn't
How
call you any
y'all?
names.
Well,
I didn't
hold on.
shout.
Who are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
Are you talking about me?
European descended Americans in general.
Are you talking
All
about
of
me?
you. If you feel included in what I'm saying, that's up to you. I'm
I'm
describing a
asking if
behavior.
you're referring to me.
I'm not trying to personalize the argument.
That's ridiculous. You think you're persecuted? You feel persecuted right now?
Definitely. Yeah, it's unequal
Okay.
treatment.
Well,
For
I tell you what. Here, now you're fucking persecuted. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm not white, okay? I'm not white. Nobody's picking on you. You come up here and fucking cry that baby bullshit every time you come up here. You'll sit fucking there for quiet for 2 minutes. And you go, oh my God, why don't you? Dude, just jump in there and have the goddamn conversation. Like, it doesn't have to be complicated, okay?
All right,
Don't
host.
sound fucking
I'm
native curse.
going to go ahead and own this one. I had the parties reversed on that, so I apologize. I had my facts mixed up on that case.
Okay, so what happened then?
Were you
It was
talking
the
about the
parties were
Tatiana
opposite.
case? Were you talking about the Tatiana Jefferson case?
No.
He's teacup.
Well, Christopher,
Maybe he was, but I was
Christopher,
asking
you,
about the Valentino Gonzalez.
yeah. Well,
Gomez.
Christopher, you went silent there for quite a while. We didn't, you started talking.
That might have been a technical. That was the technical issue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
lovely. That was the one.
Okay.
Well, that police officer unalived her, and he went to prison.
Like I said, I had the parties mixed up.
Okay.
I
Yeah. That's
apologize.
yeah. Well, when you were telling us that, we were like,
wrong.
yeah, no, that doesn't sound like America to me.
He mixed up the homeowner unaliving a police officer. Weird.
Anyway, Christopher, please say what you were going to say, because we literally didn't hear like anything that you said. You just went dead silent.
No, yeah, no. I recognize that. That Valentina Gomez, like she lost as a congresswoman in, I think, Minnesota, but now she moved to Texas. And she's talking all this kind of crap about Muslims. It makes no sense to me. Like, it's absolutely obscure.
Valentino Gonzalez? What are we?
Gomez.
Out of Texas. She's out of Texas.
Okay, so what happened? I'm a little confused. I'm not following.
She basically did a campaign saying like, hey, Muhammad's gonna R your children, your female children. Like it's absolutely wild to me. Like that's her take. That's all she's got. That's all she's got is hate.
She is that woman out of Texas that's basically she's, I don't know if I can say on TikTok, but she's basically spreading hateful rhetoric when it comes to people who practice Islam.
Thank you, Dream.
Muslim.
And I'm pretty sure she's Hispanic, so like she's preaching to people that hate her. On top of that, you have to look up her name.
What is her name?
What he's saying is she's a part of a marginalized community, yet she's using her platform to attack another marginalized community.
100%.
Is that what you're trying
That's
to say?
exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, you got me tenfold.
Okay, so that was just like a random factoid then.
No. It's just the fact she's running. Like this is what she's running on. This is her platform. It is super hate. It's diabolical. Like I don't get it. Like, I'm not Muslim, by the way, but at the same time, like, I don't hate folks like this.
Maybe explain to us what you define in her platform is hateful. That would maybe be helpful.
I thought I expressed that when I said that she suggested that Muhammad, which is pretty much like if you're Muslim, like Jesus, and he's out here to your children. Like what? 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 What are we even talking about? A prophet that doesn't exist anymore? Like they're out here to your children. What? I can't even make that up. That's her like literal like whole program.
And she's running out of what state?
Yeah, like did you listen to her words?
Texas. She's running out of Texas. Yeah, she's a naturalized citizen that's using what he's saying is basically okay, she's a naturalized she has to go a naturalized citizen. She's from South America. I'm not sure where she's from, but she's basing her platform on basically fear tactics when it comes to the Muslim community, and her rhetoric is basically saying, hey, accusing people of the Muslim faith of doing violent things towards like women and children.
Yeah, Tim, you can look her up. She's a piece of work.
You never
if OG found this case yet.
No, he admitted.
No,
we've already been over this.
Yeah, it was the wrong. He had swapped the police for the lady. Far right candidate in Missouri draws backlash. So she's from Missouri. Valentina Gomez's online trolling campaign.
There you go. Okay.
So she's from Missouri, but she's running in Texas. She's running for something in Texas.
See,
That's
on
her.
the targeted monologue, bewildered Jon Stewart, except it was real. In America, you can be anything you want. The show goes on. So don't be weak and gay. Stay hard. I mean, this is just more MAGA bullshit.
Yeah, that's it.
So
that's
refreshing to see a female. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I think she's like does this on purpose because she knows that those people are rabid racists and bigots. And she just, it worked for Donnie. Let me give it a go.
But it won't work for her. But it won't
probably
work for her.
not.
You know,
Yeah, like sorry, lady, they don't like you either. I'm sure.
Exactly.
I speak the truth, and I'm waking up the lions to save America. Oh my God, the lions! I'm so sick of it. It's funny, the lions sure do follow around another guy all the time. I thought lions were supposed to be like independent and on their own, but they're really just sheep.
Yeah, she's running for U.S. House Texas District 31 in the midterms.
She sounds gross.
She's very gross.
He is wildly
Can I point out that like Hush Puppy has tried to talk so many times and he's been cut off?
Was he trying to talk? Hush, Puppy, go ahead.
Like lots of times, him and Andy both.
It's all right. I was just listening. I forgot what I was going to say. But I'm going to drop down and just listen and tap.
All right. Thank you, Hush Puppy. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for being up here and for supporting the show. Hush Puppy's around all the time, and I appreciate it. I can drop you if you need me to. Anyway,
My little outburst, I said what I needed to say.
That's pretty cool. Now, Tall Nerd, I feel like there's some things you need to get off your chest. Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak on the topic earlier. There are two things about British common law that allow you to defend yourself. There's the Castle Doctrine, where you're in your home, and yes, you have a right to respond. The practical effect of eliminating the duty to retreat and stand your ground is to basically have a license to unalive someone based on how threatened you felt. And that is where racism lives. That was the only point I wanted to make and was going to make. Thank you. Have a good night.
But you already made that point. That's what started that whole conversation. That was literally the point you made to start the entire conversation. Am I right?
Yeah, and why did you dip, tall nerd?
Yeah, you go in there, you call
Thank
you call me a white person. You tell me partial minorities are more colonial than other non-partial minority. You said a bunch of really egregious and fucking horrible shit in the comments. So I assumed you would address that shit, but then you just run like what?
Like,
what is your deal, bro? Like what the fuck?
that was
man?
weird.
Yeah,
That was weird.
He really does this every time he comes up here. I don't know why it's irritated me more tonight than it normally does. So I guess that's on me. But
Just about that thing. It's not about you. I kind of personally like you. You're not
Yeah.
that fucking annoying. Like, just want to throw that out there.
well, I appreciate that. I like Tall Nerd. I guess we all have quirks that grate us more than some others. But I like the guy. He's a smart guy. Anyway, moving on from that, I guess. Let me check and make sure that Olive hasn't started her live yet. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, so this like Western Hemisphere stuff really just irks the fuck out of me. And I think that's why he put all those ships there. That's my conspiracy theory. I think all that was just a ruse to allow him, a way to build up things there without startling any of the other countries.
Yeah,
Is there a reason why?
I was eating a gummy and I was listening to you talk about the Monroe Doctrine, and I just listened. I lay there and listened. It seemed like forever, but that was very informative. Thank you.
Oh, did you hear the whole thing?
Yes, sir, I did. I laid here and listened to
Hey,
everything.
I appreciate that because I was like, whenever it got to like 40 people, I was like, damn, I can't believe 40 people are listening to me read this fucking watching grass grow.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't know it. It was new information, some of it. Like, I'd heard them talk about it. Like, they talk about the Monroe Doctrine, like, we should all know what's in it. And let's be honest, a lot of that shit they talk about, we don't know what's in it. So you were breaking it down, practical side. Like, I just laid here and listened. It was great. But you did hear me say that I ate a couple of gummies and, like, just kind of laid here and, like, mellowed myself up to that. Like, that's where, you notice I'm not really aggressive tonight. Like, nope, just not going there.
Hey, Tim, what is there a reason why we're going to expand in the whole Western Hemisphere? Which just I can't even. But okay,
America first. That's what it is. It's to protect our interest. It's to protect the shipping lanes. It's to protect any bottleneck areas, with straits. It's yeah. I mean, well, essentially, I mean, we know that's true. But his argument is for those things, basically the defense of America, because he's saying that we're in a unique position. We have ocean on both sides, which are duh, but of these areas. So if we get all of the other countries on our side through force or whatever means, induce was the language that they used, and we know what that means. Ipecac induces vomiting, right? Very violently, I will say. Induce can mean a lot of things.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
I feel better now that I got that out.
Right. Well, so that's his argument, is for like our defense, because if all of those countries are on our side, then we can use them as cannon fodder to fight anybody that decides they want to invade. At least that's what I took from the document.
So basically, we're just going to
there's
take
also
over North,
minerals.
South America and call it all the United States of America.
He probably won't rename them, but it's going to be you either get on board, or we'll make you get on board. And as other people are seeing him going after Maduro, because Maduro has already responded and tried to work out a deal. Give me $250 million and I'll get the fuck out of here. That was what, last week, I think, or maybe even this week he did that.
last week,
So this is, this is Trump showing them that I will do these things to you if you don't get on board with my agenda. And that's how he's going to
Funny
do
that
it.
you said that he wouldn't rename them, but he renamed the Gulf.
I mean, that's true.
sorry.
He's going to take every country, and it'll be like Brazil of the U.S., or U.S. Brazil, U.S. Argentina. I mean,
America.
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 Right.
America, Trump
He
land.
did say make America great again, not the U.S.
That's true.
So
That's
I guess
true.
he meant North and South America.
He
Yep.
doesn't
Yeah,
understand
total
that the United States is not the only America.
No, he doesn't.
And then you
the
left
sad
out
thing
in
is I met
America.
a lot of
You
people
left
that
out
don't
Central
understand.
America. You left out one of the
Right.
Americas.
That's true.
Like,
Yep.
it's so funny when you talk to Americans and you're like, so tell me where America is. And they're like, it's the United States. And I'm like, is that the United States or is that America?
Yeah,
And they're
like
like, that's America.
basics.
And I'm like, what about
It's
South America? And
basics.
they're like, that's America. And I'm like, what part?
It's basics.
yeah, and see here, this is kind of the language. I can read a little bit of it again. Western Hemisphere, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Like, what a fucking idiot. After years of neglect, the U.S. will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to own or control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is a common sense and potent restoration of American power and priorities. Essentially, this is like an anti-China strategy.
Tim, you know what this is, right?
Yeah.
This is drill, baby, drill in the Arctic. This is to keep China and Russia out of the Arctic because it's
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what that's what this is.
yeah, listen, our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop rug flows, strengthen stability and security on land and sea. We will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. Yeah, I mean, it's, it uses flowery language, but really what it means is we're going to take you over, you get on board, or you're going to get, your guy is going to be accused of whatever. It's gross.
Read the enlist part.
It is a bit.
You want me to read the enlist part? Yeah, I can read it.
I've read it, and we were actually talking about this in a strategy discussion earlier. But read it. It's interesting, and what's it reflective of? This is reflective of the Brandenburg Plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, American policy should focus on enlisting regional champions that can help create tolerable stability in the region, even beyond those partners' borders. These nations would help us stop illegal and destabilizing migration, neutralize cartels, nearshore manufacturing, and develop local private economies, among other things. We will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our principles and strategy, but we must not overlook governments with different outlooks with whom we nonetheless share interests and who want to work with us. The U.S. must reconsider our
Stop. I'm sorry, real quick, stop. Did you notice that that they slipped that in there? We must not overlook fascist regimes because we share oil interests. They have the resources, and we want them.
It even goes so far as to literally list U.S. businesses when it gets to the Africa part. Is that we're gonna make Africa a partner and we're gonna grow it and it's gonna be real great and the U.S. businesses will be the ones to go in there. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Anyway, the U.S. must reconsider a military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means four obvious things. And again, it's very convenient that we just happen to already have our military in that area that we would need it in. A readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere, especially the missions identified in this strategy, and away from theaters whose relative import to American national security has declined in recent decades or years. More suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes, to thwart illegal and other unwanted migration, to reduce human and drug trafficking, unless you're Epstein, and then I'll be your best friend, and to control key transit routes in a crisis. Targeted deployments to secure the border and defeat cartels, including where necessary, the use of lethal force to replace the failed law enforcement only strategy of the last several decades. And
So we're going to invade Mexico.
I mean, he's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants to do. It's gonna be a long 3 years, y'all. It's gonna be long.
Can I point out that it's always the Western Hemisphere and not like the Southwestern Hemisphere?
Because we don't have any military installations in Canada, Mexico, anywhere in Central America. We gave up the Panama Canal, and nowhere in South America. All of our military is in Asia and Europe.
Right. And you see, this is also a rebuttal to China. This is really about stopping China's Belt and Road from getting into, South and Central America, because they've started going in there with aid and
Yes.
such, and building infrastructure for these people in exchange for, what we would normally get, which is relations through trade and such. So he's trying to stop. In my opinion, this is about China. And we're just going to take it all over so that we can be the arbiters of that. And no, you can't buy from China. You got to buy from the U.S. and then pay a lot more for it. Fucking crazy. It's the goal.
Our closest allies. That's wild.
Right. Yeah, the goal is for our partner nations to build up their domestic economies while an economically stronger and more sophisticated Western Hemisphere becomes an increasingly attractive market for American commerce. Fucking jigsaw puzzle. 1 second. Fucking TikTok. Yes, I'm here. Okay. American commerce and investment. Strengthening critical supply chains in this hemisphere will reduce dependencies and increase American economic resilience. The linkages created between America and our partners will benefit both sides while making it harder for non-hemispheric competitors to increase their influence in the region. China. And even as we prioritize commercial diplomacy, we will work to strengthen our security partnerships, from weapons sales to intelligence sharing to joint exercises.
Oh boy.
Yep. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, y'all.
Man.
Raw, yes, I can post that in Discord. Give me a second. I gotta download it. I gotta go grab it. I'll do that right now before I forget, because I will forget. I forget everything.
We have 3 more years.
Yeah, 3 more years. It's going to be a long fucking 3 years. I mean,
We'll say 3 more years.
We just have to. If we can just do the right thing in the midterms. But even then, I'm going to be really honest. I just have no faith in the Democratic Party anymore. They're just they're just mega light.
That's what I was about to say. I'm like, I think that is I think people who are relying on in the midterms will get it back and will get control. They're resting on their laurels, right?
Yeah.
It's a misconception, a false sense of security.
Yeah, because
it is absolutely a false sense of security. But I am hopeful. I'm not gone yet. I mean, I still have a little
We just want some hope. Give us hope.
No, I'm with you.
And then
But
I just look at it because Bernie and Elizabeth Warren and AOC are like, they're trying to recruit real Democrats. And
they need to recruit my ass. That's what they need to do.
What we need is Mamdani to be super, super successful, so people will stop being afraid of democratic socialists.
They're never going to be.
Debo, welcome back, Debo. I saw you pop in. Come on up. Real quick, guys, if you missed the reading of that and you don't want to read it yourself and you don't mind listening, you can go to my YouTube channel. And all this stream is simulcast, and it'll be like maybe 20 minutes in, because I actually went live on YouTube, on the tube first before I was ready. So there's like a gap between where I start, but you can watch the whole thing and me reading it on the YouTube. It'll be December 6th, 2025 under the live tab. You'll be able to see it that way.
Is Liberal Loudmouth on YouTube too?
Yes. Yeah. It's
yes, he is.
yeah.
He's everywhere. He's like chlamydia. He spreads.
Hey.
And
I'm sorry. I was being funny. Sorry. I'm sorry, Tim.
And I'm like genital warts. You ain't getting rid of me, okay? You can. I ain't going nowhere.
Far back.
I don't know why I said that. I'm so sorry. I will apologize.
No, my co-host used to say that all the time. He's like, I'm like genital warts. You ain't getting rid of me.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
I always just say, like luggage, herpes and luggage. You have them for the rest of your life.
That's right.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, I think the blue states are like, oh, we can do the time because we've done the crime. Like, everybody voted him in, and we can just outweight him, right? It's a false sense of security.
Yep.
We're never going to be able to just wait out what's currently happening. People have to take action. We have to connect with people in red states who have voted this way and resonate with them and get this information across, get the data across to them that like what you're doing is harmful not only to yourself but like generations to come. We're fucked.
We are.
Yep. And if you think democracies are like, saved from fascistic dictators or just dictators in general, there are many, many countries that have fallen to dictators. They've written books about it. They've had people warning us about it since fucking Trump's first term. I mean, it can happen, and it looks like it's going to happen. I'm not sure they're going to stop.
In early onset fascism. I mean, come on, we already are. This is a kakistocracy, and it's Michael Wolff wrote about it. It is not. This is not a joke. It is not a drill. But I will say one thing, and I like somebody wrote in there. Don't put your hopes on a handful of elected people. But yes, those are the people who represent us. I'm in Chicago, and we have a lot of great people running to get rid of the old folks that have been in office for a long time. And I'm thrilled. I'd like to see that. So I'm happy. So liberal, you should run.
Yeah, I should. I'm sure the dials will get me though.
Oh God! Come back to Oklahoma and run here, please.
Sadly, you have to live there for 6 months, and Oklahoma schools are just so trash. I just can't. That's why we're still here in Mississippi.
Come to my school. No.
Yeah. Well, I won't ask you. I ask you offline. I don't remember where you live, but
in Oklahoma City, but it's not Oklahoma
I'm in
City
Florida.
Public Schools.
Oh God, Oklahoma City. That.
It is not Oklahoma City Public Schools, though. That's not where I work.
Okay. All right. But it's that area. Gotcha. No, it was, I actually went back there for a week, or maybe it was 2 weeks. And it was just, they started their shit. Of course, it was the same school, Nadine, that did that to me before when I had to sue them.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Fuck you guys. You guys are, this school is run by a piece of fucking garbage. And I just came back to Mississippi. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where people that I know that have said, I'm never going to run again, are saying, like, I can't. You know what they're doing at the jail here? Do you know that whole thing?
They're doing with the jail?
With the new jail. They want to build a new jail. It's going to be $1 billion. And the bond that they got 4 years ago was for $260 million. So now they just want another. Now they just want to run another tax.
Is JJ Humphrey calling that out? Has he been railing about that? I fucking love JJ.
My friend Mark Falk is, and he's running for county commissioner now. He said, I just can't. Oh. I can't just complain anymore. I can't go to meetings and rail about it.
Did you win that lawsuit or no?
I did. Yep.
Man, good on you. Good on you.
Yeah. Fucking fantastic. Yeah, no, it was that school was, I mean, that judge, the ruling from that judge was so bad. I mean, it was the only witness they had destroyed their entire fucking narrative, like, completely, and they were still willing to take it to a jury trial. This school was going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep
money
from right. Exactly. Yeah, they spent Nadine. They spent almost $70,000 defending that lawsuit.
Wow.
Isn't that fucking nuts?
That's the salary for a teacher and a half.
Yep.
It seems
over some fucking bullshit, right? Because that was the thing that actually got me in trouble, was saying that out in a parking lot at fucking 9:00 at night after a board meeting. Was saying the words "fucking bullshit." Crazy. Yeah, it was wild time. But
I like you even more now. I like you even more now.
Do what?
I like you even more now.
Oh yeah, no. And when they interviewed me, I was like,
I won a lawsuit or two.
Nice. Yeah. Well, when the local news interviewed me, I was like, well, they said that, when I said fucking bullshit was, how did they characterize it? But I said that, and I was like, but in my opinion, that's fucking bullshit. So I just said it again on the TV. They had to bleep it out, but it was funny. I thought it was funny.
I'm gonna tell everybody to hit that, tap the screen, tap your screen, tap your screen.
Yeah.
But not on the panel. Come on.
Yeah, get to tapping. We should have been at 100K already, really.
Yeah.
But that's
How
okay.
long when did you come back on?
I've been on for 5 hours.
Wow.
And I've made less than $10 in gifts, and we're not even at 100K. Y'all, we should have been at 125K, probably. But hell, Lonnie had almost 4,000 likes. And there were a couple other with, a couple thousand likes. But
yeah,
for what y'all do, for the people that are tapping, thank you. And gifting. And thank you for the glasses. Who is that? Christopher, thank you for those glasses. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, hell, now you're number 1 gifter. Andy, you're number 2. Raw number 3. Bobby B number 4. Hush Puppy number 5. Appreciate it, guys. I mean,
I won a couple lawsuits myself.
So what were yours over? Was that just like, was it with the government?
100%. Yeah.
Police?
Yeah. No, not police. It was actually about the fire department. They were not doing their justice for Section 8 folks.
Interesting.
And I raised a class action lawsuit.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
Fucking A.
And
you.
We won. Yeah, it was on their behalf, but I got a little, percentage.
Yeah, everybody got $7.
Yeah, I was gonna just tell you I was part of the class action suit.
They lost their houses. They
Republican
lost their
convention.
houses. They absolutely got a lot more money than I did, but I just got little piece of it.
That's
I got $32 from the New York City Police Department when they arrested us at the Republican convention because they said we didn't have a permit, but we did have a permit, but then they pulled the permit while we were protesting. And I got $32 whole.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was
yeah,
it a-
Bryce? Ooh.
But
It was a class action suit because there was a lot of us that got arrested. And then they
Yeah,
put
but-
us in a bus terminal, and a lot of people had to go to the hospital because of the fumes of the diesel.
Wow.
Well, folks lost their lives in my class action.
Holy shit.
Oh,
so the fire department was negligent, basically.
Exactly what we found them for.
And they tried,
Hillsborough.
let me guess, they tried to claim immunity from it.
They absolutely
immunity.
tried.
Yep.
They tried.
Same thing police always do. They're like, we're immune for prosecution. Yeah, the school tried that too. They tried to claim that I couldn't sue. And it turns out I could.
100%.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah.
These pieces of garbage. Fucking this government, man, I tell you what, it like perpetuates itself to perpetuate itself. Sometimes.
I think the thing with Oklahoma City, looking at what's happening with the Thunder and this arena, they have already bumped it up. It was going to be $1 billion. It was going to be 900 million. And now it's 1.2 billion. And the
To
Thunder's
build
not
the-
building it.
To build the dome or to build the stadium or whatever?
The new arena, yeah.
See, I haven't been following Oklahoma politics. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah,
and it's a private organization, right?
Well, not only that, they're going to give us $50 million. So the people that are going to play there are going to give us $50 million, but we have to come up with $1 billion to build them a stadium to play in. And here's the best part. The best part is it's only bigger than the one that they have now by 500 seats. It has 500 more seats.
Wow.
Not 5,000. 500.
That sounds like a deal that Donald Trump was trying. Hey, I got a great business opportunity. I'm going to give you $50 million. You give me $1 billion. Okay, we'll work it out. Yeah. Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
that
sounds about right.
Anyway, Abundance, what's up? Welcome in. I'm about to shut down, but did you want to say something?
No, I just, bread and circuses, man. This playbook has been played since the Roman Empire and before, right? Like, instead of taking that money and making sure that the people of Oklahoma are better taken care of, what do? They spend it on a freaking slightly bigger stadium so that rich people can go and watch a game.
Yes.
It's crazy. It's insane. That's all I came up to say. But again, nothing new under the sun, whether it's Project 2025 and this attempt to move towards a fascist state, or putting more money into stadiums as opposed to education, healthcare, and welfare. This is what politics is. It's a matter of deciding who pays into, right, the system, i.e., who pays taxes, and how that money is spent. And and more the middle class and the underclass are paying the taxes, while these rich MFers get away with, hiding their money overseas and tax breaks and shit like that. And when it comes to who benefits the most, Elon Musk and SpaceX and all his Tesla and all his other endeavors are getting tax breaks out the yin yang and tax money, and the rest of us are getting fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, and not in the good way.
Nope.
I don't mind. I don't mind so much, but
yeah,
it's all perspective. But the silver lining is that in Oklahoma, you can disobey the ask of your professor, and and be able to get that professor fired when they give you a grade that you deserved.
Oh
Did you see what's happening with that, Tim? Did you see?
The last I saw, the professor was put on leave.
Yes, the kids, the students are erupting. This is turning very badly for OU. There are kids now requesting a refund of their tuition because they want to be able to apply to go to a university of higher learning that does not support pseudoscience, and they want a refund and they want transfers, and they're protesting and they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm shocked, but I love it.
Fucking hell yes.
I heard in a video that I just saw before joining that the mother of this student is a parent who looks for precisely that. She's like a conservative operative who looks precisely for this type of fight to blow shit out of proportion and get things like this riled up. So there's
She's
that.
one of those moms for liberty. Since she has a podcast, and she has a podcast.
Exactly. So there you have it. Anyway, that's why I came up. Thank you, liberal.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. And
Andy, I love you. You know that. It's always good to see you. And Nadine, I don't think we've met before, but nice meeting you. Likewise.
Nadine, somebody I know in real life. Well, kind of. I don't really know you in real life, but you still need to do your own show, Nadine.
I know.
You need to get Amanda to. Yeah.
Oh no.
I
What
support
were
it.
we gonna call it? Bickering bitches or
I
something?
don't remember. It was. I don't remember. It was very clever though. It had something to do with coffee and drinking.
Was
or
it
something.
bitches and bourbon, or bourbon and bitching, or?
Ooh,
something like that. I'll have to go back and watch when we had you two up on the show, and maybe we can figure that out. But I was all about it. But she did not like Ron, did she?
No, she still doesn't.
I want to come be a guest on the show.
Oh my
Bitchin',
god! Yeah.
Bourbon and bitching.
No, it was good. No, she
It was something bitching. I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, she still doesn't. She like if I say I was on Tim's show, she was like, I don't know why you still hang around with him and you talk to these people.
But even now, she's still like.
She'll still say like, what are you even doing that for?
Before you shut down, can we just give an FU to the federal government that closed the loophole on the farm bill?
What was
did.
that? What happened?
Oh, y'all don't know? Hold on, hit pause. To reopen the government, they had to agree to get rid of the DLTA products that allow me to enjoy this lovely feeling I'm having right now.
Yes, I know what you're talking
That's
about.
just history.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
As of a year from, this year. So They just want you to be fucking miserable. Just remember that. They're all
Well,
happy if you're fucking miserable.
let's just say that I managed to snag some before it was too late.
Yeah, well, it's not until October, right?
I think so. I
Yeah, I'm just
maybe.
gonna be stockpiling, and then I guess I'm gonna have to go get another very expensive card.
We got a
Yeah,
year.
no, it's yeah. Did they raise the price of the OMMA cards?
It's still two something, but it's ridiculous. It's a bunch of
It is.
nonsense.
Still worth it though.
Oh wait, I mean, if that's the only way, but I just buy it in the mail.
Shit, I remember like the first time I walked in and you see Bud everywhere, and you're like,
Yes.
I used to sneak around as a child, just
Yes.
trying to get some, and here it is, just wall to wall, as far as the eye can see. This glorious plant,
Big giant
Crazy.
canisters filled with
it
it.
was wild. Yeah, it was pretty surreal though. It's like, and it's so arbitrary, isn't it? Where
It really is.
one day it'll land you in in jail for years, and the next day it's like, hey, come on in, we're gonna make a profit off of this, and
They
pay
still
taxes
can't
on it.
take your card. They still have to do the stupid cash
See,
ATM
that's
thing. It's so
that's
dumb.
so fucking, that is ignorant.
At
Wow.
first, I thought it was an attempt on the various states' governments' parts to inoculate us, to sort of pacify us. And then I remembered how many troops in that conflagration in Vietnam, how many of our troops would ingest that on a daily and still fought like hell. So yeah, nice,
That's
nice
where the
try,
term
government.
shotgun came into play,
Goddamn
was
right.
from
Yep.
that,
Yep.
and a very useful method of ingesting certain
So
products.
try again, government.
Try yeah.
See, I always just remember George Carlin. Remember what George Carlin said? You can outlaw all the drugs, but here's the bottom line. There's always going to be somebody that goes out on their front lawn and spins around until they see God.
Amen.
That's
And
right.
that's the truth.
And humans have been doing it since we
And just
were able
make
to.
you know what? Make everything legal, and you just pay taxes, and you could just
That's
go
right.
get all the drugs of your choice, which you're going to get anyway. Let's call it what it is.
Right.
You're going to get it anyway. So
Yeah.
you just go to the drugstore. What drug do you want?
Right.
Pick some.
Yeah. I'll take 2 of those, 3 of those, 1
And
of
I'd like 3
those.
of those, and a big box of those over there.
And what's under that cow patty over there? I'll take some of that too. we'll dry that out first, though. Yes.
Well done. Hey, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
If you wanted to have me, go ahead, but we'll see you next time. Take care, y'all.
Yeah, take it easy. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up too. It's pretty late. I've been almost 6 hours, 5.5 anyway. I will see you guys on Tuesday. I may go live on my alt, but we'll see. Nadine, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you being back. It's always
Yep.
a pleasure. Andy,
Yep.
same to you. Always a pleasure. I hope to see you back too later.
If you're live tomorrow, I'll see you. If you're not, I'll see you next weekend.
All right. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Bro, you like me better this way, though, don't you? Much more
Yes.
today.
Oh, I like
Not
everybody
quite
that way. I want Debo to do that and take it in real deep. We'll see how that conversation goes.
I'd come for that one.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll catch you guys later. Peace.